To handle with our team, and we are not good in offense to handle our defense problems. So yeah, let's see what happens next week.
Yes, I am very happy, but I was waiting 6 points. But with the circumstance of match, 4 points, it's good, and we'll continue training for evolving.
The next game is Manchester United. They are a very good team. I will play against my friend O'Neill, and I hope we will win. I think we could win at least one game.
Yeah, we are very disappointed. We wanted the 6 points today. We have only 2. It's bad results, and we have to work more for the next days.
We played, like in Rocky, with the eye of the Tigers this time. And we have the best goal until now from my mate Alex. He did really a good job with Pepe.
When we saw what happened, it's not 3 points is not good, but it was a mistake. But we have the capacity to, in the second game, improve our game, and we made an excellent game.
I'm disappointed, and I think my teammates are disappointed as well.
We didn't score our chances in the first game and in the second game, and if you don't score your chances, you lose. So.
To match day 5 of eFootball.Pro. A fascinating few hours ahead of us. 5 more great fixtures for our 10 superb clubs. I'm your host, Chris Parrott, for the day, and joining me 2 very familiar faces, Harry Channon, the lead commentator, and Stuart Wesley, or Wezza as he's known in the PES scene. Nice wink there. Chief analyst, stats guru, but it should be a great day ahead.
Yeah, it really should. Also, warm welcome to you, Chris. Great to have you here with us.
Thank you very much.
Some fascinating matches here really today. We'll get into it a little bit later on, but a lot of teams very close in the table to each other, playing against each other today. So essentially, with 6 points up for grabs in each match, technically we've got some 12 pointers on the cards today. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be a great one.
It certainly is. And Wezza, after today, we'll be more than halfway through the league stage, so competition's starting to hot up, and those top 6 qualification spots for the knockout stages getting that bit closer.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing is that there's no team that are out of it just yet. The gap between bottom and 6th, only 3 points, and as we've seen through all of these different match days, it can violently change in the space of 2 games.
Certainly can. We're going to talk, of course, a lot more about match day 5 very soon. The action is not far away at all, but let's take a look back now at match day 4 a couple of weeks back and the all-important results, Harry.
Yeah, of course. If you look at match number 1, it was a fantastic affair really between Barcelona and Schalke 04. Schalke complaining, I suppose, in the way that they're playing within themselves, their attack not able to negate their poor defence. They only got 1 point out of match 1. FC Nantes versus Arsenal was another thrilling affair. The points shared in that one. Match 3, Juventus took all 6 against Manchester United, who are having a bit of a dip in form and will want to try and turn that around today. Match 4 was really the surprise of the entire day. Boavista continued to keep picking up points where people expect them not to here in the eFootball.Pro. They get 3 against Bayern München, who also secure 3. And then in the final match of the day, we had Celtic FC going up against undefeated AS Monaco. They remain undefeated, but Celtic coming away with a very valuable 2 points.
Yeah, 2 draws there. I think Juventus were the only team to have a 100% record, so they'll be flying into match day 5.
Yeah, I mean, Juve are full of confidence at the moment, and I think, we talk about confidence and building that confidence. Celtic's performance at the last match day would do wonders for them going into today's games.
Certainly would. Remember, at the end of the whole season, there will be prizes for the top scorer, the top assist maker, and also for the best defensive player. But now we're going to honour some of those who were so impressive on match day 4 because it's awards time.
As the ball gets played down the right-hand side to Dembele. And thanks for stepping in there, Harry, of that chance as Rakitic plays it across the face. And I've come back at the perfect time.
Is everyone going to get a say, or is Eterito going to be the man?
Oh, lovely turn there from Nicolas Pepe. Sorry to cut you off, Harry, because he's in again here. Wonderful footwork. What a finish. And Arsenal have taken the lead. Cuadrado finds Ronaldo out towards Douglas Costa. Support from Dybala. Chance to turn onto his favourite left foot. Now in towards Douglas Costa. And it's another clinical team goal from Juventus. Bring into the final 10 minutes to go and gift them a goal. It's not even, I mean, Christmas is done as the ball gets played through, and it's 3-2. And somehow they've snatched victory. They know time is running out deep into added on time here. It's another chance here though for Griffiths. He's in. It's 2-2. It's drama again in the eFootball.Pro League.
We're here on stage with the Executive Director of EMR, Jordi Ortega, who is going to be handing out the prize money. And lovely prize money it is too. First of all, it is the prize for the best goal of match day 4.
Is everyone going to get a say, or is Eterito going to be the man?
Oh, lovely turn there from Nicolas Pepe. Sorry to cut you off, Harry, because he's in again here. Wonderful footwork. What a finish. And Arsenal have taken the lead in dramatic fashion. And that right there is a huge goal for Pepe.
And the winner, of course, is Alex GRD. Alex, we just saw the goal there from Nicolas Pepe. Talk us through it.
It's about feeling. Christopher gave me a good pass, and after I play like in my club, you know, and try to do some skills, and it worked for this time. So I hope it will work today again.
That's very modest of you. It was a terrific goal. Looking forward to match day 5. What are you expecting today?
Today we will play against Schalke. This is a team that played together since more than 10 years, so they are a strong opponent and we want 6 points, of course, but we'll give our best.
So the goal of the match day has been awarded. Now it's time for the MVP. There were loads of possibilities, but only one winner.
As the ball gets played down the right-hand side to Dembele, and thanks for stepping in there, Harry, of that chance as Rakitic plays it across the face, and I've come back at the perfect time.
The winner is Henry Quinho. Henry Quinho, how do you feel about winning this award?
I'm very happy, and I thank my teammates.
And what do you think made you win the MVP?
Because my teammates helped me.
They certainly did. The winner of the MVP there for match day 4 is Henry Quinho. Match day 5 is coming up very shortly. Before that, let's see some of this man's best action from a couple of weeks ago.
Barcelona, an invitation back. Messi's in behind here. Feeds it back to Rakitic. Oh, off the post.
As the ball gets played down the right-hand side to Dembele. And thanks for stepping in there, Harry, of that chance as Rakitic plays it across the face. And I've come back at the perfect time because it's Luis Suarez. Now on towards Griezmann. He's away from the defender. Big chance here for Barcelona. What a save. Jordi Alba now brings it away, and it seems to be happening in waves between the two sides. There'll be, 5 minutes where Barcelona have all of the play, and then it switches down the other end.
This is wonderful.
Now it's back in Barcelona territory again. Suarez
is snuffed out by Schalke. Good defending there, but oh no, here comes Messi again.
It's in towards Jordi Alba at the back post. Chance to win it. Right foot shot in off the post, and that goal.
Let's have a look at some of the stats. A very impressive all-round performance from Barcelona, but in particular from that player, Henry Quinho, who was very modest up on the stage, thanking his teammates, but he was the star man, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, and I think it's only fair, really, to be thanking your teammates in that kind of situation. I mean, all of the Barcelona players so far this season have played really, really well. They've, I think it really speaks to their mentality as a team that Henry Quinho is, not taking all the plaudits for himself as maybe some other players would. You can see some of the stats here. I mean, 3 goals and an assist so far. I believe that's the entire season stats for him. So he's chiming in with goals, as is everyone really from FC Barcelona. So it's really good to see. And
they've got 2 big fixtures coming up. Matchday 5 is here. The first game is imminent. Let's go through the all-important 5 fixtures for today.
Yeah, let's do it. As I said at the top of the show, we have some really, really fun ones today because a lot of these teams we're going to see match up against each other today, very close to each other in the table. We start with match number 1, AS Monaco versus FC Barcelona. That is 1st versus 4th in the table, so a very close one there. After that, Celtic FC versus Boavista. In the last match day, Boavista, I spoke to Barbosa, he said, this is where Boavista's season starts. We'll see if Celtic FC have anything to say about that in match number 2. Match number 3 is not only 2nd versus 3rd in Juventus and Bayern München, but it's also Alex Alguacil going up against former co-op teammate Ettore Etorito in that one. So that's a fun one. And then FC Nantes versus Manchester United, very close to each other in the table as well. And then at the bottom, the final match day, the match of the week, Schalke 04 versus Arsenal FC. Both teams nowhere near the top of the table. Both teams very close to each other in the table as well. So, again, lots of potential 12-pointers today.
Wes, it was something you pointed out earlier, but Schalke started very well on match day 1 with a couple of wins. Yes, they're bottom of the pile at the moment, but if they were to win twice today, there's a potential they could jump into the top 6. It's that time.
Yeah, and that is the beauty of this league at the moment, is that we are, just over the halfway mark now in terms of the regular match days, but it's still all to play for, and it's all there. It's just a case of whether teams can unlock their true potential.
Well, earlier today, I caught you hobnobbing upstairs, which is what he tends to do when he's not with us, in the training room, getting some, eating your lunch, as you can see the Celtic boys there. It's very important to do that before kick-off, but this is new this season. It's a terrific area for the gents to go and practice. Possibly the most important time now. They might not be together all week, but when it comes to the few hours before kick-off, they are in the same room, on the same console, and this is important, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's these final touches. It's the online feel to a game is different to an offline feel, especially getting into the environment that they're all relatively used to now. But it's refining these touches. They will have had game plans. They would have tried to prepare for different teams. It's all about trying to find those little nuances now and find out exactly what's going to put you across the line to win games today.
Can you give us any of your secrets that you found up there? I saw you with the Boavista boys and the Bayern team. Yeah. In terms of the Bayern guys, they have tactical decisions that they've made in terms of trying to combat Juve, and obviously in terms of Monaco and Barca today. I mean that's going to be the real challenge today. Is to see how good these two are against each other. Not giving away any secrets there. Very good. We are ready though for match day 1. Or match 1 of match day 5, as I should say. It is Monaco against Barcelona, and we can look at the two teams now. For Monaco, it is ASM Kills You, ASM Lotfi, and ASM Usmakabayel. And for Barcelona, your top 3 players, Gui Ferrer, Henry Quinio, the MVP for match day 4, and the Palmer. We caught up with both teams earlier on today, and this is what they had to say.
Well, we play against Barcelona, a very good team. We know that it will be a difficult game, but we want, like always, to take 6 points to have a good advantage on the ranking. So we hope to play our best level and to take the 6 points.
Okay. I hope win 6 points with Monaco. But Monaco, in my opinion, is the best team, and we're training very well in this week for playing with Monaco.
So both sets of players eyeing up all 6 points. I had a look at some of the stats. So Monaco, you've mentioned the only unbeaten side. They are the top scorers. Barcelona in 4th, the second worst attack stats-wise. How's that come about?
For me, I think Barcelona have just been unlucky. Stats-wise, yes, maybe they're not chiming in with goals as you would expect them to, but still creating a lot of chances with some free-flowing attacking gameplay whenever we see them play. For me, if I'm Barcelona, I'm looking at Celtic last week, able to snatch a couple of points against AS Monaco. If you could be the first team to take a win against AS Monaco, again, that would be a win for Barcelona here.
Certainly would. We are ready. Match day 5 is upon us, and a cracker to start. It is top against 4th. It is AS Monaco against Barcelona.
Welcome guys, shake hands.
Gents, this is a repeat of last year's semi-final, I believe. Monaco, of course, went on to be the first ever eFootball.Pro champions. Some different players involved, but still, Barcelona will perhaps fancy a bit of revenge and hope to get matchday 5 off to the best possible start.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, yes, Monaco have that extra player in Kills You that wasn't there last season, but he's fit in like an absolute glove so far. He has not missed a step. He's currently the leading goal scorer of the eFootball.Pro, if I'm not mistaken, with Usmakabayel on top of the assist table as well. So he's fit right in there, but you're right about Barcelona. fielding an entirely new lineup, and it's worth noting as well because the new data pack is in play. We have some new transfers, new players for these players to maybe look at featuring within their starting 11s, and also you have to think about the outgoings as well. You know, I know Barcelona have lost a couple of players here and there that they were fielding week in, week out in the eFootball.Pro, so definitely something to think about here.
Certainly as well. So I think I'm right in saying Carlos Perez played a match day 1. Of course, he's left to Roma on loan. So some teams will be happy with the signings that their clubs have made, and others might be thinking, oh, we've lost someone that actually we quite like playing with.
Yeah, well, the most notable one here for me is the fact that Monaco are without Naldo. Now, it was Naldo and Glick for so long that were the physical kind of dominating force at the back line for Monaco. Now they've got Marapan, who is no slouch in stat balancing mode, but it's not Naldo. Naldo was the best defender that was here. He was rated 90, he was strong as an ox and could control the back line. I think it's always going to be the outgoings that are going to be more important to what teams are looking at rather than their incomings.
It's one of those fans might not have been too sad to see him go, but the boys here must have been like, oh, Naldo's left. But anyway,
yeah.
such is life, and because mirroring the real clubs, that is what can happen. Match day 4, Barcelona were also involved in the opening game. They played Schalke, draw on a last gasp win, so they did pretty well then. Can they do the same against Monaco today?
I think it's a completely different question to really ask of them against AS Monaco here. As we've alluded to, AS Monaco top of the table, they are undefeated. If they are able to get 2 points, as Celtic were able to with 2 draws last week against the current league leaders, again, I would see that as a win. But we know Barcelona quietly confident, obviously always respecting their opponents, so we'll see what the Blaugrana have to really offer for us here in our first match of the day.
Getting some great insight here into the very final preparations of all 6 of the players, but we are pretty much there. Monaco or Barcelona, who can kickstart match day 5 of eFootball.Pro with a victory? We're not great at mathematics between us, but we're trying to work out if Monaco were to win both of their games today, would they almost have booked a top 6 finish? We think not quite, but they will almost be there. So here we go. It's Monaco to get us underway. Harry Channon to talk you through the action.
Thank you very much, Chris. Wonderful to have you with us here in Barcelona for eFootball.Pro. And Monaco, as they often do, starting in a very attacking sense, attacking from left to right in their famous red and white kits. We have, of course, Barcelona attacking from right to left in the away strip. Wezza is with me, and Wes, yeah, Barcelona here attacking early. Venomous shot from Suarez to start things off. Both teams really going for the jugular early on. Do you expect that here in this match? You can see some of the stats from both clubs. Do you think they're both going to be going for the jugular?
Well, Monaco, traditionally, they come out of the they come out of the blocks very, very quickly. And I think looking at it, I think that's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to impose their will on the game very early on. It's going to be whether Barcelona can keep them out.
Here's Balde. Tries to play it across to Slimani, and it's the first goal of the game. Slimani has been so crucial to AS Monaco so far. And the league leaders, undefeated, have scored first against Barcelona. A wonderful break. And it's something to think about now for the Catalan club, as they are down early, 1-0 to Monaco.
Yeah, as we saw there as well, it's Golovin that kind of originates the move, and it just goes across the line, and it eventually finds its way to Balde.
You mentioned on the plane over yesterday, Suleimani will be the main guy today, Harry. He scored very early on.
He has.
Turns out you do know what you're talking about.
He's someone that Monaco have targeted more often than not, and you thought Balde in there might maybe take the strike on first and foremost, but they always look for Slimani, obviously on loan to AS Monaco. He's the man to score first, and now Barcelona, they have questions to answer. Lotfi, the goal scorer, not often chiming in with goals. I say that, he has 7 to his name, and is often the firefighter, I suppose, for AS Monaco, putting out the fires defensively where needed. Golovin here, chasing the ball, Slimani in once again. Bodies on the line, though, for Barcelona. You can see how that affects the goal leaderboard. Lotfi now up to 4th with 7 goals. And so far, whereas Barcelona struggling really to get things going, obviously still early on here in the game. They have Dembele here, playing inside to Rakitic, but again, that pass is not often going to come off. Here is Rakitic once again. The first touch, though, not good enough, and Barcelona seem to be rushing things a little bit so far.
Yeah, they seem to be trying to chase the game very early on. I mean, they find themselves 1-0 down, but, you know, 1-0 is a very fine scoreline. It's not, you know, you're not out of it with a 1-0 scoreline. And I think at the moment, it's going to take them a little bit of time to really find out how to really defend this Monaco attack, because at the moment, they don't really seem to have an answer for it.
Here is Suarez. Tackled again by Marcelon for the Monegasque side. Monaco so far this eFootball.Pro season, they have just looked to attack. And one of the things that, I mean, speaking to Lotfi last match day, 2 draws. I mean, they weren't beaten by Celtic, but he was still gutted, absolutely disappointed. And I think that speaks to the mentality that they have as champions. Here is Slimani trying to play Sealer in on this left-hand side, and side netting so close, but once again it's pretty flawless there from AS Monaco.
Well, we were talking about new signings. Fofana seems to have made its way into this Monaco starting 11 quite quickly, and he's making a real difference in the middle of the park. They look a little bit more mobile. They don't look like they're trying to press the game as much. Instead, they're looking to actually work this through midfield.
Yeah, Monaco, one of the clubs here in the eFootball.Pro that would have benefited from the winter transfer window, adding 4 players to their squad, either returning from loan or through outright transfers. Barcelona losing a few players. Carlos Alenia. Todibo actually is an eFootball.Pro transfer. He's gone from Barcelona and has now gone to Schalke 04. So see if the German outfit can use Todibo as Barcelona were able to earlier on here in the season. And it's really intriguing, Wes, to see these players move clubs, especially when it's 2 clubs featured within this competition. Looking for Leo Messi here. We'll get a second chance. Here is Messi. He beat Maripan to the ball. His right-hand side looking for Suarez, but that's a low percentage one. Marcelon does well there at the back, and now a chance for a counter. Here is Slimani. Golovin tries to feed it back to him. The control there, not there. You could see Keita Balde waiting in the centre, but Barcelona, they're settling into this game now. Here is Dembele looking for Messi. Suarez and Vidal waiting in the centre, but again, they just can't find that cutthroat pass.
Yeah, I think if you're Barcelona, you need to start using the weapons that you have as opposed to the weapons that you don't. You know, you're not going to beat Monaco aerially. You're not going to beat them via crosses. You're going to beat them by movement, by pace, by speed, by, you know, movement of the football. It's not going to be, you know, aerial assaults from Barcelona that are going to win the day here.
Golovin charged down by Sergi Busquets, and now here is a counter-attacking opportunity maybe for Barcelona. They are doing, as you said though, Wes, maybe trying to calm the ball down, retaining possession, not trying to force things too much. And you were saying you'd like to see them play a little bit more down the wing. Maybe that's what they'll try and do here. Yeah,
I mean, it's just a case of keeping the ball. You know, Monaco are at their weakest when they don't have the football. You know, the easier you give it them back, as we see there, you're immediately opening yourself up to opportunities of counter-attack. Whereas, you know, you can see here Barcelona are trying to make their way through here. I mean, they're trying to get kind of lucky bounces and get free, but it's just not going their way at the moment.
Certainly is not. We have 2 world champions going up against each other here as we enter the half. There's now some changes maybe to be made. We have, of course, Bifera, the 2019 world champion of the co-op side of things, and then a 1-versus-1 world champion on the other side in Ismakabil. So very tantalising affair we have here, Chris.
Certainly. Half-time, Monaco 1, Barcelona 0. And are we seeing just why Monaco are the defending champions and still unbeaten? They didn't necessarily have loads and loads of attack, but they looked incredibly solid, and when they did have a good opportunity, they were clinical.
Yeah, it's that moment. It's the way that Monaco have always attacked. They attack in such a way that they only need one chance to really put it away, and that's all they needed.
So then, second half of this first leg underway. Worth reminding you, we do play 2 matches between 2 clubs here in the eFootball.Pro. Barcelona now attacking from left to right. This is, well, it was nice from Messi before the wayward first touch, and unfortunately pressured a little bit early there by Fofana. Balde gets the rub of the green, but That's cleared away, and it's been a scrappy start to the second half. Obviously, just 5 minutes gone. Slimani trying to lay it off to Golovin, but Barcelona really so far struggling to get a hold of the ball here in the midfield. Here is Sila. Lovely back heel to Golovin. Slimani. Just too many bodies in the way though for Barcelona.
Well, if there's a defender that you want trying to mark Slimani, it's Gerard Piqué. In terms of physicality, he will match him blow for blow. It's just what they can do here. Suarez just can't get past Marapan.
Just too many bodies in the way, and it's again about trying to lock or unlock the puzzle so far that is the AS Monaco defence. You can see there a foul on Fofana will allow possession to go the way of AS Monaco, and a long ball is punted up towards the target man. It's actually going to roll all the way through. It's Kilzu to stick it home. The leading goal scorer extends his lead at the top of the goal scoring charts. It's the second for Monaco, and it's a defensive mistake from Barcelona.
First rule of defending, you always give it a shout. Somebody has to go and meet that ball. You know, you're going to afford Monaco those types of chances in the box. They're not going to put that wide. They're not going to take that as a gift. It was just one like really good ball in, but somebody has to meet that. You don't let the ball bounce in the box. You just don't.
No one attacking the ball, and it's assist from his own half from a Monegasque player, and nightmare situation for Barcelona. They now trail the current champions 2-0. Can they get an instant response? Here is Ousmane Dembele looking for Suarez in the centre, charged down by Marapan. And now a corner. Would you say, Wes, maybe they have to score very soon if they want a chance? I'll come back to you in a second. If they want to get anything out of this first game, do you think maybe a goal within the next 10 in-game minutes?
Yeah, I would say so, and I think looking from Barca's standpoint, you need to play more narrow. You know, like I said, it's great having the likes of Dembele and Griezmann and Suarez and these, Messi and all these great players, but if you're not utilising them in the right formation, then you're the prophet of your own downfall at this point. And I think, looking at it, they need a tactical switch, not just a mental switch. They need a tactical one as well.
Suarez now. Charged down by Jemison, and it's really been hard for Barcelona to get anything in the final third. Here is Sila. Slimani, is he on? Unfortunately not. Linesman raises his flag. There's Maccabiel there going a little too early. And here come the changes from Barcelona.
Yeah, and like I said, looking at it, it's what have you got on your bench? What have you worked out in the weeks off or the couple of weeks that you have, and getting used to the data pack from last week? How important is it?
We were talking in the weigh-in as well. You mentioned a lot of players change their attackers, but actually you change your defenders or your wing-backs or your full-backs, and that can be just as important.
Yeah, because we've seen it time and time again here in terms of heavy touches from very tired defenders, which have led to very late goals. I think if you were to start looking at substituting your defenders, not all of them, but if you would take one or two out, especially if you're in the ascendancy in Monaco's point of view, although Monaco are all action and all out attack. So they've made attacking changes there. If you notice there, though, they've brought on Bakayoko to replace Fofana. Yep. Just have a midfield engine.
So then, changes come in. Griezmann actually coming on for Barcelona, not the tallest of players. We'll see if he can make the difference. Here is another new entrance to the pitch. Collado looking for Suarez, cut out by Jemison. And unfortunately for Barcelona, no matter what they try, whether it's narrow, wide or long ball, it seems to be AS Monaco have the reading of them so far here in this first game. That's a mistake though. Here is Griezmann. Finds Collado, but unfortunately, again, just the pressure, the early pressure from Monaco so far is just being so successful, and right now Barcelona don't seem to have an answer for it. That's a good ball to Griezmann, maybe looking out wide there to Messi, but instead feeds it back to Collado. Here is that man, Messi, charged down low by Marapan. Good defending once again from Monaco.
Yeah, it's those fine reactions. Messi could have easily fired that ball across the box, but you take that touch, you take that extra moment, and Monaco are on you in a defensive environment. Meanwhile, Slimani puts it onto Pellegrini.
Pellegrini here, tries to fire it across the face, but charged down for a corner. Time ticking down though for Barcelona. 77th minute. They need to get a goal fairly quickly, and right now the ball is up the opposite end of the pitch. It's Marcelin to try and fire it in, only as far as to Stegen, and maybe Barcelona here might try and stage a counter. But unfortunately, it's again AS Monaco winning the ball. That's a mistake. Griezmann, though, can't capitalise, and look at the run in behind from Pellegrini. Lucky Barcelona were able to cut that one out, and here is Messi looking for Griezmann. Oh, it might still drop from here. Griezmann! Wonderful save. Pushes it round for a corner. We'll see it here again in the replay, where it's wonderful reaction save from the Monaco #1.
Yeah, it was a great save from the keeper, and again, it's that little bit of fortune that Barca are getting, but it's coming a bit late. There's, what, 9 in-game minutes plus stoppage? We've seen late finishes and late goals, but I can't see a way through unless there's a goal off this corner.
Did that need to go in, Wes?
I think so. I think they needed a goal probably about 15 in-game minutes ago, but if they get one now, it'll set up a nervy finish to it, and whether they elect to go for it or save it for the next game, will, time will tell. But they need to find a way through this Monaco defence at this point.
Leo Messi to whip this one in. Looking for Lenglet up for the attack, but now it's time for Barcelona to try and recycle possession and really, again, try and break down this Monegasque defence. That's a nice ball through to Piqué. Into Griezmann now, has Suarez to look for. Back to Messi was the target, but good little period of sustained pressure here for Barcelona. Here is Piqué joining the attack now. Messi looking for Griezmann, but you can see tremendous work from Maccabeal to really shut down that passing lane, and now it's Monaco with the ball with time on their side as well. 87th minute. Could there be another goal for AS Monaco? Keita Baldi chopped down, and the referee will bring that one back. Chris next to me is calling for a card. We'll see what the referee produces.
Can't believe he hasn't given him. Oh, he has.
I know he has.
Longley was booked.
Langley into the book and knocked down into the box. Here is Gelson Martins. What a goal from Kilju. Absolutely wonderful. His 11th of the season. 3-0 Monaco, and that now is dead and buried.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and again, we talked about the first goal that was conceded by set pieces. It's the same thing again. You're giving Silimani way too much time to be able to knock that ball down into a dangerous area. You have to go and challenge the ball. You can't just allow these guys to kind of... I mean, if you look there, they tried, but they could easily position their player in front of Silimani and make it harder, rather than coming to try and defend the header from an angle. You could get in front of him and just try and disrupt him a little bit more.
Got a very early contender for Matchday 5. Goal of the week there, I think, off the post.
Might be looking at €10,000. But yeah, you're right, Wes. 2 players coming across. Just left all the room, even if Gelson Martins wasn't able to fire in that last-minute goal. There was a man across for Monaco, and it could be 4 here. Still time on the clock. Gelson Martins finds Pellegrini, who assisted that goal. It was interesting for me to see Pellegrini actually on the free kick in the centre circle, but a wonderful result. Back to winning ways here for AS Monaco. They will remain undefeated for now. And really, adjustments need to be made for Barcelona here going into our second game, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, and we talk about it all the time. We talk about how teams should prepare for other teams, and I think in this environment, Barcelona have just come in with the same game plan they've had for everybody else, and especially with the way that these guys study, game film, we've seen it with loads of different teams as to how much they research their opponents. If you've got plan A, you need C, D, E, F, G, and you can't just go in with the same thing again and again.
Oh, here is the opening goal made by Slimani and Golovin. Sorry, that wasn't the opening goal. Something that struck me was that in the final third, perhaps Barcelona tried to overplay it a bit. Monaco were a little more direct and a little more clinical.
Yeah, it was really the tale of that first game, wasn't it? I mean, the high press really from Monaco is what confused and really pressured Barcelona too much. And honestly, they need to work on their set pieces, because 2 of their 3 goals for Monaco came from free kicks around the halfway line. Yeah. I mean, you can see here in their own half, just an easy, just lofted ball, really. No one going to meet it, and Sela is just He's got the chance of his lifetime right there. He's never going to miss that.
And that's the killer second goal, because at 1-0, even if we thought Monaco probably looked stronger, the two teams, takes one moment and Barca back in it. As soon as it's 2-0 down, you could sense really that Monaco, given their record this season, probably thought, well, we're not going to throw this one away.
Well, we saw it last match day with Celtic in very similar kind of circumstances. There was a goal in either time, and you know, when a goal then goes in the last minute, you've not got enough time to react. And I think it was similar here. Had Barcelona held out that one goal, you know, that one goal deficit, they could have potentially got themselves back into it. But as soon as that second goes in, kind of kills the game before it's really killed off with the third.
Kills you, the first player in the second eFootball.Pro season to reach double figures. He's done it in double quick time, and he's now up to 11. I mean, that's an extraordinary record.
What's extraordinary about that is that he has so much pressure coming into this season, joining the reigning champions, joining the reigning world champion in the 1 versus 1 category. I mean, we can't state how incredible it is when you consider his age as well. One of the youngest players in the eFootball.Pro season has just fit in like a charm. And right now, Barcelona, they really don't know how to shut all three of these players down. I mean, even Lotfi chiming in with a goal. It's not often we've seen that so far this season. And he's, again, chasing the top 3 goal-scoring leaders so far, which all seem to be AS Monaco players.
They do. Live league table, Monaco are 5 points clear now of Juventus and of Bayern. How do Barcelona come back? I think, for me, this is one of the great things about eFootball.Pro is that it's back-to-back games. If you get a bit of a hammering, like Barca have just had, you can't leave the stage. And what was that? 3 minutes later, you're back in action. How quickly do you need to forget what happened in the last game, Weza?
I mean, it's immediate. You have to just completely forget what's happened. And you know, in the best respects, tomorrow is another day, which is the exact same thing with this, where, you know, one game is not the same game. You have to just kind of get on with it.
So the instant reset required for FC Barcelona. They are attacking now from left to right in their famous Blaugrana kit, and then we will be seeing the Monegasque club actually fielding their away kit. Can't think too many times we've seen that so far this eFootball.Pro season. The ball there looking for Balde will not be enough, and Nelson Semedo will clear that one away.
Yeah, the thing that Barca need to be really careful of now is not to allow history to repeat itself. They can't concede early. They need to get the first goal here to really just put the frighteners on Monaco. But it's how do you stop this attack? If you don't win the first ball against Silimani, you've got runners off him. You need to contain them as it goes in, and Balde makes it 1-0.
As easy as that, it's Keita Balde for AS Monaco to fire home the first goal, and it's around the same time, Wes, that we saw the first goal in the first game between these two teams.
It's the curse of the commentator, isn't it? You say don't concede early, and then what happens next is the next passage of play is conceding early. And I think, you know, Barcelona just looking really quite shell-shocked at the moment.
Yeah, I just saw a shake of the head from Henriquinho, the MVP on Matchday 4. He's going to need to produce something special here. Once again, Barca not able to clear their lines, and this is, we use that word clinical, that is another clinical finish. One touch, a bit of a toe poke, actually.
Yeah, tremendous finish it is, but what's worrying for me, looking at this replay, the amount of Barcelona players, controlling players on the ball. I mean, you don't all need to be rushing to pressure the first man for AS Monaco. Monaco do it so well because they know they have players covering the runs in behind, but right now Barcelona do not have that, and that's just left a wide open gap, really, in the centre of the pitch.
It goes back to one of our previous points in the previous match day, is the lack of communication you sometimes see from the players themselves. Some have a kind of almost telepathic link. Some of them need to talk. I think in this instance, I think Barca really need to go back to drawing board and start communicating with each other.
Balde has Sila and Fofana to look for. Fofana is in front of Sila, just maybe a bit of a mix-up in communication there. Not sure who exactly was on the ball at the end of it, but either way, Barcelona grateful for the mix-up. Kills you, by the way, his third goal in this matchup between these two teams. Barcelona yet to respond. Can they do it now? Rakitic looking for Suarez, might just let this one run for a corner. No, elects to fire it across the face of goal. And it's a bit of good fortune, and it might be what Barcelona need to best the reigning champions so far. It's an equaliser from, I suppose you could say, a very lucky bounce, but they'll take that to the bank.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to complain if that goes for you. You'll certainly be complaining if it goes against you. And it was a bit of presence of mind. You kind of mentioned that the ball might go out and they might just let this go. It's the presence of mind to actually keep it in and just try and do something different. They drilled it across the box. And, you know, it took a fortuitous bounce here. I mean, you know, it looks like if it doesn't hit, you know, I think it just clips off of Messi.
I think it's an own goal.
Yeah, I think it's an own goal.
By the looks of it.
Let's have a look.
You can see the defender there controlled by Green, just covering Messi. And it's the presence from Messi, really, that makes that goal happen. But I think that one's going to be...
Badiashile, I think, is the man who put through his own net. They need that. Another stat I was going to bring up here. Barcelona, before this game and 15 minutes against Monaco, had the best defence in eFootball.Pro. We're seeing again just how good Monaco are, given they've beaten them. Here is Balde, who might do so again, Harry. They are terrifying in the final third, AS Monaco.
They really are, and it's, again, one of those puzzles that teams in the eFootball.Pro so far have struggled to really break down. And Barcelona, who, again, quite fortunate to get that equalising goal, might just be the little bit of luck that they need to believe that they can make that net bulge for AS Monaco, as so many teams previously have failed to do. Here is Arturo Vidal for Dembele on this right-hand side. This one will be brought back, I think, for a free kick just on the edge. So a chance here, Wes, for some pressure for Barcelona.
Yeah, and these are these pressure situations. They need to make this count. They have weaponry. You can see their PK has been selected there by Henriquinho, and you've got Langley as well.
Badiashile deals with that one. Rakitic, unfortunately, ducks underneath the ball. That won't be helping things out. His way through to Suarez, though, but he's adjudged to be offside by the linesman.
Yeah, and you know, it's another opportunity to have a chance that has gone by the wayside for Barca. Now they've got to turn their defensive heads on.
One long ball there, by the way. Didn't quite come off, but the difference between that, it's not even a set piece for Monaco. They basically have a free kick anywhere, and it's as good as a set piece almost on the edge of the box, because they're just ploughing it forward. And how many headers has Slimani won today?
I wonder whether or not that might be a design tactic, maybe sensing that Barcelona players, Gufera, Henriquinho and the Palmer, maybe look a little frail defensively from that long ball. So Monaco have exploited that a couple of times so far in this match. Here is Suarez, trying to combine with Rakitic, but good defensive work again, pressing early on the ball here for AS Monaco. Balde looking for Slimani, the target man, but it's a little bit rushed so far from Barcelona, from both sides really, as turnovers in possession after those two early goals haven't really had anything to shout about since then. And Vidal has a chance to feed in, but once again, it's just that pressure here, Wes, from Monaco early on.
Yeah, you can see there, though, is that it looks like Barca are actually trying to drag Monaco into a little bit of a dogfight here. Rather than allowing their flow to be established, they're looking to try and make it a bit more frenetic, a little bit more panicky. Except the only problem with that is that Monaco are pretty much at home with any type of way that you want to play against them. You know, we've seen it from the likes of Usmakabal, we've seen it from Lotfi, we've seen that the way that they can contend with that type of play. And obviously you add Kilzu to the mix, and you know, obviously that kind of you know, tells you all you need to know about these sorts of players.
Contentious decision there. Referee says play on. Monaco aren't able to make anything happen in the attacking phase, so we'll see what Barcelona could do now. Lovely through ball into Leo Messi. Can he finish? Oh, it's offside, off the side of the upright, I should say. That was a gilt-edged opportunity. Lovely ball to find Leo Messi, and it's just the wrong side of the post.
You're not going to get many chances like that against Monaco. You could probably try and dupe the keeper. We saw a little bit of the manually controlled goalkeeper. You could try and throw a shape and just try and, you know, throw him off a little bit, but instead he went straight for the shot and it just clipped off the post and went wide.
Could he have tried to finesse it into the other side of the goal as well?
Potentially, yeah. With that, if you take a small movement, you're going to try and play a little bit of chicken with the opponent, and you know, in a parallel universe somewhere else, Barcelona are 2-1 up.
Dembele looking for Messi, but Barcelona at least showing that they are able to break down the defence of Monaco. You say maybe they won't get too many more opportunities than that, but maybe a little bit of belief now for the Catalan club. Here is Rakitic, combining with Suarez, and they will retain possession. Lovely first touch. Can Rakitic get there? No, he cannot. So now a chance for Monaco to break. Hasila and Balde to look for. It's the latter they find. sprinting down the right-hand side. It's a race with Junior Firpo. Cut out by Sergi Busquets. Good defending there from Barcelona as we enter the half.
1-1 then, and I have to say, decent comeback that from Barcelona, who were walloped in the opening fixture against Monaco. Fell behind early on. You thought history is repeating itself, but they found a way.
Yeah.
Not necessarily through the most pretty of football, although they had that chance for Messi, but they found a way to stifle Monaco. You have to give them credit for that.
Yeah, well, the goal did eventually get credited to Messi, which was quite surprising. So it must have, I think it was a clearance off of a defender, which, you know, as we said, Messi's presence in the box. It's either the ball's going to go through to Messi, somebody has to make a decision. And I think
Dubious goals panel.
The Dubious goals panel have given that there. But you look at the key stat at half-time, 61% possession Barcelona have had, and they're trying to keep the ball away from Monaco, which is where Monaco's power lies. They don't have the ball, they can't do damage to it.
So we'll see if they can get a return on their investment in terms of the possession statistic as we kick off the second half of this second game between these two football clubs. Here is Luis Suarez for Barcelona, just shepherded out of play there, maybe unnecessarily by Jemison. And that will gift Barcelona a corner here early on in the second half. Barcelona attacking from right to left, and the Monegasque club the opposite direction. It will be another corner here for Barcelona, and not too many men in the centre to look for. I mean, 4 within the box, but not too many centrally. It's lofted up to the back post to Gerard Piqué, but nothing doing there, and good covering from Busquets will allow a recycled attack to come in. Dembele, oh, lovely bit of play there to beat Badiashile. Nothing coming after it, though. Monaco, what can they conjure up with the talisman Slimani? Just making things certain. It's a long ball once again, looking for Balde. Covered across by Vidal, but unfortunately the long ball a little bit too long there for AS Monaco.
Yeah, and as we said, we can see that Barca have kind of dragged Monaco into this dogfight. They're forcing a long ball scenario. That's not what Monaco want. Monaco want to be able to deliver that ball into Slimani and allow those runners off. You can see the likes of Sila and the likes of Balde who are there, but they can't utilise them. They've taken a little bit of power away from Monaco, which is kind of what you need to do if you're going to be successful against them.
Just 10 minutes into the second half, forced Monaco maybe into a bit of a switch. So we'll see what happens in the last 35 minutes. Monaco aiming for back-to-back wins against Barcelona. If you're just joining us, they thumped them in the first game. They led in this one, but it's 1-1 as we approach the hour mark.
Slimani to Balde, has Pellegrini in support, might just be offside as the ball needed to come a lot earlier than that. A lovely run through from Pellegrini, but just one touch too many meant he was a yard or two offside. And seeing Griezmann once again feature for Barcelona, replacing Luis Suarez, who for me was actually quite effective for the Catalan club. I think he was very effective in their attack, so surprising to see him be withdrawn at the half. And Fofana, who was subbed in the first game, staying on the pitch. Pellegrini looking for Slimani, cut out, good covering there in the end by Guifera. Long ball over the top. Dembele unfortunately cannot win his header. Here is Fofana now, covered again by Guifera. Lovely interception, and now Barca, they can attack in numbers. Here is Dembele, has Messi and Griezmann ahead. Griezmann, oh, that's a crunching tackle by Glick. Needed to be done as well. And defence now into attack. Piqué, though, cuts that one out. Rakitic to Vidal. Griezmann has Dembele and Messi in support. Leo Messi in the centre, lovely footwork, and it's a second goal for Barcelona. Wonderful piece of skill in the centre. And for the first time in these two games, AS Monaco are down and Barcelona lead 2-1.
This goes back to the previous match day where we talked about the Pepe goal, that one goal of match day 4. If you've got players who can produce individual pieces of brilliance, both on the console and both in terms of the actual players you have, allow them to do it. This little bit of risk versus reward was super. Lovely drag back there. It completely takes away anything that Glick can do, and all of a sudden now Barca now have something to hold on to.
Another magical moment from Lionel Messi, and Monaco's unbeaten record in the second season of eFootball.Pro is under threat big time, and they know it.
That is unbelievable. Seeing that on the replay, I think it's Guifera. We'll get confirmation of that in just a moment, but the presence of mind really to pull off that skill under that amount of pressure, Wes.
It's huge. You guys have heard me on and off camera talk about when you're in that bubble and you're in that environment, and it's that kind of presence of mind, as we use the expression. It's having that awareness to be able to know what you need to do at those particular points, and that was superb from Guifera.
Certainly was. Just looking at the Barcelona change here, I think Sergi Roberto's come on for Dembele, and they brought him a little deeper.
Yeah,
have what they hold, protect the lead. It's a dangerous tactic.
Well, especially with how proficient Monaco are on the attack, it is a dangerous thing to do. And now that you've took Dembele off, that's an option that's no longer there. So they're going to have to be careful here.
Cue Sergi Roberto scoring a goal, by the way.
We'll see if it happens, and if it does, we will, well, surely be looking at AS Monaco's first defeat of the eFootball.Pro 2020 season. Just over 20 minutes to be played here in the second half, plus stoppages, of course. But so far, Barcelona, judging by their changes, might not want to take too many risks in the attack. Here is the goal scorer, Messi, looking for Collado. Can't find him. Maybe just trying to put the pressure on the Monaco defenders. How can Monaco respond here? Martins finds Ben Yedder, who's been brought into the fold. Pellegrini to Martins. Lovely footwork, and Slimani's there. And it's an own goal in the end. I think this is another one that might come down to the dubious goals panel. It's tremendous build-up, and it's a lovely equaliser in the end by AS Monaco. The response when they needed it, but wow. That was unfortunate there from the Barcelona goalkeeper.
Well, that's what we talk about. It was a good save in the first instance. Slimani mopping up, clips off the post, hits off the back of the keeper, and it goes in on another day. It clips the post and goes wide. But it's like we said, it's that gamble from Barcelona now. You now don't have Dembele. You now have a more defensive option. You've now got to figure out exactly where you're going to go from here. Do you now try and consolidate to go to 2-2? And you can see the frustration on their faces.
You certainly can. It was a good save from Ter Stegen initially. Muted from Monaco, but that's what champions do. If they're not at their best, they make sure they don't lose the game, even if they can't win it.
Unfortunately for Barcelona there, Ter Stegen pushes the ball straight into the on-Russian Slimani. Back heel there from Sergi Roberto. Can Barcelona reinstate their lead? Alex Collado is in here. And lovely bit of manual goalkeeping there by Kilzu. Brings Benaglio across in the AS Monaco goal just to spare their blushes. It was a well-worked ball, really. No one really covering that for AS Monaco, and it leads to a corner.
Yeah, it's that little bit of improvisation from Barcelona. We haven't seen a lot of it, but when it comes to the fore, it's fantastic to watch.
Sergi Roberto then to swing this one in with the right foot. It's going to be an outswinger. Looking for PK. Langley! What a finish! And what a goal from Barcelona! They have scored some absolute thunderbolts so far, and that one might be the pick of the bunch.
Well, we talked about those weapons they have at set pieces, and for once, they've actually managed to use them. It's a PK flick on to a long bicycle kick, which, to be honest, if you had him in the sweepstake of scoring bicycle kicks today, I don't think you had him down as your first one. But that is a superb finish, and it's well worked at the corner as well.
No wonder Leo Messi's going over to the goal scorer. That's the type of goal you'd expect him to be scoring, but have a look at that.
Wow. Top
corner, almost clips the underside of the crossbar. Slimani can't believe it. I'm not sure many can. That is a sensational strike. And it's 3-2. What a game.
And if you're being critical of the AS Monaco goalkeeper, Benaglio, maybe it's hit a little too centrally, but I mean, from that distance out with that amount of power.
Yeah, you can't have a go at Benaglio, can you?
Surely not.
You're a tough man, Harry.
I just like to see greatness. And now we will see if the response comes in from Monaco, because so far they've, they still have about 15 in-game minutes left, Wes. They still have time on the clock. Do they change anything? Do they maybe push an extra body up top? I mean, it's a risky game to play.
Well, that's the thing. It's if you're Monaco, you as Chris alluded to, they're 5 points clear at the moment as this result stands. Do you want to really need, or do you even need to push forward at this point? But if you're Monaco, you're going to be full of pride and not wanting to lose that streak. If you're Barcelona, you've got 13 minutes to really, kind of, it's almost a giant killing in a weird kind of way. In eFootball.Pro stance, this is a bit of a giant killing.
Barcelona now retaining possession. Here is Griezmann in here. The Palmer could be his second goal in a row with Griezmann. Takes it around the keeper! And it's 4-2 to Barcelona. Chairs are flying across the stage. And I'll tell you why, Wes, because we're looking at AS Monaco's undefeated streak in the eFootball.Pro 2020 season coming to an end. It took 5 match days for them to lose a game, but surely now Barcelona have stolen the first win against them.
Well, you talk about momentum shifts, and you talk about the way that this is brought. It's a fantastic ball from Guifera, and the presence for the Palmer to just take a dummy around the keeper. Just take it round and just nudge it to the side, pop it past him. It's brilliant.
You've seen what I've seen, Chris.
I'm a big fan of that challenge, which didn't quite connect with Griezmann. That would have been a red. That's the sort of challenge that I make when I'm desperately hoping.
Sunday League.
That is Sunday League. That finish certainly was not. What a moment. Monaco's first defeat, unless they can pull something extraordinary out of the bag. And I tell you who will be enjoying this one. Juventus and Bayern, who meet later, the chasing pack behind the defending champions.
Well, AS Monaco might be having nightmares about Griezmann, who put in a tremendous goal just moments ago. Lovely back heel from him there as well to find Messi. Could it be 5 for Barcelona? Might they just try and tick down the clock here, Wes?
What I like about this Barcelona performance in the second game, though, they've gone to their roots and they've used those players the way that they should be. They've used the skills, they've used the back heels, they've used the, the quickness that these players have. They've used the better dribblers in their team, and it's coming up dividends for them. It's perfect.
Sergio Roberto wrestling with Barcelona, I think that was, and you can see how this affects the league table. 21 points at the top would be AS Monaco, but Barcelona now with those 3 points creeping up.
And also, I've just looked at it, Juventus and Bayern, if one of those won both of their games, they would go above AS Monaco and be the table toppers after Matchday 5. They meet later on today. That is a huge fixture.
It was already huge in the first instance. Yeah. If results stay this way here, it takes on a whole new meaning, that game.
Junior Firpo then chasing this one to no avail as we are in the dying minutes of this match. What a result from Barcelona. I mean, credit to AS Monaco winning the first match, of course. We cannot forget about that. They might even get a consolation here with Slimane finding almost Gelson Martins, but 5 minutes of added time. What a performance from Barcelona. Yes, they're 4th in the table, but no one really expected them to do as much damage as they have here to AS Monaco, and it could be even worse with Griezmann once again tussling with Marcelin. Here is Busquets cut out, but I think this one's a foregone conclusion. Ticking into the final minute added on. Might Barcelona go for one more? Why not? Here is Collado finding Messi. Charged down though by Monaco, and that will be Monaco's first loss of the season. Their undefeated streak comes to an end. Barcelona 4, AS Monaco 2.
What a comeback and what a start to Matchday 5 of eFootball.Pro. Well, Barcelona were brilliant against Monaco in the opening game. And Barca have hit back. The handshakes at the end, a win apiece, which makes the league table look very, very interesting indeed. Extraordinary there. Both of you said, whether Harry's made his way to the mix zone, we're going to hear from the players very shortly. Both of you said, don't worry about the fact Barcelona aren't scoring. That's just a stat which doesn't really mean anything. They're creating chances because they had the second worst attack before Matchday 5. That continued after they drew a blank in game 1, and then all of a sudden they've gone and scored 4 against an undefeated side.
Yeah, it's just that way. It is, when we looked at the MVP stats for Henriquinho, he'd had 15 shots this season, 11 on target, had only scored 3 goals.
Yeah.
So you look at, it wasn't through a lack of trying that they weren't scoring, but some of the moves they pulled out today. I mean, that particular goal from Lionel Messi, I mean, that's your early contender for goal of the match day. But you can see there it's the, you saw the mentality from Monaco. They were quite relaxed in that first game. Yeah. I think once Barcelona realised that their game plan wasn't quite right in that first game, once they realised they were able to, like I said, return to Barcelona football. It was a Barcelona-like performance. They passed, they moved, they dribbled. The skills they were coming out with, the back heels were being thrown in. they suddenly loosened up, and all of a sudden that's what it got them. It got them a 4-2 victory and 3 points that I think before today nobody really anticipated.
Seeing now, it's all looking so sweet for Monaco yet again at this stage, but Barcelona in the second game had other ideas, but I must remember that Monaco took the lead in the second game as well.
Yeah, and it was that goal there where I feared the worst. I was like, oh, well, here we go again. It was the exact same minute as we can see. But it's it's a brace from Guifera, it's a brace from De Palma, and it completely turned the game on its head, completely.
Is this the moment that it really clicked for Barcelona then, do you think?
Yeah, I think once that second goal went in, once it went to 2-1, I think all of a sudden they realised, hold on a minute, we can actually get some goals here. We can actually do some damage.
But also potentially now looking ahead to matchday 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
They've beaten arguably the best team, or the best team so far in eFootball.Pro, and they've played some Barcelona-esque football as well.
Yeah, and that'll be brilliant confidence going forward. And like we said, it only took a bit of fortune for it flicking off of Messi, and all of a sudden they built into that game. So it'd be great to see what happens for future match days, but it's awesome for today's proceedings.
So there we go, 1 win apiece. Harry's going to be a busy boy today. He's made his way from the commentary chair to the mix zone, and he's currently with the Monaco team, who for the first time have tasted defeat, Harry.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. I am here with AS Monaco. 3 points for them. Lotfi, I'm going to come to you. 3 points. Talk me through those 2 games. I know you guys top of the league, but you can't be happy with dropping that amount of points to Barcelona, surely.
Well, we are not happy, not unhappy. Our target was to win the 6 points. Unfortunately, Barcelona is a good team. So it was, I think, in the first game we played very good. It was not a simple game, but we played our best level, I think. The second was more difficult. So it's 3 points. It's not good, but it's better than 2 points or 1 point. So let's hope to take more points in the next match day, and let's see.
Now, obviously, your undefeated streak comes to an end. I mean, it took 5 match days, which is impressive, but that leaves the door open for either Juventus or Bayern München, if they were able to take 6 points today, to overtake you at the top of the league table. How does that play into your mindset, maybe going into the next match day? Does it disappoint you, or are you still happy to be, towards the top of the table?
The most important will be to be first at the end. For the moment, it's not very important. It's our first lose, so it's the bad point of the day. But it's better to lose one game it's better than 2 draw like the last match day. So yeah, but let's see the next match day. We hope the 6 points.
Speaking of the next match day, you play against Bayern München. Talk to me about how they're playing so far this season. How will you guys approach that game?
Well, like always, we will work for this match day a lot. We have to make better. I think our level is good, but we have to take the 6 points, because if we don't take, we lose some points and we will be not first at the end. So Bayern is a very good team, so we will have to be at our best level in the next match day for take the 6 points.
Lotfi, thank you so much for your time. Chris and Wes, back over to you.
That is a blockbuster game on match day 6, and you'll be able to see it right here. Monaco against Bayern. Pretty calm there, not too concerned. Obviously, you don't ever want to lose a game, particularly if you are undefeated, but seeing the positives, they won the first game, the top of the table still, but certainly some thinking to do now, Wes.
Yeah, definitely, and the way that Monaco are in terms of their personalities, they're quite cool customers to begin with. Nothing really phases them. I've said it before. You'll never know if a Monaco side has lost or it's won. And like I say, they'll be happy with the fact that they're 5 points clear. They would have preferred to have been further ahead, but they will take the lessons from today, and they'll certainly look to it. And looking at the way that they're going to have to build, I mean that tie match day 6 is going to be fascinating to watch.
Certainly is. Kills You now has 4 more goals than anybody else in eFootball.Pro, so he might have lost his unbeaten record, but he's certainly up there with a huge lead now in terms of the top scorer. So we've heard from Monaco. How about Barcelona, who will be a lot happier, Harry, I imagine, than they were at the halfway stage of their fixture with the defending champions?
Yes, thanks, Chris. I'm here with Guifera from FC Barcelona. You must be very happy about those two games. A win. Unfortunately, you lost the first game, but talk me through both of those two games because you are obviously very happy with the 3 points.
Yes, I am very happy with our matches. My teammates were very good matches, and we will continue the training.
Talk to me about how it feels to be the first team to take a win off of AS Monaco so far this season.
We know that Monaco, in our opinion, are the best team, and training a lot in last week, and we are prepared for all teams.
Speaking of all teams, next matchday 6, you play against Celtic FC. How do you feel they've played so far this season, and what do you think about that match day?
Celtic are a very good team. It's most difficult with Celtic when in tournament play with Celtic, and we hope 6 points with Celtic.
Awesome, Guifera. Thank you so much. Congratulations, guys. 3 points against the reigning champions, AS Monaco.
Yeah, and an excellent comeback here in the opening fixture on Matchday 5 of eFootball.Pro. Just at the end there, as we're hearing from Guifera, we scored that exceptional goal that Lionel Messi scored when he had the ball in the penalty area. Typical Messi, and finished. And if Barcelona can somehow bottle that and those types of goal, they could be a real force.
Yeah, and it's like I said, it's allowing your individuals to show that individual skill. You know, sure, we say about how starting 11s and how players are playing, but if you have those kind of mercurial talents, we talk about Messi, and in the real world, Messi is that type of mercurial talent. If you have somebody like the Palmer or have somebody like Guifera, you have players that are technically gifted enough to know when to throw those types of skills in, because that in itself is like a little nuance. Knowing how players play and things like that is great, but knowing when to put a skill in, that is a key part of the game at the moment. And we saw it with Pepe last match day. We've seen it with Messi now. I'm hoping to see more of it going forward, because it's a little bit more risky, and it's something that's a bit more entertainment to go for. And I'm well more of a fan of that than just the the standard just pass it across. I want to see some kind of skill and individual brilliance from these guys.
I think we all do, and I imagine that Lionel Messi's goal you'll probably be seeing on the official PES social media channels in the coming days and weeks, certainly ahead of Matchday 6, and also you can see it on the eFootball.Pro website as well. You saw a glimmer there of the next two teams who are in action. Of course, it is Celtic against Boavista, 8th against 6th. What are you expecting from this fixture?
I'm expecting an interesting tie. I mean, we talked a lot about Boavista and how that they have kind of come to the fore in this tournament, and Celtic seem to be on a little bit of a rebound. They'll have the wind in their sails after their results against Monaco last match day. So it'll be interesting to see how this works out.
It certainly will. The action comes thick and fast here on Matchday 5, because we are almost now ready for Celtic against Boavista, and we can take a look at the two teams who are going to be in action today. For Celtic, Indu Jawa, in Dominator and Hoka. And when it comes to Boavista, it is Barbosa, who's been in excellent goal-scoring form, Joker and Yiu. And we caught up with both teams earlier on. This is what they had to say pre-match.
As they are 3 points ahead of us, we are expecting a very defensive Boavista to be conservative in giving pressure, waiting for us to make mistakes. So we have to be very composed with our build-up, be more clinical in the finishing to get a good result today. 4 or 6 points will be a good step to secure a top 6 spot today. So
this is a very tough league. Today we face the champions of last year regular season. It's going to be good games. They have a lot of possession. They try to control the game, but I think we are going to score some goals at least, and we hope we could win.
Cue a couple of 0-0s for Boavista after that.
What I was going to say. Yeah, literally cursing it right there, I think.
They are, but they have won a lot of fans recently, Boavista, in the PES world, for the way that they've been playing. I mentioned your hobnobbing earlier on when you were upstairs, but very interesting when it comes to Boavista, who actually, I believe, they watched how the team plays over in Portugal, and then they've modelled the way they play with what they've seen. Is that right?
Yeah, it's that level of detail, it's that level of professionalism. They want to know exactly how this team should work and how this team should operate. And that, you know, it's a credit to the club for taking that step to be that invested in this team. And you can see the progression that they've had. Sure, the first week, you know, it was against Nantes, and you know, they got, you know, battered 4-0 in the first game. They came back and won the second, and you know, everyone was, oh, well, you know what, it's just nice for them to be here. But now they're actually developing as they're going forward. You can see the growth in their team, as I'm sure Harry will lead on to.
Yeah, I think if you were to say, if we were coming into Matchday 5 with Boavista having taken 10 points at this stage, I think we would have laughed at you if you'd suggested that. But at this point, it is, you know, miraculous how they somehow, even when they lose the first match as they did in week 1, I mean, you look at Matchday 4 last time out, I mean, they lost 3-2 against Bayern München in a devastating fashion, pretty much self-imploding. They then come back and win 3-1 against a Bayern München team, who we are tipping to be up there at the very top of the table towards the end of the season. So it's quite magical the way that Boavista really have defied all expectations of them, and I expect them to do it here once again.
We shall see. If Celtic win, I'll be coming back to you for that. We'll clip that out and we'll put it up as well. But Matchday 2 is upon us here, and it should be a cracker. It is Celtic against Boavista. Celtic getting better. Boavista currently in 6th place and in one of the knockout stage positions. What will happen?
Welcome guys, shake hands.
Plenty of smiles pre-match, no surprise, and I think we should talk a bit more about Boavista, because a lot of the guys here know each other very, very well, but perhaps a bit of a surprise even amongst the players how well Boavista have done. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I think if you were, you know, if you were from an outsider looking when the first, you know, the 3 guys were named as a lineup, I think a lot of people would have had raised question marks as to, oh, okay, so, you know, what have they done in the game type of questions. But they're certainly proving and have proved week on week that they deserve to be here purely on merit and the way that they are, you know, they're playing and bringing themselves forward. As you know, we can see how their game plan is evolving almost. You know, we see now they're taking a 4-3-3 approach, whereas, you know, last couple of match days we've seen a 5 at the back, and Celtic seem to be reverting to their own type in terms of their own formation, which they're honing this 5 at the back kind of mentality.
I was just going to say, Harry, can you tell me what formation that is? Because I have absolutely no idea.
It's a curious one, isn't it? It's almost like a 5 at the back, but with 2 up top somehow. I want to say a 5-3-2 if I was going to really put some numbers to it, but it's one that Celtic used last week very, very well. Last match day, I should say, against AS Monaco, who, you know, at that point were undefeated, as we just saw have suffered their first loss of the season. But take nothing away from Celtic in those 2 matches. I mean, having to come back from behind, against a team like AS Monaco is not easy to do. So Boavista, last match day when I interviewed them, I think Barbosa said that their season starts now. They've got all the tough teams out the way. They can now start to really pick up some serious points. We'll see if they can do it here against Celtic.
8 of their 13 goals he has scored. Joint 2nd top scorer. Everyone's now miles behind Killsy because of what he did earlier against Barcelona, but that is an extraordinary percentage of Boavista's goals for one player to have scored.
Yeah, he is the man. He is the man for Boavista in terms of in front of goal. You know, and there's not a lot really more you can say about it. If you're a viewer at home, you're keeping your eyes on Barbosa's cursor to see exactly where he is on this pitch, because you know, judging from historically, is that's where the goals are going to come from.
For Celtic, Indominators had the most successful passes already had coming in to match day 5, so expect to see him on the ball a lot, I would imagine, if things go the way they have so far. Harry.
Yeah, and some of the complexion of this Celtic FC lineup, we expected early on within the first 3 or so match days for Horcha to really be the defensive captain, so to speak, really in charge of the back line, making sure everything in midfield is solid as well, and just allow the twin brothers Jos and Jan Sonneveld Dominator and Indajawa really to take the lead in the attacking sense. But that's been far from it, really. The two twin brothers have been top of the assist category, and Horta has been the one to really finish the goals. He's their leading goal scorer by 5. So again, both teams really defying expectations. We are expecting Celtic to line up this way, that way. They've done it completely differently, and the results we've expected from Boavista have been completely out of the blue as well.
Here we go. Can they spring another surprise in eFootball.Pro? It's Boavista to get us underway, Harry, as they take on Celtic in their change strip.
So then, can Boavista shock us once again? Can they continue to produce results? A arguably easier fare than in recent weeks here against Celtic FC, who are in the lower half of the table, but as of late have started to pick up results which they've really needed to get themselves back into the hunt of those top 6 places. Here is El Unici looking for Lee Griffiths through, and early on Celtic with the first real threatening attack, I suppose you could say, but cut out early by Boavista. And we'll have to see, Wes, if the Panthers changed 4 at the back might help them here in the attacking sense, as well as they hoof it clear.
Well, you can certainly see that they're trying to be a little bit more pressing. They're clearly not allowing, or trying to allow, Celtic this room to breathe as Forrest gets in. Deflected into the arms of the goalkeeper. And you can see that, Celtic are still happy playing the way that they are. They're happy with not necessarily having the ball. But I think the way that, Boavista are trying to do is they're trying to really push the issue, and I think we'll see what happens here. It's going to be interesting to see how Celtic kind of respond to that type of pressure.
One back there, very, very dangerous game to be playing in your own half of Celtic FC, but we're able to get it clear. Here is Mbombo, able to play it inside, and Celtic sticking with their 5 at the back. We'll have to see if that works out for them. Here is Griffiths with a drag back that we saw Messi use so well. Unable to use it to the same effect, but nice to see some skill, some flair coming out from Celtic against Boavista. And I spoke about, Barbosa maybe saying this is an easier game than they've had in previous weeks. Celtic, I think, will be thinking much the same. I mean, Boavista certainly not tipped as one of the big clubs that Celtic have had to play so far in eFootball.Pro in recent weeks, so we'll see if it happens here again. Tavares with a venomous shot forces a corner. It's a really shot out of nothing, but forcing a corner. We've seen corners so far today be quite prevalent. We'll see if it happens here again.
It'll be interesting to see how they line up at this corner. They do have options. They do have weapons. It's whether they can get past that first man, because as we can see there, El Yunusi comes to try and block that ball in. Doesn't block it, but Ayer will get it clear.
Pressure on though, as El Hamid actually does well to muscle the man off the ball, and now a potential to counter for the Scottish club, I should say. Not going to materialise in this one though. Here is Griffiths, tackled by Neris there, and now Boavista can maybe come forward. Here is Ng. Could be a 50-50 here with El Unici. Ng wins it out and has Cassiano and Tavares to aim for. Good covering though, and one thing I do like about the 5 at the back that Celtic employed and are employing here against Boavista is that, yes, you have 3 centre-backs, but you have 3 players controlling them as well, so you essentially have a centre-back each. Tavares, though, can't find a target in the middle of the box, so it will be another corner, but it's a good game plan, and it's one that I'm really surprised to see Boavista stray from. We'll have to see if they have defensive frailties due to the fact there isn't a player each at the back for them to control, as Horta is able to block the incoming corner. Spread out wide now to Cassiano, but that is a risky pass back. And now Celtic have a chance to come forward with Jam. Safely back down to Aya.
Yeah, the interesting thing about when that ball goes in, where that ball's being contained at the back there, you can see that the Boavista are immediately trying to press it, as you see there, Bayo.
He's taking it around the keeper, and it's the first goal for Celtic FC. I believe it's Indajawa, the goal scorer. Again, we will get confirmation, but great work by Bayo to take that extra touch around the on-rushing keeper, and Boavista, as they've had to do time and time again in previous match days, to come from behind here early on.
Type of celebration only your brother could do as well.
Taps him on the face.
Taps him on the face. Could I not just have a fist pump, please? That is an excellent finish, though. Celtic only one win so far this year, but they have been getting better and better and better, as we've discussed, and now they have the advantage against Boavista. That's a terrific finish.
Here's Bayo. Again, when you are holding triangle to bring that keeper closer to the ball, to rush him out, it always allows you to, if you have the presence of mind and the patience, the confidence to take it round the keeper, that's always on for you. Actually a dominator, so maybe Indejawa their turn provider, but his twin brother sticks it home, and it's nice to see the team captain for Celtic FC get on the score sheet. Here he is again with Bayo. El Unisi looking for the 1-2, can't quite complete it. Pressure though on momentarily for Boavista, and you could argue that straying away from that 5 at the back might have led to some defensive frailties, but here they come forward here with Cassiano. It is Barbosa through, forces the save, and now another corner for Boavista. They've had 3 corners so far early on in the first half, but nothing really to show for them.
Half wondered if they were going to get a penalty there, but not quite. Got shot away. That's a pretty good save, Wes.
Yeah, they were holding fast to see whether there was a manual keeper going to be used there, but like you said, if you hold out long enough, you may get a challenge from an opponent, and it will lead to a penalty.
Tavares for Delanto, but a tussle with Julien in the box will allow the pressure to be relieved for Celtic FC so far. 10 minutes to the half. Boavista still have a lot of pairs to play here, so we might not see a knee-jerk reaction straight away to the goal they conceded early on, but so far Celtic FC have looked pretty good for their lead. Lovely switch there to Al-Hamid to really use the full width of the pitch. And Sham now finds El Unisi, who has been really solid in the midfield, and Sham finds Forrest. That first touch though a little bit wayward, allowed the pressure to come in from the Boavista defence, and now what can they do with it? Nothing for now, but G is able to win the 50-50. Idris again, just a little bit of a sloppy first touch, allows Bayo to reclaim the ball. That's a ball looking for Jamie Forrest there, through pass, not finding his man, but sustained pressure here for Celtic. El Unisi has Bayo in support, looking for Griffiths. What a ball, what a goal! This time it is Indejawa to score the goal. What a pass it was though to find him, and now Celtic FC finding gaps at the back. Boavista, they are leaking goals.
What was interesting about that goal, all I was watching was the runner going nearest the picture. Didn't even see the pass that was on, and I made that point in relation to Celtic before. They sometimes see passes that nobody else sees. If you look here, I was more focused on
I think it's Griffiths.
You can see there. I know it was El Unisi, and I can see El Unisi, and I was like, "Where's that ball? Oh, it's in. It's gone in the back of the net." And it's incredible ball into the box.
That's why you're here and they're there.
Exactly. That's it. That's it.
That's why we're all here and they're all up there. But that was terrific. Slick from Celtic, and Lee Griffiths provided the finish and then immediately turned around and pointed to the pass.
It was absolutely, it was wonderful. It was a run from deep from Griffiths, and Indejawa did so well to, as soon as he saw that gap in between the 2 centre halves, sprinted into that space, and it's his 4th goal of the season, chasing his twin brother in the famous green and white hoops of Celtic FC. Could there be a third before the half as we enter time added on? Here is Mbombo, and Celtic look devastatingly good every time they come forward. El Unisi finds almost Mbombo. That was another clinical pass, but that will be the last action, I should say, of the first half, and Celtic FC are 2-0 to the good.
I mean, looking at the way that Celtic have started off this game, essentially Boavista did their team talk for them last week. As soon as they turned around and went, "Oh, our season starts now." Your season starts now, and you're 2-0 down against Celtic.
Very good point. I wonder if the Celtic boys knew that. They're probably just in earshot, so they might do now. But Celtic joint bottom. We mentioned that slow start, having reached the final, of course, last year, but really now hitting their straps, and this result would move them off bottom. And who knows if they then won the second game against Boavista today. It's so tight. that they'd almost be in the top 6 positions, I think.
It would really throw a spanner in the works when you look at the teams contending for one of those top 6 spots come the end of the season. I mean, the likes of Arsenal, who play later today, again in the bottom half of the table. Manchester United, who have hit a dip in form, go up against FC Nantes, who are also sniffing around the top 6. So it really is just talent galore here in the eFootball.Pro. And I think Boavista here, where they're going to be making some changes, because so far they're not happy with their tactics.
Yeah, well, you can see there they're pushing their defensive line forward, so they're trying to put more pressure on the Celtic's possession. But you've got to do this early, and you've got to get a goal very quickly in the second half, just to get the frighteners into Celtic.
We speak a lot about in-game communication. Many of the teams have players sometimes with at least 2 different languages. I think Nantes have 2 Serbian players and a French player. Shouldn't be a problem for Boavista, given all 3 of their players are Portuguese, and these are important decisions to make as a team.
Very, yeah. But these are these are the times where really having 3 nationalities or 3 players of all the same nationality really helps out. Obviously, you have the 2 Dutchmen and the Spaniard on the Celtic side, which means they have to communicate, I assume, in English. Certainly would give Boavista the advantage over their opponents here, but I mean, the on-pitch advantage so far has been certainly with the Scottish club. As we kick off the second half here, the Panthers have some work cut out for them here if they want to salvage any points. Referee will pull this one back for a foul on a Boavista man, but signs of intent, I suppose you could say, here early on in the second half of Boavista, as they look to attack the Celtic goal from right to left.
Yeah, well, the key stat just popped up top left-hand corner there. 65% possession. Look at the pass completion as well. 87% for Celtic. They've just, whenever they get the ball, they're just very useful with it. You know, there's no wasted economy in their ball retention.
Just a pass there, shoehorned, looking for Tavares. It's going to put the pressure on Celtic though. Aya with a bit of miscontrol might have just opened the door slightly there for a Boavista attacker, but look at this, they're ramming the ball down the throats of Celtic FC, really trying to play a lot more direct so far in this second half. We'll see if that will help them out when it comes in to play in terms of attacking phases. Here is El Hamid.
Keeping the ball really well here, Celtic. Boavista don't have it, they won't be able to score and get back in the game.
Certainly not a club to panic. Things aren't going their way. El Unisi now. Spreads it out wide. Has Forrest in support, and he will use him against Neris, and he's done well there to beat his man. Again, very patient from Celtic, looking for the killer pass. Griffiths to Bayo! What a wonderful team goal from Celtic FC. I think it's a dominator once again with the finish with Bayo, and 3-0 Celtic. Boavista have stuff to do here.
Well, if we look at teams in years gone by in terms of their co-op names, Indominate Inter used to be part of Total Football. That summed up in a nutshell. That was superb play to find that inside ball, to find the right ball back, and Bayo's finish from there. It's not academic. Those shots can very easily find the other side of the post and be flying wide.
We just saw the end of that move. Lee Griffiths with the pullback, Bayo with the finish, but that passing move was going on, I think, for a good 5-10 minutes of game time. That was an extraordinary move.
Yeah, I'd like to see a pass counter on that.
Yeah, so would I.
If there's one there, because
if there's such a thing,
the ball went back to the goalkeeper. It then made its way around the back line. It was sublime.
Jorge, it was the Spaniard in the end to fire home the 3rd goal for Celtic FC. So, I mean, all 3 players getting on the score sheet here. Really commendable, their team play. And defensively, they've looked pretty solid as well. I mean, Boavista struggling to break them down. Here is Bayo.
We queued up Boavista not scoring, didn't we? In the very last bit of interview, when they said we're definitely going to score today.
Could they have cursed themselves? Bit of a mix-up there. They just look a little bit flustered when they come forward into the final third. That's a risky one from Celtic, but it does the business, gets the ball out of the danger area, and wow, they might be able to turn this into an attack here as well, as Bayo there just waiting for the run of El Unisi. Again though, as soon as Boavista get the ball back, they're forcing it a little bit too much. Here is Bayo here once again, has Griffiths in support, but just wrestled off the ball in the penalty area. Clearance by Barbosa in the end, and they really need him to step up pretty soon if they want to salvage a result out of this. Here is Cassiano, but 5 at the back for Celtic FC so far. It has been a absolute diamond in the rough tactic, and it's helped them be squeaky clean defensively so far. Here is Tavares looking for Ng. Just wrestled off the ball and adjudged to be a foul there on the Celtic man, so it will be a free kick to Celtic FC. Once again, danger reverted.
Yeah, and how you know, this ball just keeps finding its way back to Celtic. It's almost like it's magnetised. Yeah, every time that Boavista look like they're trying to get somewhere into the game, there's a block or there's a challenge, or and the ball just again we talked about it a lot with how Monaco, the way to stop Monaco playing. If you don't have the ball, you can't do damage, and I think it's perfectly summed up by what's been happening with Celtic here. They've kept the ball and they've retained it, and they've been able to do some really good stuff with it.
And I think we might have seen really essentially the catalyst that Celtic FC have been missing really in their attack in Facundo Bayo. He really has been almost like a Slimani type player for Celtic FC. They've really fed off his attacks, Wes, and they've looked squeaky clean coming forward.
Yeah, I mean, you look there. I mean, how often do you see 64% possession with 15 minutes to go in a game of eFootball PES? It's very, very rare indeed.
Chance that they might pick up the biggest win, I think, in eFootball.Pro 2020 if they were to get another goal or another couple of goals. This is gone against the very recent form book, but that's why we love this competition.
Stojelkovic to come on for Boavista, and he's a man that's often been starting for them in previous weeks, and this is a risky passage of play for Celtic FC. A goal imminently for Boavista would just open the door slightly for them, but Celtic FC survive for now. Jamie Forrest, that's a bit of a wayward one though.
Where's question for you now? 3-0. It will take a miraculous comeback to pick up anything. Are Boavista starting now maybe to test out some tactics for the return fixture in a few minutes' time?
If it were me, I would start to look at it. I mean, granted, the issue with it though is that you'd be doing it with a bunch of tired players, so you wouldn't really know what works and what doesn't. But if you're looking for a general, looking to sort out the frame of your team, they may revert to type and they may go back to that 5 at the back.
Oh, lovely switch that is. Absolutely tremendous. Looking to find El Unisi, but tired legs coming in, Wes, and they are able to again be gifted possession by Boavista. They have not looked the same Portuguese outfit as we've seen before. Eduard looking for Griffiths. Actually, Forrest charging onto it. Could have been 4, maybe should have been, but for some tremendous goalkeeping. And Boavista, every time they get the ball, they're just handing it on a plate back to the Scottish club. And Celtic FC, it might be a rare 3 points for them, dare I say, with 84 minutes gone, 3-0. Surely this one's gone.
Well, this is the first time in my memory this season as Forrest goes through.
Forrest is in. Chasing down though by Lucas.
It's the first time in my memory that their possession game has yielded this type of result.
Eduard has Forrest in support, but again, Lucas there covering this.
Because they haven't really converted those chances. We saw from the goal stats, from everybody, they've not really scored that many goals, Celtic. But first time that their possession game has really yielded these types of benefits.
Stojelkovic finds Mateus, but again, just uninventive for Boavista. Celtic FC will be picking up the 3 points here. I think the question at this point is just by how many goals. Forrest making a late run in behind here. Eduard in support. Can he find him? Ball played in. There's a man charging in at the far post, but charged down by Fabiano. So this surely will be the last kick of the match. Benyu to swing in and out swinger. Celtic at this point, all smiles on the stage. Can they get 4? Will be another corner. Blocked by Joker in the end. Looks like they are going for the in-swinger. Just charged down once again.
This game won't finish.
Into the 3rd minute of 2 added on. They're going to go for the outswinger this time. Eduard with the acrobatics. Can Benyu fire in? A last-minute pass. Bauer charged down by Delanto in the end, and that will be the final kick of the match. And am I seeing Fraser Forster there at the halfway line for Celtic.
Yep, why not go for the fourth? So
Ambitious.
match 2 is over. Celtic 3, Boavista 0. We talked about a tight league table. Celtic were bottom of the pile. They are now 6th and in the final knockout stage place. That's how tight it is, and that's how big that victory is for the Hoops.
We've been talking previous match days on and on about how the games are running out for Celtic FC. It seems like last week's result against AS Monaco has been a turning point in their season. You know, at that point, no one really had figured out how to stop AS Monaco other than the team they're playing now, Boavista. And even then, they only got a draw. So 2 points against an AS Monaco team who were on fire really seems to have galvanised this Celtic FC squad.
Yeah, 100%. And you can see that the confidence in which they're playing with. They're no longer afraid to pass the ball into spots. They appear to have gone away, have looked at the way that they play, and have trained enough that they actually know where those runs are going to be now. There doesn't seem to be so much of a, well, we'll just play a pass there and we'll hope it gets there. It's like, actually, I know that a player's going to be there to receive that ball.
Which we saw with this goal, which Griffiths finished off, but it was a fabulous through ball. If Celtic were to win again against Boavista in a couple of minutes' time, they would move to within 2 points of Barcelona in 4th.
What a turnaround that would be. Obviously, a lot of PES still to play, and we've seen Boavista in previous match days, Chris, really make the adjustments necessary. And it's a term I use often in the commentary in eFootball.Pro. You know, making those adjustments and figuring out your opposition. The beauty of playing 2 games back to back is that, as you alluded to towards the end of the first game, you start to think about the second game. You start to analyse your opponent, and the more time that you play against them, the more time you get to figure out their weaknesses. And for me, it's intriguing to see Boavista not employ the same tactics that gave them such confidence going into, you know, matches against potentially stronger opponents.
And more importantly, when you look at how they're setting up again, they're setting up in a very similar vein to how they set up in the first game. So clearly they think it was just a case of, well, we just didn't play very well, the tactic's fine, and they've not really reverted to type, which is an interesting choice.
If it doesn't work again, I'm looking forward to Harry asking the difficult question in the mix zone. You going to take it on?
I might. I'm not sure Barbosa will be too happy with how his team have played so far in this match. But again, a lot of PES still to be played, Wes.
Yeah, and you know, we spoke about the kind of the dynamics for each fixture, how every fixture has a little bit of narrative today. This one is perfect because it is a 12-pointer. You know, with Celtic winning that first game, they've now leapfrogged Boavista, and Boavista now find themselves out of that. They need to find a response.
Game 1 today, we saw Monaco beat Barcelona, and Barcelona hit back with a superb second performance. Can Boavista do so here in Game 2 of Matchday 5 of eFootball.Pro? It is Celtic against Boavista, and all of a sudden, last season's beaten finalists look like the team we saw in 2019 as they potentially can consolidate the top 6 position in the table.
They are right back in the mix, and no doubt that's something that Captain and Dominator would have been telling his boys, you know, coming into today. We have a chance to really propel ourselves up the table. They will be attacking from left to right again as Panteras or Boavista FC will be attacking from right to left. And it's difficult to say, really. I mean, when you look at who's sitting at number 3 right now in the goals table, Barbosa really has been kept quiet by Celtic FC so far. Do you think he is the man that Boavista need to be getting in those sort of crucial situations to springboard them back into this game?
Yeah, I think so. I think the first thing that Boavista needs to do is retain the ball. Their possession retention has not been what it has been in previous match days. It's not been there. Whether that's the fact of the tactic being different, whether it's the fact of, you know, maybe they saw this as a gimme result and they've kind of taken their foot off the pedal. But at the moment, you know, a team against like Celtic, the way that they play their games, you know, you need to keep hold of that ball.
Possession style of Celtic FC has been suffocating the Portuguese outfit so far, and we'll have to see if the adjustments that have been made really help them counteract. And you can see so far, 10 minutes into this game, not a single pass completed for Boavista FC, 0% pass completion. Celtic have played this one perfectly so far. We'll see if their possession gameplay can yield the same results as it did in the first game. Griffiths looking for El Unisi at the back post, but good defensive work there by Barbosa will clear it up the pitch. But again, no outlet here for Boavista.
Yeah, I think every attempted pass they've had, bar the one that's about to happen here, has been a clearance.
Tavares running down the right, has men in support, finds Paulinho and G. The referee's brought it back for a free kick here on the edge of the box. So a chance for Boavista maybe to conjure something up from this. It's just outside the D.
First free kick like this we've seen today.
Will he play it short? It's Paulinho standing over it. He hits it straight at the goal, and I tell you what, if that wasn't blocked, Fraser Forster was cheating to his right post.
See there, Julien had moved himself into the wall to extend it, and that was the player that it hit. It's a very good piece of defending.
Paulinho with the outswinger, looking for a G, straight into the arms of Forster though. And it's interesting to see these two clubs really play the game out so far, but that's a wonderful touch there. Now has El Hamid in. Here is Bayo in support, but unfortunately Lucas, controlled by captain Barbosa, has been splendid so far, as he was in the later stages of the first game. It's interesting to see these two clubs play out the result that it has so far in game one, when you consider Boavista really haven't had any departures in the winter transfer window. Celtic FC, of course, losing Scott Sinclair was, in previous match days featured as a late game substitute, so you would argue on that respect maybe Boavista had the advantage coming in, but it's been one-way traffic so far. Forrest, look at the Unisi, wonderful late run again from deep. It's the Sonneveld brothers really being daring and confident in their late runs. Lovely switch out to El Hamid. El Unisi now. Back to him. Griffiths there, providing some support as well. Lovely triangles. Finally finds Griffiths, has Bayo through, and that is another wonderful goal by Celtic FC. The patience, the recycling, everything was on point, and they gain the lead here in the second game. Absolutely wonderful.
It's that concentration. It was that will of just, okay, first run doesn't work, where you say, oh, it's a great running by late running. Doesn't work the first time. Okay, we'll recycle the ball, we'll take it out, we'll try and do something different. And lo and behold, this, again, was just the right pass they needed. And it was a cracking ball in from Griffiths, and Bayo's there to sweep it in. It's superb play once again from Celtic, who have really come back to the party.
It's total football once again. We mentioned it in game one against Boavista, and they've sliced through the Portuguese defence. No wonder they are celebrating. Celtic are hitting their straps all right in this season of eFootball.Pro. And what do Boavista do now?
It's the type of goal that we would see from the likes of Juventus, Bayern München. And it's the goal scorer Horcha popping up once again. The Spaniard flanked by the two Dutchmen. Really finding his feet in the eFootball.Pro season. Obviously a debutant this year. Can Boavista conjure up a piece of magic to really set them alight so far? But they've just been, a little bit lackluster for me. Not been as well oiled, and they seem to be very hesitant to pull the trigger. Now is a chance to do that, but two Celtic men again pressuring the ball early, whereas they've just been lackluster and have been almost afraid to pull the trigger.
Well, that five at the back that Celtic are employing, it's working, and it's doing the exact job it needs to do. It's disrupting a pattern of play that Boavista have. As we say that, Cassiano trying to break through, but again, it breaks down at the vital moments. The Celtic are getting bodies in the way, they're getting the right bodies around the place, and ultimately they're dragging Boavista into a Celtic game. But Boavista are not really able to establish their rhythm and play the way that we know they can.
80% possession, and one of the finest team goals I think we will see in the eFootball.Pro season to show for it as well. 37 minutes gone here in this first half of play. Crunching tackle, and it's like you said, where Celtic really dragging Boavista down into that sort of rugged gameplay that we've seen from them in previous match days. El Unisi, first time pass. Bayo finds Forrest and he's in here as well. Manual goalkeeping, covered the near post, and anything on target there at the far post, that would have been Celtic doubling their lead.
Yeah, that would have been it. That would have been completely. And he does have a man over. If he could have got a ball squared to Griffiths, he just got past the last defender. But again, when you're in that environment, you get a little bit of tunnel vision and you just try and seal it. Especially when a goalkeeper goes so far the other way, it leaves you, you know, an open gap. You see your name up in lights almost.
I wonder if we'll be talking about that moment come the end of this 90 minutes. But these through balls from Celtic have been unstoppable so far in now a game and a half.
Forrest finds El Unisi, Griffiths goes for goal. Too far past the post once again, but Celtic, they might come to rue that opportunity. Not the one we've just seen here on the replay, but the one previous, as you said, with a man across. I mean, Helton Leitchi in the Boavista goal, just left at sea. Boavista, so far, they have not looked the team that we've seen in previous weeks, and it's almost a shame to say that we're almost disappointed by their gameplay, because they have played so well in previous weeks. We almost expect them to step up to the plate in these types of matches. Last few kicks of the half now. Celtic chase to double their lead. Here is Mbumbo. Tackled late, but the referee says play on. Paulinho with the interception, and that will do it here for the first half here of game number 2. Celtic FC once again entering the half with the lead. 80% possession rate.
80% of the ball.
Now, for you guys who may not necessarily...
That's barely a touch for Boavista.
Yeah, I was going to say, for you guys at home who may, you know, be looking at playing, you know, eFootball PES, and for you guys in the studio, that is unheard of, especially in a co-op environment. That's hard enough to do when you're playing 1v1, let alone when you've got 3 players that are controlling it.
Take a look at the left-hand side. They're just admiring their handiwork in terms of where the attacks are coming from. And
it's unbelievable.
That really is complete domination. We talk about total football. That was total domination. Celtic, as things stand, I had to go. I left our studio position to go and get my notes, because I've left them in my bag round the corner, because I wanted to get a copy of the league table before Matchday 5, just to prove to myself that it was correct. Celtic were joint bottom, one of 3 clubs on 7 points. They are now 5th and 2 points behind Barcelona in 4th as things stand. The only good thing I guess we can say from Boavista's point of view is, despite that, only 20% of the ball, it is only 1-0.
Only 1-0, and I do like what they're doing here. They're making many more tweaks, I should say, to be grammatically correct. In terms
wholesale
of
changes, basically.
Essentially, not only using their fullbacks as attackers now, but also throwing that extra man up front might just give them the extra body they need. But so far, Wes, they've just been way too hesitant in terms of their attacks. I'm not sure if an extra body in the mix might help settle their nerves.
Well, I think it's just a case of ball retention. We've seen from that stat there, 20% possession. You've hardly had the ball. You need to get your foot on the ball, you know, and you need to kind of just get yourself back amongst it. Don't try and do anything too fancy. You don't need to be too technical. Just get the ball to feet and just get yourself back into the game. At the moment, this Celtic attack is imperious at this point. It's you know, and you know, I've been the first person to be critical of Celtic in match days gone by about, you know, you only have possession and it's only 1-0, or you know, you get 1 goal and that's it. But they've added goals to it now, and this is a completely different beast.
Griffiths then down this right-hand side. He has been, to use the term that you just coined, imperious down the right-hand side. He's been a real thorn in the side of Boavista. Here he is on the ball once again. Can't quite get through the high press at the moment of Boavista, and the pressing is rewarded with a turnover in possession. Here is Idris. Up to Tavares. Celtic defenders claiming offside. Linesman's not having any of it. A little bit better though there. Looking for the ball into Tavares, and they will retain possession here as well. Cassiano swung in, looking for Tavares. Cleared by Horcher, and unfortunately it's going to be Celtic once again intercepting, but this is better from Boavista. You don't want to allow Celtic to play their counter-attacking, or excuse me, their possession play. Counter-attacking, we've seen from previous weeks, they've not been as dangerous as some other teams, and if you force them to play out from the back, as they just have, that's where things get a little bit scrappy, and maybe that's where Boavista get back into this one. And Cham wrestled by two Boavista midfielders. Has a man over on his left. Instead, goes to his right to Ng. Cleared once again by Indominator.
You can sense a shift in momentum though, can't you? Whether it's a totally different second half, and Celtic are being asked some questions. Tavares is in here. And Neris does equalise. Boavista needed that. Big celebration, big goal.
Yeah, it's huge, and you can sense from the change they made at the break, from making themselves more compact and for pushing the forward lineup. And like we said, and as Harry alluded to, if you put an extra body in there, is that going to make your attacking play better? And they're giving Celtic something more to think about. Celtic had got into that rhythm, and now they've got something else to think about. Granted, it's a lucky touch there, but again, the awareness there, again, good manual goalkeeping. Again, do you go to manual goalkeeping in that environment? I don't think you do. And to be fair, if you're a defender there, you've got to be clearing your lines.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate there. It's an unfortunate goal to concede if you are Celtic FC. Obviously means the world to Boavista, and they're right back in this tie, which is good to see. We never want to see a one-sided affair, but
they have the best celebrations, don't they?
Oh, they really do. You'll hear it.
We'll hear it. And
across the street, across the country. You could probably hear it back in Portugal.
By the end of this competition in 2020, there's going to be one heck of a compilation of Boavista's celebrations.
That's something I think we definitely need for the end of the season. I would like to see a little content piece just of the screams from Yiu and Barbosa.
We may well have. And you can see all of those on the official PES social media channels and on the eFootball.Pro website. And the games aren't happening in midweek. If you need your fix of PES action, 1-1 then. 30 minutes left.
How will Celtic respond? Now they have gone, well, I'd say gone behind, but suffered the equaliser. Edouard has Griffiths again in support. Tackled in the end by a Boavista man, and confirmation there on the goal scorer. 4 goals and 4 assists for that man. So good to see. Just as Boavista looked threatening once again on the counter, hacked down by the Celtic player, and Julian will go into the book. It is now a chance for Boavista to lump this one forward, looking for Tavares. Oh, it's knocked down to Mateus, and it's a second goal for Boavista FC. Just 2 minutes ago, they were down 1-0. And all of a sudden, as they always do in the second game, they have come back, and it's now 2-1.
Well, no sooner did we say, or no sooner did I allude to at commentary going, do you know what, they've added goals to this possession. All of a sudden, it's took a tactical switch from Boavista, and now the game is vastly different. And it's one long punt into the box. It's a bit of a poor clearance, but it's a great finish from Mateus.
That is a belting goal. 2-1 to the Portuguese side, and not for the first time today. We've seen a long ball from around the halfway point. One header, one in the box, but look at that. He had 2 Boavista players on the line, which he almost hit, but he beat Fraser Forster.
I was going to say, there's a question mark there for whether one was interfering with play or not. Slightly controversial there, but...
Do you know what? I think if Fraser Forster had have run into one of the players, he probably would have got the foul, but he tried to stop it. Now Celtic are going to do a bit of a tweak. What a game this has been.
Changing from a 5 at the back now, Celtic adding that extra man into the midfield. I mean, credit to Boavista. They really have shown up once again to the biggest stage, and although they went down by a considerable margin in that first game, never flustered, never ever get too down on themselves, and they find themselves in the perfect position now.
We've seen in history repeating ourselves so far. In fixture 1, Monaco beat Barca and then 1-0 up, and then ultimately lost, and it finished a victory apiece. And now we're seeing the same. Celtic having beaten Boavista, then leading them in the second game. Boavista have come back to lead.
Yeah, I think it's resiliency really from the losing side of the first game. They have to, you know, like we said, you have to mentally reset, and it's that man again, Barbosa, now on 9 goals for the season.
Look at that, 1 assist as well.
Yeah.
Just give him the ball.
Yeah, just give him the ball. But the way that these guys are working, and I made this point, you know, quite a few times, is that Boavista don't really have star players. They just have the sum of their parts. They're very industrious with the ball. They do try and get it through.
Cassiano is in here as well. Oh, is Mateus in again? Double save from Forster, not the triple though. And I tell you what, it's Barbosa again now up to 10 goals with the third for Boavista. And Celtic FC have been shell-shocked in this second half. They couldn't find the third save from Fraser Forster. And if you're Celtic, you're saying it's unlucky, but Boavista, they've taken every opportunity.
Yeah, they've worked really hard for this, and it goes back to points that we made in previous match days. We talked about how kind of proud some of these teams are of their tactics, that they won't make a change, they won't make a a tactical switch, they won't change their personnel. Boavista at half-time were 1-0 down. They thought, right, we've not been in this game, we'll go and we'll make changes, and it's paid absolute dividends here.
It certainly has. You know what? I'm not sure Celtic can really have anything to complain about, can they? Actually, Forster's bailed them out twice.
Yeah,
and ultimately, you could see with their faces there, what a comeback.
Yeah, you not only saw that from Horcha, I mean, just wondering what else he can do after the double save. Unfortunately for them, Fraser Forster, just spilling it back into the danger area. But if you actually watch that goal back, Barbosa never left his player, never switched. And we can now maybe take a listen to what some of the players are saying as we resume action in the second half. And
Celtic were, if you're just joining us, so dominant in the first 45 of this fixture. Through balls galore, had great chances to go 2-0 up.
Here is Griffiths, finds Forrest almost, but cut out in the end. But you're right, Chris, they were, up 1-0 coming into this second half, and after winning in dominant fashion in the first game.
20% of the ball in the first period, Boavista, and now they're winning 3-1.
Celtic now, though, will have a free kick on the edge. A goal here would certainly tee us up for an interesting final period. Edouard wide open. Leitchi, though, with a tremendous save, and I believe it's the captain Barbosa with the manual goalkeeping. Not only has he got 2 goals, he's also potentially got a match-winning save.
It was a terrific, quickly taken free kick straight off the training ground, I imagine, was it?
Yeah, you have options at free kicks, that being one of them. If you work it properly, you can leave yourself with a very easy opportunity at goal.
Bombo, surely Benyu's offside here. Linesman agrees as he returns back from the corner. But, one more goal from Barbosa in this match, and we will be awarding a match ball, something that only one other player in the league so far has been able to do, and that's Lo Scandalo of Juventus.
He's got kills you now. Well, in his mirror, those two. It looks like a long way to go, of course, but right now, a two-way fight to win the Golden Boot, the top scorer award at the end of the season.
El Unici. The build-up from Celtic so far in this second half has been much, much more sloppy than it has in the first 3 halves, I suppose you could say, of this two-legged affair. Here is Edouard, can't quite turn on the ball, and now a chance for Boavista to break in numbers. Crunching tackle, wins the ball. Back and forth. Bueno, though.
The referee certainly seems to like a challenge with some of those that he's let go, but it's certainly aided the flow of this game.
He's happy to let them play. Mateus closing down. Here is Ayer on the ball for Celtic FC, and Bumbo. Celtic need a goal, sharpish, and that's what they're going for. Edouard! Well. 3 game minutes left for Celtic FC to get an equaliser. What a goal that was. They knew it needed to come soon. They fired it in. And that sets us up for a very, very interesting final few moments.
Well, the interesting part is, do Boavista go and try and play professionally here? Whereas, if we remember what happened last match day with one of the most strangest own goals I've ever seen, do you risk trying to play it back to your goalkeeper when that type of thing has happened before?
And you may remember that came in the 96th minute, I think.
No, that...
sorry, that was a different goal, but we have seen a goal as late as the 96th minute, so...
Can happen in PES.
Boavista do look like they might just try and keep possession, but here is Mateus.
It's Horcha with another goal.
He's chasing the goal-scoring charts himself there.
He really is. He's up into the top 5 now with that, his 8th of the season. Cassiano surely will hold this one in the corner. Beats his man. Looks for Tavares, I think that was. Last-ditch tackle wins the ball. Bueno. not where the ball needs to be here for Celtic FC. They will maybe get one last bite of the cherry. Needs to get up the pitch fairly sharpish. Aya, long ball looking for Forest, and that's a nice switch of the play really, but ball needs to go into the final third for the referee to allow play to continue. Here is Forest into the 5th minute of 4 added on, going backwards now though. Looking for Julien Edouard. And it's a save from Barbosa. Manual goalkeeping saves the day for Boavista. They get 3 points with a 3-2 win against Celtic FC.
What drama. Devastation for Celtic, who must have thought they were going to equalise there. But look at those celebrations on the right of your screen from the Boavista boys. 1 win apiece. And for me, we've now had 4 matches on this match day 5. I think that was the pick of them. 3-2. Could have finished anything.
Yeah, it was superb play from Barbosa. There's 2 crucial saves. Really kind of really saved the game for Boavista. You know, had that goal gone in at the end, I mean, you're talking what would have been 3-3, and it would have been drop points.
Yep, and it would have been 4 points for Celtic. We're seeing some of the highlights here, and in the first game, and actually it continued for the first half of the second match. Some of the Celtic football was, well, I think Harry said it, it was total football. It might have been you actually, because two of the gents did play, of course, for that total football side, and being Dutch, they love the phrase and love that style of football, but it was that good, wasn't it?
It was. They were superb for that first half. I mean, you know, if you looked at the first game as a whole, they controlled the game and scored goals and, you know, had the lion's share of possession. Second, you know, the first half of the second game, 80% possession. That's, like I said, it's unheard of, even in 1v1, let alone...
It's barely a touch, right?
Yeah, it's essentially...
reality.
In reality, Boavista were just clearing their lines, and it was that, you know, and it'll be interesting to hear from Harry, whether Boavista took those changes and realised that was what needed to change, because as soon as they made those changes, second half, they came out all firing out on all cylinders.
Well, he scampered down to the mix zone. We're going to hear from both teams in a moment. At these moments, though, Boavista, are they loud when they're on stage? But Barbosa in particular, we've talked about his goals, and he scored the majority of Boavista's goals, but 2 saves, which I think we're going to see in the replay in a moment. 2 saves which were massively important in that game.
Yeah, they were the kind of you know, they were the difference maker. It's 2 fantastic saves. But, you know, the goals they scored, they weren't bad goals either. You know, we saw Mateus absolutely thump one in there. So it's, you know, the way that Boavista played, it was superb.
2 fantastic games between Celtic and Boavista. Harry is down in the mix zone, and he has the mighty hoops.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. I'm here with Celtic FC. I'm going to be speaking to Mr. Dominator. 3 points. After winning the first game so convincingly and going up in the second game, are you maybe a little disappointed you weren't able to come away with all 6? How do you see that one?
Yeah, well, actually, not a little bit disappointed. Very disappointed, actually. First game, no comment. We were the dominant team. We were dominating them the first match. The second match, the same. The first half, we were playing our game. Everything went well, and then I have to say, the second half, we were really unlucky with all those deflections, all those balls, the second balls who were coming into their feet all the time. And still have to give my compliments to my teammates for getting back to 3-2. But yeah, I truly think that we deserve more, unfortunately. But yeah.
I mean, there were moments there with Fraser Forster obviously making a couple of saves, but couldn't quite produce the third. I think in match day 6 coming up, you guys play against Barcelona, right? Yeah. They, earlier on in the day, took down AS Monaco to serve them their first defeat of the season. How do you prepare now after potentially a disappointing game against Boavista? Obviously, you took 3 points, but how do you now prepare for Barcelona?
Yeah, we have seen them playing today against AS Monaco. Very good performance, especially the second match. The way they play on possession was really interesting and great to see. Yeah, we haven't faced any similar kind of teams like Barcelona yet. So yeah, we still have to figure out thinking about the game plan to see how we will face them.
Cool, Jos, thank you so much for your time. Celtic FC coming away with 3 points there against Boavista.
Yeah, I'm picking up just their second win. of the eFootball.Pro 2020. I think we could see they're a bit disappointed they didn't pick up 2 wins, or at least 4 points. But do you sense that Celtic continue to move in the right direction?
Yeah, you can see that you know, in terms of that first game, if they can replicate that first game and that first half of the second game, there's not a lot of teams that are going to like not having the ball that much. I think for the likes of Boavista, though, I think they were happy enough to let the ball go away, and they were kind of confident that once they made those tactical switches, that the game was going to come back to them. And, you know, I think it's a little bit of a disservice from Celtic to say, oh, well, it was just a couple of deflections. It completely undersells the tactical switches that they made.
I saw you shaking your head at that one. I'll let you go and have it out in the mix zone after the match. Let's hear from Boavista now, who I'm sure are pretty happy after their late win in the second game against Celtic.
Chris. I'm here with the Boavista players. A tremendous result in the end after losing the first game. You must be very happy with how you played in the second. What adjustments were made between the first game and the second game that made you so much more successful?
No, like I said in the preview of the match, they tried to control the game, and they did in the first game. We completely didn't play, couldn't do our game, and they won brilliantly with 3-0. Perfect game. In the second game, we tried to change and put 4-3-3, playing a little bit more direct. In the first half, we couldn't get the ball because at the end of the first half, they was like 80% of ball possession. We couldn't get the ball. So we changed again for the 4-2-4-4-2 with no wingers, with offensive midfielders, to block the middle game of their gameplay. And we get the first goal very, very soon in the first half, I can see that. And we go through balls, second balls, rebounds, and we won the game.
Next match day you play against Arsenal FC. They're below you in the table. Talk to me about how you see them as a team and how maybe you're going to prepare for them.
Like in Dominator, Christopher likes to adjust his tactics. It's a very tough league. Every game that we play here is on a high level, so it's going to be very hard, like all the games in the competition.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys. 3 points there against Celtic FC. Hopefully this guy can bag some more goals as he's chasing down the top of the goal-scoring table.
Mr. Clinical, deadly in front of goal. Fascinating tactical insight there. Some players like to keep it coy, don't like to give too much away, but Boavista there explaining just how many times they changed their tactics and how impressive that was. It worked.
Yeah, and exactly, and it was taking that from being a wider formation, bringing that kind of more in-house, bringing it narrower, and negating some of the positive qualities that Celtic formation had. And it was, you know, when you hear from them, instead of they had instead of having wide midfielders, they played attacking midfielders. It's brilliant because it gives you more going forward. They had a second man up front. They were able to kind of control that game a little bit more in that second half. And once you get an early goal, all of a sudden then the domino effect starts where Celtic start to second guess themselves.
Yep.
Boavista grow into the game, and by the end of it, you're staring at a 3-2 victory for Boavista. And
also the fact that Celtic hadn't scored that second goal despite having 80% of the ball. We've all been there when we play. We think, oh, we're better than them, and then you concede, and it definitely takes you a good 5 minutes to get over that because you can't believe that you're not 2, 3 or 4 goals up.
Yeah, you get frustrated by going, oh, well, I'm better than this player. How have I not scored?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, actually, if
it
you've
doesn't
had
happen
the
very often with me, but it still does happen.
But if you've had the opportunities to score and you haven't then scored, you're then looking at your own issues rather than the opponent. The opponent's issues. The opponent has made changes and has developed their game. So you take the rough with the smooth with this game, and the way that Celtic played. Ideally, they should have scored more goals.
And the way that Boavista played, does it give them great confidence going forward that they maybe have 3, 4 different ways of playing? They don't just have their set tactics, which they always use.
Yeah, exactly. And if that's what they do without the ball, I'd like to see them when they do have the ball.
Absolutely. Well, before we're going to go to the next match, remember at the end of the whole season, we're going to have the top goal scorer and the top assists and the best defensive players. But this next game is brilliant, Weza. Top spot is on the cards because Monaco have dropped points today. What are you expecting for Juve against Bayern?
I'm expecting drama at every turn. These guys are some of the best players on the planet, and they will show you exactly why. You've got Ettore on one side, you've got Jose and Mestre and Alex on the other. You've got El Distratore, you've got Lo Scandalo, who's the only match ball winner. There's elements, there's combustible elements in this, and there'll be bragging rights. You know, as Harry alluded to, they, you know, parts of these teams used to be a part of Broken Silence, who were, you know, the first ever co-op champions. There'll be bragging rights between them, so it'll be interesting to see how this goes. But I'm expecting drama at all corners.
A heavyweight clash between two of our new clubs this season, two of the biggest clubs in European and world football. Bayern against Juventus, and we can look at the two teams now, starting, of course, with Juventus. Eterito 97, Luca and Lo Scandalo. And when it comes to Bayern, you mentioned him there, Alex, who's played with a couple of the Juve boys for plenty of his PES career, Jose and Mestre. We talked to them earlier, and this is what they had to say before the match.
Will be a great game versus they. We know Alex, we are friends with him, but we try to win for become first in the ranking and try to win the regular league.
Well, today it's a bit difficult match for us because we play against one of the favorites for the title, Juventus, with one of the biggest players in the world, it's Ettore. And, well, we are going to try to do our best, like always. Well, we'll see what happens in the match.
Oh, there we go. So, Eterito said, we're friends. Probably not for the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah. This really is one of the more intriguing matches we have of today. I know our match of the week is a little bit later on, Schalke versus Arsenal, because one of those teams potentially could slip out of contention completely. But these two teams, so close to each other in the table, on paper, so close as well. And then you have that added dynamic of, you know, two former teammates going up against each other, who is, you know, gonna get the better of the other. It's really, really set up so perfectly, this match. I cannot wait. And I honestly couldn't call it either way.
Was it? I'm going to come back to your pre-match ritual of going up to the to the training zone, but you were speaking tactics with Bayern. Can you divulge anything? I don't think Juve are listening.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, they perfectly understand English, so I'm not going to give anything too much away. But I do spend a lot of time talking to players just to kind of get the general gauge of how everyone's feeling, and the overall thing for this match day is everyone. Whenever I said, "Oh, how are you feeling?" Yeah, we're really confident. Every single one of them. I was like, well, there can't possibly be everybody who's this confident. But looking at how Bayern have made some selections that you'll see, that they've made some particular selections, which I'm sure we'll get into in commentary. But, you know, like as Harry said, it's too close to call with these two.
It is. We are ready for action. Players in the tunnel, so to speak. Two huge clubs, Juventus and Bayern. And remember, if either wins both of these fixtures, they will go top above Monaco. Alex there with a couple of hugs for his two former teammates who became world champions together, didn't they? So you're talking about the very top level players, and of course two new clubs for eFootball.Pro, Juventus and Bayern, coming into the family, two of the biggest clubs, most successful clubs ever in European football, and the fact they're both near the top of the table or can go top of the table is perhaps no surprise.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see because you could argue that Juventus may be one of the hardest hit clubs of the entire eFootball.Pro in terms of losing key players in the winter window. I mean, they've lost Piazza, they've lost Emre Can, they've lost Mandzukic, they've lost some really key pieces of the puzzle, so to speak, for Juventus. So we'll have to see how they decide to play around those missing players.
Yeah, because worth mentioning, if people are just joining the broadcast, this is the first match day where the teams have been able to use their January signings or not use those people who left. As you mentioned, there's some big names. So I imagine Mario Mandzukic battering ram up front was a popular player on PES.
Yeah, well, as a plan B, I mean, if you don't go with Ronaldo as your centre forward, Mario Mandzukic would have been a fantastic plan B. And of course now they're kind of left with Gonzalo Higuain, and much maligned by quite a few football fans around the world. But you know, when he
Great
decides
goal
to turn it
scoring
on,
record though.
yeah, that's the thing. You put him in front of goal, you put him in a 6-yard box, he's not going to miss. But looking at the way that Bayern are now setting up, you can see there the selection choices of Javi Martin as a holding midfielder, and you can see there that they've employed Will as a secondary midfielder. Their reason for that is that they have particular traits that lend themselves to being defensive anchor men. So it basically just performs almost like a red brick wall in front of their backline. So you can see what they're trying to do. It's whether they can stop that irresistible force that is Juventus' attacking fire.
Yeah, can Dybala and Ronaldo and co break that down? Slightly adjusting the headset here. It's all important. Some players use them, some players don't, but a great insight that you always get here on eFootball.Pro of the final preparations of these guys. Eterito at the end of the queue. I'm sure he'll be looking over at his former teammate. They're currently very close. There we go. Just gave him a quick nod.
Yeah.
Maybe just some mind games going on.
It's fun to see, really, when you think about the rich competitive history of PES as an esport. More often than not, every one of these eFootball.Pro players would have played each other at some stage or another throughout the years, whether it be previous tournaments or whether it be in the eFootball.Pro itself. So good to see, obviously, former teammates Il Distruttore and Eterito going up against Alex Alguacil here. It's again poised for a great match.
Certainly is. Bayern, one of those teams who do have a coach here today.
Yes, Lutti, of course.
Yeah, Lutti, seasoned veteran of eFootball PES, multiple-time Austrian champion, knows his way around the game and is a tactical mind that you would rather have than not have.
So we're underway in game 3 of Matchday 5. First 2 fixtures, drama aplenty. What will these two great clubs produce?
You can see the stats on the left-hand side of your screen. Both of these two clubs with 5 wins, both with identical conceding records. So defensive-wise, they're pretty evenly matched. It's just the edge in the goal-scoring column you would maybe give to the old lady, Juventus, attacking from left to right here against the Bavarians, Bayern München, from right to left. Here is Ried. Unfortunately snuffed out there from Demiral. Anything really you expect to see here early on? Obviously, Juventus having lost a fair few players. I'll come back to you as Dybala looking for both Ronaldo and Cuadrado, actually spilt in the end by Neuer. Pushed almost back into danger, but shoved away in the end. I'll come back to my point, Wes. Juventus losing key players. You think that will affect the way that they play in any way?
I think with the likes of minds that Juve have, I think they're always going to find a way to perform with the team. They'll find their way for it. I mean, they have Ronaldo, they have Dybala, they have Cuadrado, they have these players that are able to really change a game, and I think they'll find a way against this Bayern team. It's all about really how Bayern want to set up and how Bayern are going to put themselves together.
One thing that Bayern will be pleased with is that injuries don't count, because of course Niklas Süle in Bayern life is out long term, but they can play fortunately, and Süle, I imagine, one of the first choice defenders of anyone. He is a giant at the back.
Yeah, he's a giant, physical, will be able to handle most forwards, if not all of them, and a lot we talk about constantly is physicality really reigns supreme in eFootball.Pro, and that's what these guys will look for kind of more often than not with their defensive choices, is how physical are they.
Rabiot finds Costa and fed back to him. Ronaldo here is in behind, but smartly down in the end, I think, by Manuel Neuer. We'll take a look here what happened on the replay. I mean, it seemed to elude absolutely everyone apart from Cristiano Ronaldo, who never gave up on it, and it's the left arm, I should say, of Manuel Neuer, which palms it back into the path of Ronaldo. And gratefully for Bayern, they've had a few scares here early on, Wes, and they've survived both of them.
Yeah, you have to ride your luck at some points, and I think that's what Bayern are going to need to do here. Neuer has cost them in previous match days gone by, but at the moment he's still keeping a clean sheet, and you may be able to hear over some of the broadcasts, you may be able to hear the VIP zone, who are heavily invested in this game, with it being second versus third. You can see how much and hear how much it means to some of these guys watching.
Boateng beats Ronaldo to the ball, but he gets it as far as Khedira. Here is Cuadrado now. Costa with a bit of miscontrol. However, Bayern can't find the outlet. Here is Costa, first time to Ronaldo. Javi Martinez smartly away. That was Jose on defensive duties there for Bayern München. Quickly in by Dybala. Juventus playing at a lightning pace. Blocked in the end for a final third throw in here for Juventus. 20 minutes gone. They've looked the more commanding in terms of attack. We'll see where this throw-in goes. Have a couple of players to aim for in the middle. It is into Ronaldo, who wins the header down to Cuadrado. Looking for Dybala, snuffed out low by Hernandez. Late challenge on him, but referee plays on. Müller combining with Vriet effectively. Müller again on that right-hand side. Just cheated inside. Bayern looking a little out of sorts here early on. Müller to Vriet, back to him now. Vriet popping up in all kinds of situations. Xerxes there adjudged to be offside, and that's by the slimmest of margins in the end, and I think Cuadrado there is going in the book for an earlier discrepancy. Confirmation on that there as the man goes into the referee's book. Here is Khedira. Ronaldo. That's a physical challenge in the end. Vriet now on the ball, has men in support, but breaks kindly here for Dybala, but he can only, unfortunately, shepherd it out for a throw-in.
Manuel Neuer, by far the busier of the goalkeepers in the opening 30 minutes. Some last-ditch defending. He mentioned physicality for defenders. Had to get that challenge absolutely spot on, otherwise, well, could have been a penalty and a red card as Wojciech Szczesny gets a very rare touch.
It's been all Juve at this point. It's interesting to see the Bayern game plan kind of coming to the fore. Is it a case that they're trying to just lull them in and try and attack from here? It's Goretzka, lovely inside ball, and
just offside. Just offside there by Alex Alguacil.
That's the first time we've seen a Bayern central midfielder that burst forward and be on the ball like Goretzka was.
Certainly, and it's nice to see Bayern again starting to play the way that we have seen them in previous weeks. They are up here at the top of the table alongside Juventus for a reason. Rabiot, wayward touch, almost be able to find Paulo Dybala. Cuadrado, though, leaves it, which allows Xerxes to gain possession. But it's been very scrappy so far in this first half, just under 10 minutes to go. Sort of the game we expected to see between these two. Obviously, former teammates knowing each other's tactics and stuff, so fully expected it to be like this. Very lovely touch and turn inside, but again, Chiellini, that's Il Distruttore controlling him, able to cover nicely, and now Rabiot cannot get it past Goretzka, and it's really a chess match here in the middle of the pitch, whereas neither side really able to come out on top so far, as Müller plays it into the final third. Back to him now from Vriet. Xerxes to aim for, fired in, but Demiral well covering, and Juventus gladly will get it away.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, I mean, if you're just looking at the body language of both sets of players, it's that typical gamer stance of sitting forward with your controller in hand as close to the TV or as close to the monitor as humanly possible. And you can see that, I think, once we see a goal, there's going to be a release of tension, because it seems that way. It's incredibly tense at this point.
It's a pressure cooker waiting to explode. Rabiot. Ronaldo is far and away offside, as was Dybala. So the attacking gameplay there breaks down for Juventus as we enter stoppage time of the first half of this first game. Again, a very cagey affair, and as it often is in games of eFootball.Pro, both teams just analysing the opponent and analysing the other, and in the end it ends at a very even 0-0.
Oh, we've seen goals galore so far here on Matchday 5 of eFootball.Pro, but very little really to write home about in that opening period. Perhaps seeing just why these two teams are at the top of the table, and currently, because of what happened earlier, have the two best defences in 2020, and you can probably see why in that first 45 minutes.
Absolutely. We'll see what either side can do to break down the other. No doubt Lutti behind FC Bayern München will be giving his insight as well as to what can maybe be done different. Rabiot is intercepted there, and that gifts possession to Bayern München. Müller running in ahead, Xerxes in support as well, but Juventus' defence so far, Wes, has been very organised. It's been very, very well oiled, and Bayern München have struggled really to get any form of clear-cut chances. Once again, they win the ball back.
Yeah, it's an interest. It's interesting for different reasons. It's not a goal fest, but this is very much an out-tacticking type of test.
Oh, Breed here on the edge of the box.
Oh, what a goal!
What a finish that is! What an incredible goal for Bayern München. Off the inside of the post and in. And that breaks the deadlock. 1-0 to the German club. Amazing.
Well, you wonder whether it was either going to be the old cliche, a big mistake or a moment of genius to break this game open.
I mean, look at
and
this.
And it is the latter. This is exceptional.
Bang.
You do not save shots like that.
Absolutely incredible. Xerxes it is in the end, and I believe it's Jose controlling him. I mean, first of all, winning that header is crucial, but look at this connection. Bang.
It's an absolute thunderbolt. And we talked last match day about, come on, players, let's start taking some risks. That's not a percentage shot. That's we're just going to bludgeon this and we're going to see what happens. And my word, what a finish.
With the finish, it was Jose who was in charge of him. Extraordinary. Now, will we see this game open up a little with the deadlock broken 10 minutes into the second half?
Well, that means now Juventus, the onus is on them. Oh, look at this lovely run from Dybala. Covered there in the end by Mestre. Vital intervention there. Will force the corner, but as I was saying, the onus well and truly on the Italian club now. They've been in fine goal-scoring form throughout the entire season so far. We'll have to see. And I suppose the one criticism you could have, if any, from Juventus is that every single one of their players has chimed in with an equal amount of goals. We've never really seen one player, apart from Lo Scandalo, Matchday 2, I believe, really take the game by the scruff of the neck and really start firing in those goals. So we might find out in this game when they are, as they are right now, under a fair amount of adversity as a pause comes in for changes, who will be the player to step up for them.
And remember, potentially, if one of these two teams wins both of the fixtures, they will go top. But maybe as pertinent a point is the fact that, given how the knockout stages work, the top two go straight through to the semi-finals. So the difference between finishing second and third is big. So games between these two are key.
Let's take a listen to Bayern München.
How's your Spanish?
I'm learning.
Vamos, ¿queréis seguir así o atacar por banda? Pon por banda, pon por banda. Vamos, venga, vamos, Vale, va. Vamos, niños, vamos. Con confianza, Tira mucho porque no, por ahí. Vamos, no bajamos queda muchísimo, queda muchísimo.
Talking about tactics, at this point, is this where having a coach really comes to the fore, when the game's paused?
Yeah, well, you can see there, Lutti was well in conversation with his team. And like I said, to have a tactical mind like Lutti to back you up, it's a fantastic weapon to have that not many teams actually have. I'm surprised that there's not more coaches around the place because you can really see the benefit of having them there. And the way that they've changed their formations, they want to make sure that their formation just maintains its shape. They don't want to fall too far out of shape. And you can see that they've made changes. Arp's now on. They've made those kind of changes. You can see their will just disrupting everything.
Yeah, Arp's through here as well. Has Delict coming across. Might look for Koeman on the far side. Arp's in. Oh, Demiral just beats the man to the ball, forces a corner. But we're talking about changes on the Juventus side. Triple sub. I think I saw Bernardeschi come on. We've seen Bentancur come on as well. I think Gonzalo Higuain is also on the pitch. So a triple sub from Juventus. The response maybe that is needed for them to get back into this game.
If you're Bayern Munich, the question now is one goal enough to win this game? And if you bet on yourself, you know, if it goes into the post-match conferences or the post-match interviews, you might want to need to back yourself and find out whether you've actually made the right decision or not.
Otherwise, you have Harry asking why he didn't.
Exactly.
Throw in right on the corner for Bayern München. You can see Three at that front post is the target. Wins the header against De Ligt. And there's so many players in there for Bayern München. Szczesny is gratefully able to gather that one for Juventus, and it's a long ball up to Cristiano Ronaldo. Wins the header down, but can't find Higuain. Bayern München so far have looked good. Look at the burst of pace here from Arp. Fresh on the pitch. Here is Kingsley Coman. Bree inside. It's a lovely goal. It's the second of the match for Bayern München. And it all comes from a burst of pace in the middle from a change that they made. 2-0.
Talk about the importance of substitutions and fresh legs. Again, all there. The fact that Arp wins it in midfield, it's that burst of energy, that burst of pace. Plays it into Coman, plays it into Rit, and you can see it, you know, etched across the faces of Juve at the moment.
Yep.
They don't know what to do. Some
forlorn faces for the old lady, but this is well worth watching again. It is second fantastic finish for Marie, who has certainly enjoyed this match. Szczesny could do nothing about it, neither could the Juve players. The Inquisition starts, but Bayern celebrate, and now they are in complete control.
I know we said we were bad at maths earlier, but I believe that puts Bayern above Juve in the table.
Well, it will for now, because they were level on points.
I was going to say, you'd have to be really bad at maths not to know that. Perhaps more importantly, it would give Bayern the chance, if they were to win the return, to go above Monaco and into top spot.
See there the tactical switches now. Bayern are now in a 4-4-2 as opposed to the 4-3-3 they were playing in. And it's that defensive wall that I was talking about between Will and Javi Martinez, because they're both anchor men. When they're set to being a defensive midfielder, they will sit there.
Let's take a listen to what Bayern München have to say as they look to defend their 2-goal lead. Well, a very small insight there into the changes that they've made, but no doubt it's going to be, you know, tactical.
But you can see there just how much the coach plays a role.
I mean, Lutti is, we've spoken about it in weeks past, really a calming presence, and it's an extra set of eyes that's removed from the emotion of the situation, which always tends to help out Bayern München. That goal from Matchday actually puts him into the top 10.
Interesting, he's the only Bayern player in the top 10, given we're talking about a team who are going second outright on their own as things stand.
Coman, that one almost curled into the goal, but unfortunately was curling the wrong way. And Juventus will happily take the goal kick, but I mean, within the next 1 or 2 attacks, Juventus would need a goal, but so far, no real sign of where it's going to come from, Wes.
No, and that's the thing. It's rare to see Juve be so devoid of ideas. You know, they've brought Higuain on, who hasn't really been anywhere near as relevant as you would have thought he would. Meanwhile, the Bayern Munich substitutions have had all of the fun.
And it's going to be Bayern München in the final third with a throw-in here once again. Look out for Arp. Look at this run. Has Reet in support once again. The 2 men up top for Bayern so far have been deadly. Here is Kingsley Coman. Back to Ivan Perisic. Smart from Bayern here. Retain possession all the way back to Manuel Neuer. Kill off this game, really prevent any chance for the Italian club to make things interesting in the last 10 minutes. Boateng will play it long, and Arp again able to snatch the ball in midfield, only for just a moment though. Here is Higuain. Deshi in support of Cristiano Ronaldo, but the closing down of Bayern München early on has been tremendous here. Rabiot, Higuain looking for Bentancur, but cannot find him. Javi Martinez will be first there, and we're looking at 3 points here for Bayern München, unless Juve can come up with something special. Here is Cristiano Ronaldo. Back to him now, Bernardeschi in support, but we heard a satisfied noise there from Alex Alguacil. He knows that interception surely will kill off the game. Hernandez looking for Arp long. He's been a target for Bayern München all game long, but As we're into added time now, Bayern München, they'll be very happy with their performance here. A solid 2-0 and a clean sheet to boot, Wes. That's, I mean, against Juventus, not easy to do.
Yeah, no, it's not. And the added kind of positive that they've got now going into this second game, there's that carrot of if they do win that game, they go top of the tree, which would have been unheard of probably at the start of the match day. I think everyone had it pegged that, you know, Monaco would still be there, and now there's a little bit of danger in it for Monaco.
There certainly is. They were beaten earlier. Did win one game against Barcelona, but lost the other, and it means that because Bayern have just won 2-0 there, they can leapfrog the defending champions. But a very impressive 2-0 victory for Juve. And did we see their savvy performance as well at the end? I mean, there were a lot of, frankly, hoofs forward once they got the 2-goal advantage, but that wastes time, and it means that your opponents can't get the ball, certainly can't get the ball high up the pitch.
I mean, this is it. You know, from a Bayern München standpoint, you know what to do in these kind of situations because these players are so experienced. I mean, look at Alex Alguacil, has been a champion as far back as 2016. I think he won his first title as European champion. Was, you know, has been in world finals since 2015. You look at Jose. I mean, as far back as 2017, he was a European champion then, world finalist in 2017, 18, and Mestre has been up there as well. So these guys have been there, done that, and they know how to kill off games in those sort of situations. And that's the difference we're going to see when it comes to the knockout phases, Chris. When we, you know, whittle down to the final 6 teams, the cream of the crop here in the eFootball.Pro 2020 season, that's going to be the difference maker from the likes of Boavista, who maybe haven't had the amount of big game experience that the likes of these 2 teams up here and these 2 football clubs have had. It could be the difference maker.
And if Bayern can finish like that, no one's going to be able to stop them.
Yeah, quite. I mean, and again, we spoke about it, you know, in terms of you have individual brilliance, allow them to go out and express themselves, and that finish from Rip was absolutely superb. But you're not going to see that every match day. You know, players are going to look for that 100% chance of it's definitely going to, you know, it's definitely going to go in. You know, Bayern Munich have scored some very kind of easy on the eye types of goals. You know, obviously the goal that Thomas Müller was involved with. But you'll very rarely see a goal of that kind of quality and that kind of individual brilliance.
Tell you what, we listen to Bayern München. Let's take a little listen to the Italians.
Dai, giochiamo tranquilli. Perché i movimenti non sono nemmeno precisi. Non dalla di prima, perché visto come la tocca, piano piano la tocca. Non la tocca veloce, forte. Ok, normale, lo so, però se qualcuno si mette, cioè, quando io sto con cose, se tipo Rabiot viene vicino a me, io ho il tempo di passare, invece devo darla dietro da Ronaldo. Dai.
Well, pretty expressive on the Juve bench, I would suggest, after that opening loss to Bayern. We are now officially at the halfway point of match day 5. 10 individual games for you. We've had 5 of them. And Bayern are chasing down Monaco. They have them in their sights if they can win this game.
Juve, as they did in the first game between these 2 clubs, trying to attack very directly from left to right. Rabiot. As we start at an electric pace here. Combines with Dybala, looking for Costa with a smart reverse ball, but as far as Khedira, is it cleared? And he's caught late there as well, and now a free kick here early on in a promising position for Juventus. We'll see what they can conjure up from this. Again, within the first 5 in-game minutes, a goal early on might just rattle the cages of Bayern München. Cristiano Ronaldo goes straight for goal, it's deflected. Will be a corner here, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there that Juve are starting off very much in the early going. They're trying to push the pace early. I don't know whether that suits Bayern Munich's game plan or not, but it's interesting to see how this game plan of Bayern Munich has kind of come to the fore. They're allowing them to kind of exhaust themselves for that first 20-25 minutes. If they hold out and they can keep that game going, then all it'll take is one little bit of luck, one little piece of skill, and they'll find themselves a goal ahead again.
Xerxes finds Freak with a lovely pass. Matthias de Ligt there, being controlled by Eterito. Gladly clears that one away, and now that sets off Juventus on a counter-attack. Here is Rabiot, fed by Dybala. Ronaldo to Costa, covered in the end by Mestre. Khedira, Costa, Ronaldo, lovely, lovely goal. It's a tremendous goal from Juventus, and it's the type of goal they really needed against the Bayern München team, who have been, I mean, I dare say rampant so far, but they've really been the better of the two clubs. Juventus get one back though, and it's now 1-0 here in this second game, Wes.
Well, it's like we said, they needed an early goal. They needed to get amongst it. And lo and behold, who else but it is Cristiano Ronaldo that gifts them the early first half lead. And it was good play. It was good play. Juve seem to have found their feet, but now it's going to be, as we mentioned before, how do Bayern Munich tap into that experience? How, you know, they've got to go to the well now and really kind of, you know, find a performance again to kind of pick themselves up after an early goal from Ronaldo.
Really well worked from Juventus it was as well, and they're on the charge here once again, trying to feed Costa. I think that was Khedira in the end, hacked down late, so it will be brought back for another free kick to Juventus, but a tremendous start for the Italian club. Eterito with the goal. We were asking who it was going to be to step up. Could be the former world champion. Rabiot. Quadrado here, looking for Ronaldo once again, breaks to Costa, finds Rabiot. Dybala making a late run. Ronaldo surely will be offside here if he touches the ball, which he does not. And that allows Bayern to come away here. With Müller finds Vriet. Goretzka in support here as well, so an attack building here for Bayern. Good strength there from Vriet, but it unfortunately is not enough, and now Juventus come away with the ball. Costa to Ronaldo, who in turn finds Juan Cuadrado. Paulo Dybala reconnects with him. Again, the target is Ronaldo. You can see what they're trying to go for here, Juventus, but Bayern München, aside from the goal, so far have been able to prevent him getting any real clear-cut opportunities. Rabiot does so well, but the tackle from Alex Alguacil in the end is a no-nonsense one. Sets Bayern München off on their way. Back heel to Xerxes, has Müller and Vriet in support. The three lone attackers for Bayern München. Just outnumbered, in the end outclassed by Juventus. Now they bring the ball forward.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, you can see that you know, Bayern are trying their best, but Douglas Costa finds his way. It's Juan Cuadrado back to Costa. What a save from Neuer. Second chance, even better save from Neuer the second time.
Double save there from Neuer, and it was actually Mestre in the end. You can see him just switch to Manuel Neuer here just to cover that near post, and it's so well worked.
That is a terrific save and a terrific piece of goalkeeping. What if game one was cagey between these two? Game two certainly is not. I think we're beginning to see the real class of both Juventus and Bayern, and of course Leo Messi stepped up, so Cristiano Ronaldo had to score in this match.
Of course, the two rivals here in the eFootball.Pro. Corner now though, to Juventus, who I suppose you could argue have had the lion's share of attacking gameplay. Bayern München so far really, struggled to break down the early pressing of their opponents. Able to defend well here though. 30 minutes gone now. First half of this second game. Costa looking for Ronaldo, and actually runs all the way through. Dybala, Cuadrado, Ronaldo in support here once again, and it's a clearance from Alex Alguacil, sparing the Bayern München blushes. Müller here can bring it forward. But it is in the end taken away by Rabiot, and it's often we see it in the eFootball.Pro season here, whereas the second game between two clubs can be a lot more attacking, and as they settle into each other's game plans and game styles, we often see more attacking gameplay. I certainly feel like that's what's happened so far here in game two.
Yeah, this game feels vastly more open than the first game did. I mean, if Bayern don't get one back before the end of the first half, I'd anticipate tactical changes at half-time, but we'll see what happens. But looking at it at the moment, they're just struggling to find their way through as Pavard gets it back.
Goretzka. Müller is the target. Just a tangle of legs there, though, just inside the D. Bayern, though, have a good little spell of pressure here. It's something they've lacked so far here in the first half. Pavard cannot find that killer pass, though. I've seen them in previous weeks make that one time and time again. Good block. Scandalo cannot get the ball through, and here is Goretzka now. was a moment of magic that set off the first goal, and I tell you what, it's another moment of magic from Matchday, and that's a beautiful goal once again for Bayern München. I don't think they score ugly goals here in the eFootball.Pro, Wes. It's beautiful or nothing else.
I was going to say, someone needs to check up there whether there's a cauldron up there, because that was magic. It's absolutely mental how good these guys can be. And it's like we say, it's moments of pure quality, and the way that was brought across is superb.
See it here again on the replay.
There is a delightful trick in here, isn't there?
There really is. The way that the skill, a little back heel. I suppose if you're Juventus again, you're expecting your defender there coming across the man to get a piece of the ball and make it more difficult, but this first time back heel.
It's a manual back heel as well, and that was the trick to it, is that if that had been a regular back heel, probably hits a defender, whereas with manual with manual passing, it kind of has a bit of a freer feel to it, and lo and behold, it goes through the defender's legs and presents itself to a Bayern attacker.
Game on then towards the end of this first half of the second game. Matchday with his 7th of the season. He'll be chasing the men at the top of the leaderboard in terms of goals, and he'll want more here as Bayern are ending the half strongly, chasing down the top 5 goal scorers in the league so far as we enter the half. 1-1, all to play for here in the second half.
Certainly is, and Bayern still with the opportunity to go top. They need to win this game. They've given themselves real belief and hope of doing that with that late lever, and you can see it, the dejection on the Juve bench, who looked a little upset after their opening defeat to Bayern. And they looked a little happier when they were 1-0 up, but they need to ensure that Bayern equaliser doesn't have them down for too long, shall we say, because they could easily then quickly unravel. But the second half is underway here. Game 2 of the 3rd fixture of Matchday 5. 2 more brilliant matches to come after this.
All to play for here for Bayern München. Again, to reiterate, all 6 points against Juventus would, thanks to previous results in the day, set them at the very tippity top of the mountain, the top of the league.
They'd be 1 point clear of Monaco.
So Monaco dropping points earlier against Barcelona, I should say, has really set the fire underneath Bayern München.
Yeah, this is not the situation you want to be in if you're Juventus. As Chris pointed out, Seoul is a man mountain. They've got weapons here that they can utilise. They beat the first man. I think anything's possible.
Swung in, dealt with for now. Oh no, looks like we've had an unfortunate disconnect here. We of course have our referees on the stage to make sure that everything is in order, and unfortunately, Wes, this sort of thing happens. So this is why we do have the referees up there on the stage to make sure that competitive integrity is at its paramount.
Yeah, we can confirm that one of the consoles was disconnected. The match will resume soon, and whether there is protocol now that they follow if this happens, which it does. It is a computer; these things do happen. Yeah. Just explain exactly what happens in this type of incident.
Yeah. So I believe what happened in the previous instance of this was that there was a new half. So that was early in the second half, I believe. So there'll probably be a replay of the second half. Yep. With the scores kept the same as they are now, but then you'll have whatever score is from that half time is then added to it. And from a player standpoint, it's jarring because as I've said, this infamous player bubble that you get into, you're now knocked out of that. There was so much more of a different feel to that game, and now it's going to restart, and now it's going to feel vastly different.
It is. We have to say it is the same for both players, and the good thing, I guess, is that it happened early on in a half, where. So we're going to go back to the original scoreline. It's 1-1. We've only missed probably about 5-10 minutes of actual gameplay. It can be a lot more frustrating if it happens in the 89th minute when one team is very close to winning.
Absolutely, and I suppose the benefit, I suppose you can look at it, is that if we are starting from the first half, it means that all these players have a fresh amount of stamina. These are the replays from the first game between these two. That was an absolute rocket from Xerxes in the end, I think it was. We'll see it here once again. This angle is perfect. Look at this, straight at the post, but just about goes into the goal off the post. It was a beautiful one, but yeah, so a replay to come. I'm not sure which side this benefits more, considering they were pretty much even at the half.
So can confirm, as we're looking at the replay here, there was a disconnect, so we've had a match which has had to be rejigged, if you like. You're seeing some of the moments, I think, of the earlier match between these two, which was won by Bayern. 1-1 it was in the second game, so we're going to have one more half. So the game will start again, but it will be, and any scores will be added on to that 1-1 scoreline. We're seeing here how Bayern frankly demolished Juve in the first fixture between these two. They were outstanding, and this goal proving just how good they were. Great team move, thumping finish. They'll be hoping to achieve that.
I mean, Bayern München might be one of the most entertaining teams to watch in the eFootball.Pro, purely based on the quality of goals that they score. I said it in the commentary, they don't seem to score ugly goals or scrappy goals. It's always a moment of magic to start things off, and we're seeing here Juventus score some goals as well in the second game, but it never seems to be a rushed goal or a little bit of luck come Bayern München's way. It's always a manual back heel or an absolute thunderbolt from the edge of the D. It's always something miraculous, and it's really amazing to watch. It really is.
Ronaldo getting on the score sheet there in this second match, which was the one which was disconnected and therefore discontinued. That was a terrific manual save from Manuel Neuer. Probably one of the best saves that we've seen today, and we've seen some pretty good ones.
Yeah, it was Mestre, I think, who came across Wes, and it's smart that he did as well, because if he didn't do that, I mean, we're probably looking at a different scoreline.
Yep, we probably are. This was the equalising goal that Bayern got. Lovely backheel from Thomas Muller, and then a really accurate finish beyond Gigi Buffon, sorry, Wojciech Szczesny, which is not an easy thing to do. That got them back in the contest. It was 1-1 at the half-time. 1-1 then about 5-10 minutes into the second half before we had the game cancellation, but the rematch will start soon. A new match starting at 0-0, but any goals will be added to the 1-1 scoreline. In this instant, are the team tactics now to be discussed? Are the players allowed in this instant to have a rethink about tactics?
Yeah, I mean, if the game's starting from minute 0, then they'll be able to. They'll be able to rethink their tactics, and kind of being out of that bubble. It's a perfect opportunity for Juve to come out of it emotionally and go, okay, so what were we doing right? What were we doing wrong?
Yep.
How do we fix this?
The PlayStation has been connected, by the way, so the action will be resuming pretty soon. I can't see a massive amount of chat between the Bayern team and their coach, which perhaps thought I might, because it's been a good 5-10 minutes, but maybe they were happy with the tactics. They'll just go again.
I think so. I think that the way that Bayern prepare in terms of their actual training and their ways of kind of putting their teams together, I don't think it matters too much. I think the coach kind of becomes more important when it's within the game. So starting out the team, you could probably leave to Jose, Mestre and Alex to figure out themselves. It's those little nuances in the game where you need that fresh set of eyes when the game's live. I think sometimes we can sometimes think that a coach needs to be there at all times. Actually, I think sometimes it is just those little kind of those small moments that you need them.
We're back up and running, as you can see. So the two teams will be picked again. As I mentioned, we're starting a new game. It'll be a 45-minute match, though we won't be having any second half in this contest. And the score is 1-1. And you can see there again, going through the final preparations. You alluded to it, everyone's going to be fresh now, so we'll have a different feel to it.
Yeah, and that's, again, maybe that plays into the way that they set out their lineups, because we saw Arp come on for Bayern München. Him and Vries up front as a two were really playing off each other very well. But
and we saw that in the first fixture. That was key to Bayern winning that game.
Yeah, it was, and oftentimes it's Muller and Goretzka, those two, that often pull the strings. So I wonder whether or not they might bring on Arp, but they might elect to do it even towards the end of the first half, because this is almost like a two halves within one half. If that makes sense.
It's almost like a mini game.
So why not use
we could see the earliest triple change ever seen.
We really could, just to utilise the entire fatigue bar and the amount of energy that some of the subs have. So, I mean, if you're only playing one half, why not use it?
Different feel to it, but ultimately the same big 3 points is the prize at the end. in eFootball.Pro as Juventus and Bayern prepare for battle. So we're starting a new game if you are just joining us, but this is actually essentially the second half of the original match, which had to be abandoned. So it is 1-1, and any goals that are scored will be added to that. Remember, if Bayern are victorious, they'll topple Monaco to go top of the table.
Bayern then to start this half off, attacking from left to right. Can they break the deadlock and get the goal that would have essentially pushed them to the top of the table? Juventus, of course, will want to keep within touching distance of their opponents here. Obviously separated only by goal difference, I believe, in the league table, these two clubs. So a win for Juventus here would be very valuable as well come the end of the season. And it is the Italian club, well, I say that, in possession. Goretzka wins the ball back now, fed out wide to Hernandez. Thomas Müller. Nothing doing going forward, so we'll play it back, and it's smart that he did so because he's got the ball back. Here is Xerxes. Bonucci across though. Torito that was, stepping in and being a rock at the back just when Juventus needed. Paulo Dybala feeds Rabiot, but Javi Martinez at defensive midfield has been absolutely solid for Bayern München. Douglas Costa. Goretzka this time stepping in defensively. That was Jose to read the play, and now has Xerxes ahead of him. So Bayern München with numbers here in attack. Xerxes, Vriet and Müller in support. Can he find one of them? Finds Müller. Looking to feed in Vriet, but Eterito again with the clearance. Bayern München come once again. Goretzka. Xerxes down this right-hand side, just about stayed on. Müller looking for Vriet. Delict across. Bayern, though, keeping the pressure on. Xerxes will chase this one down and surely will retain possession. And a pause cue for Bayern München, so maybe they're looking already to change up some tactics, but they've been the side in the ascendancy so far. Xerxes. Demiral trying to close him down. Can't seem to get past any of the defenders here for Juve. Will, though. Clatters into Rabiot, and Bayern again retain the ball. Vriet and Müller looking to combine in the middle, but Juventus, they survive for now.
Yeah, Bayern Munich trying to be first to every ball at this point. Throwing in slide challenges, just trying to get the bodies across the ball. It seems to be working because they've got the lion's share in the Juve half, but they have to be careful of this Juve counter-attack.
Rabiot.
Rabiot brings it forward.
On the ball here now. Him and Khedira linking up perfectly, just waiting for the perfect time to try and feed Paulo Dybala. In the end, Bayern assumed he would always be the target. Vriet there, lovely bit of control to let it run across his body. Has the strength as well versus Bonucci. Can't find Xerxes. He wins the ball though. And that will be a corner in the end.
It's cagey, defended, isn't it?
It is very cagey.
And as we suspected, only 30 minutes in. Remember, this is one single half, so we are going to see the early changes, and we are going to see personnel switches and tactical switches as well, Wes, because this is a huge 15 minutes coming up. I know we're going to talk about it a lot more, but remember, match day 6, small matter of Bayern against Monaco.
Yeah, and this will kind of, I mean, this result, I mean, it puts what would put them a point behind Monaco?
Just a point behind Monaco, as things stand.
So all of a sudden then that becomes a vastly, I mean, match day 6, we're looking ahead, but it's going to be a vastly different game if Bayern can somehow come out with this with a victory.
Yep.
It'll change the dynamic of that completely.
We're talking about what? Only about a minute and a half of real-time action for Bayern and for Juventus to try and turn 1 point into 3. Can have a look. Juve look pretty happy with what they've got. Bayern, I think, maybe just making the final tactical switch.
Well, Bayern have made the same switch that they normally make in the second half, so
yeah.
maybe Harry's become their fifth coach.
It's the two up top. It's Arp and Vriet again. They were combining so well. Obviously, Goretzka and Müller not getting it done for them here halfway through the first half. We'll let the substitutes have a go here.
Woeful ball into the box.
Really poor waste of a corner.
Do you think there would have been an argument for starting with Arp? given how well he's done coming off the bench?
I suppose you could maybe give him the shout, but Bayern obviously set in their ways, set in their tactics. Quite happy with the way that they set things out, and honestly they looked more likely to score between these two clubs so far here in this replay. Bonucci clears it up the pitch, and Perisic also a new name into the fold, as well as Koeman. Look out for him down this right-hand side. For now, though, it's out on the left, and it's another wasted ball. That one will be a throw into Juve, and more changes to come, Wes.
Yeah, I think I think both teams will be happy to kind of take this out as a draw. I don't think the break obviously in play. Obviously, it can't be helped by technology, but I think the break in play has kind of taken the sting out of this game quite a lot. And I think the desire, I think, is still with Bayern. Bayern still, look like they're hunting for a goal, but I think ultimately, they'd just be happy to play this out for a draw.
Remember, this match will finish on the 45-minute mark, so just 10 minutes to go.
Can Juve turn the tables and secure 3 points of their own? That's a mistake, though. Perisic has Arp and Vriet to aim for. It's a bit of a mix-up there as they both go for the same ball. Time is ticking away here in this, essentially the final half of these two games. Lovely ball up to Cristiano Ronaldo. 2 in the box to aim for. The keeper's coming. Can he get back in time? Here is Paulo Dybala. I think he's just about back in his net, and again, it's the early press from Bayern München. 5 minutes to go. Juve with the ball. Demiral to Dybala, who's been playing very deep. I'm not sure that's where his talents are best utilised. For Juventus, long ball looking for Vriet, again wasted. Maybe Bayern at this point settling for a point against Juventus, and who again are around them in the table, Wes, but they would have loved these 6 points, and it might still come for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a tiniest bit of time as we see Arp.
Oh, this is absolutely crucial. What does De Ligt do? Arp maybe hesitating too much, looking for the ball back to him, and you think maybe the chance had gone. Ball still bouncing around. No time added on, so Juve have to go now. Higuain was through, but in the end, it will be Juventus 1, Bayern München 1.
Which means that Monaco remain top of the table, just a point ahead of Bayern, but now 4 points ahead of Juventus. Well, that was in a way, a frustrating end. Always find that's the most frustrating thing when you think I'm through on goal, but time is up. There's nothing you can do. Great respect between the two players, and I think we could see there two top clubs, both of whom you would expect to see in the knockout stages later on in 2020. The second match disrupted. The first was a terrific watch, but Cristiano Ronaldo eventually getting on the score sheet. Bayern, though, over the whole course of the day, will be much the happier.
Well, when I spoke to, as we talk about my hobnobbing, I was speaking to Jose before the game. He was Bayern's
and now
captain.
you're going to tell us what
he
said.
And now I can tell you what he said. No, he at the start of the game, at the start of the day, he said that he would be happy to take 3 points here.
3 points.
So 4 is obviously a bonus for them. Obviously, they would have liked to have taken 6, given the momentum that they had. But if they were happy to take 3 at the start of the day, I think 4 is more than happy. Or they'll be more happy.
Because also, must remember that top spot and second spot go straight to the semi-finals. So the difference between finishing second and third is big. And they had the same amount of points before today. Juve have now 3 points behind Bayern. So definitely a good day for the Bavarian Giants. What did you see in that? It wasn't, what's the word? You could sense that momentum had completely shifted when they then had to play that fourth quarter from the beginning, couldn't you?
Yeah, I think it just took the sting out of the game. It took that momentum and it took that emotion out of it, and I think it kind of it killed the game, but it wasn't played at the same intensity for that 45. But as we said, technology and these things happen. You've got to roll with the punches, unfortunately.
Certainly did. Harry has scampered down to the mix zone again, and he's with the Juventus boys.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. I'm here with Juventus. Ettore, talk to me about that match against Bayern München. Obviously, so frustrating with the disconnect. You guys seem to be getting into a bit of a groove. Disappointed in the end to only take the 1 point away against Bayern München, who were around you in the table?
I think in the first match, they managed well the the advantage, 1-0 with a fantastic goal of Raid. After we try to have some chances in goal chances, but we didn't do this and we lose. In the second, we was 1-0. We missed the 2-0 and they scored 1-1. So after the disconnection, they managed, of course, the draw, and for there it's okay. So only 1 point, but that it's on Nantes. So we try to win with there and try to become first in the next match day.
So next match day you do play against FC Nantes. Talk to me about their season so far. Obviously they're around you in the table as well, a little bit below you. How are you guys going to prepare for that one? What do you think FC Nantes' strengths and weaknesses maybe are?
Yeah, I think Nantes it's the best team in the attack. They shoot like 35 shoots in the stats, so we need to stay focused in defense and try to score all chances versus they, because they are very well. So only this about the game.
Awesome, Ettore, thank you so much. Juventus there, coming away with 1 point against Bayern München. Chris, back over to you.
Thanks, Harry. So Juve already looking forward to match day 6, putting that 1 point against Bayern behind them. Sense a little bit of disappointment. Didn't mention them talking about their former teammate Alex there at the end either.
Yeah, I think that kind of went by the wayside. I think the minute that Bayern Munich won the first game, I think they'll be disappointed because players of that standard are always going to be disappointed. I think any team that you look at will be disappointed with any losses or any drop points that they get, and no different. I would imagine that Bayern Munich will be disappointed that they drop points in the second.
They will, I'm sure. We can hear from them now. They're not quite top, but they're closing right in on Monaco.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, I'm here with Bayern München, who come away with 4 points against Juventus. Alex, a good result for you, essentially. Yeah. They were around you in the table. You must be pretty happy with how those 2 games went.
Yeah, unless we were playing against one of the favorites. Juventus is a terrific team to play against. We ended again the 2 legs with 4 points, which is super positive. I mean, the boys and I played really, really good. It was tough because in the second half of the second game, maybe we were playing very well after equalized the match with a 1-1. That stop of 10 minutes, it was good enough. I mean, it wasn't bad at all, but we didn't came really stronger in the second part of the second game. Well, but pretty happy, always is a dream come true to play against Torito. It's one of the best in the history, and well, face them. It was my first time to play against them after our history making with Broken Silent. And well, super excited, super happy. 4 points, looking forward to the top. Let's see.
You had a chance to go top against, on top of AS Monaco. Unfortunately, you couldn't get all 6 points. If you did that, you would have been on top of AS Monaco in the table. You play against them next match day. Obviously, AS Monaco, great goal-scoring form. Where are their strengths and weaknesses for you? Where do you think maybe you could exploit them next match day?
Well, it will be a massive party of football in next match day. I mean, they are the best scoring. They score a lot of goals. Every attack is amazing, but they have some problems too, and we know more or less how to face them. It will be a great battle. I mean, the boys knows that we are ready for them, and let's see. I mean, if you want to be the best, you have to defeat the best, and they are the best. So let's see. I'm super excited and looking forward.
It's a great attitude to have. Alex, thank you so much. Bayern München coming away with 4 points against Juventus.
If you want to quote, go to Alex. He promised a festival of football today against his former teammates, and now he's promising us a party of football next time. But that is a huge game. It is our featured match, no surprise. It was already, but match day 6, Monaco against Bayern. Monaco top with 21 points, Bayern second with 20 points. That is a huge 2 fixtures.
Yeah, it doesn't come much bigger than that. And I think if you'd have earmarked it, or if you'd have looked at the fixture list at the start of the season, you'd have probably earmarked it as a Titanic one there and then. Now that you've got all of the narrative that goes with it, it's first v second, it's attack versus defense, it's all of these different little things, and then you get down to it and you go, oh, actually, and by the way, the 6 players representing each club, they're also fantastic players in a nutshell as well. It's going to be a fantastic watch. I can't wait for match day 6.
Yeah, what I like as well is the fact they're done and dusted today. So they're all going to go back into the training zone or just into the VIP zone. They'll all be sitting around together, probably scoping each other out, but thinking, already going to be looking forward to playing you in a couple of weeks' time. There are still 2 fixtures left, though, on match day 5. Before we get into those, we can take a brief look at some of the fixtures and results that have happened today. We can talk about them. It started off with Barcelona in action, first up. Pretty good start to the day, and it ended with some very good results. You saw that they lost the opening game 3-0 to Monaco, fought back terrifically well to beat the defending champions in the second match.
Yeah, it gave Monaco the bloody nose that I think everybody was waiting for. It took 5 match days, but it finally came.
It did. If we go through match 2, Celtic, how about that? Again, a win first up, and then someone bouncing back for Boavista. I think for me, the second game of match 2 was probably my favourite. 3-2, Celtic almost equalised with basically the final kick of the contest.
Yeah, it was a great game to watch. And then match 3, of course, we've just seen Bayern Munich win 2-0 in the first game, and then 1-1 in the second. And again, it's this table is ever evolving. It's not a case of it's a cut and dry one. I mean, the 2 teams we've got coming up next, Nantes and Manchester United, both need a result, you'd argue, given how results have gone today. So
yep.
Be interesting to see how this pans out.
I was going to say, it's 6th against 8th, so Nantes in the final, one of the knockout stage spots. But it is so tight around that part of the table that 2 wins for Manchester United today, and they'll zoom up the table. So a big challenge for them.
Yeah, and they're coming off the back of some indifferent form. So, and Nantes, we know, can turn it on at any given point. We've seen 4-0s and we've seen them getting beaten. We've seen, the full spectrum of, results, and I think that's what we'll see here. I mean, we've seen, this is match day 1's highlights, where they absolutely blew apart Boavista. And then obviously you've got, Man United that were very, very good against Bayern Munich match day 1. But again, this has started to peter out, and you're looking to the form of Eldred O'Neill, you're looking at Cams, you're looking at Austria to really drag themselves forward. The same goes with Nantes, Kepa and Roxa. You're looking for them to find their feet and find their form. And, Nantes have had some very, very good results that have been very, very late on. And their powers of recovery have been fantastic. It's just we need to see more of it, where they're actually putting the pressure on people at the start of the game rather than leaving it far too late.
Talking about late, how about that? Fantastic celebrations as Manchester United beat Bayern. I think consistency is a word that I hear you use a lot. Can one of these teams win back-to-back games and then go on a run and really finish almost everywhere, probably apart from the top 2, but you can see that the 2 teams are here. They are ready for action, and this is the penultimate match already of match day 5. And we can look at the 2 sets of teams now, as Nantes are about to take on Manchester United. And when it comes to Nantes, the players are Asperbisk, Kepa and Roxa. And for Manchester United, the English Giants in their first season in the competition, E.C. O'Neill, Cams, and the joint youngest player in the competition, Austria Book. We talked to them earlier on today, and this is what they had to say.
We're expecting good game. Manchester United is a very good team, but me and my teammates are practice very much this week, and I think we are ready to try to win 6 points, first time in this season.
For match day 5, it will be a difficult game against Nantes. They got points against every team at the moment, except for against Monaco. But yeah, we know them. They are strong. They have a good team with Kepa, Roxa, and Asbabisk, and we have to play at our best to get a good result.
I absolutely love the amount of them that say, yep, we want to get 6 points.
Yeah, it's the mentality you have to have, I think, so far in this.
Is it because just then the final one from Manchester United was a bit more circumspect? We know they're a good team. I think we've had 3 or 4 now. Yep, we're going to win 6 points.
Well,
I love it.
I mean, look at Schalke on match day 1. It takes 6 points. Ever since have really been, deprived of points. I think they've had 1 point since match day 1. So I think these players and everyone here knows how quickly this league can turn around, how players and teams can find form in different weeks. You're almost matching up against different sets of players that were playing last week than in the future weeks. So it's very important to get 6 points whenever you can. So I think that's the mentality you have to have here in the eFootball.Pro. 6 points this week, we'll try and get 6 points next week and the week after that, and then we'll see where we are at the end of the season.
Whereas very quickly, Nantes, despite their league position, the most shots before match day 5 started, 53 in 8 games. It's a remarkable record.
Yeah, and they're useful in the attacking end of the pitch. You'll see a lot of kind of echoes of how Soleimani was with Monaco. You'll see a lot of that with Koulibaly and with Simon. And you'll see a lot of that that combination play with Yuan as well. They're frightening going forward. It's just a case of can they keep the back door shut.
Okay, match 4. It is France against England. It is Nantes against Manchester United. A massive match in the race for one of the knockout stage places.
Welcome, guys. Shake hands.
A look of concentration on both teams' faces. You can understand why. They've had to sit and watch. Plenty of top PES action today. It makes it... Would you like to be first up, or does it not matter? I mean, I guess you get more time to practice together if you are later on in the day.
Yeah, but there's also that sense of anticipation, and if you are one of those experienced players, maybe that's where the nerves start to creep in. That's where you start to maybe focus on things outside of the game rather than focusing on the game itself. Me personally, I'd rather be first up, get my game out of the way, get 6 points, put the feet up, watch the others, and maybe start researching for the next match day.
Okay, yeah, because that's a good point. If you play earlier, you can perhaps, because you're not concentrating on your match, you can really watch your then next opponents potentially playing the tactics they might use. Whereas if you've got a game coming up after them, you're probably not going to be quite as concentrated on their match. But not against Manchester United. United, another of the teams who have a coach here as a fourth player, looking through their particular tactics.
I mean, looking at Manchester United, they're probably one of the main benefactors of the winter transfer update. Obviously, Data Pack 4 now available in eFootball PES 2020. Bruno Fernandes is a player I expect to be prevalent within Manchester United's attack here against FC Nantes. I mean, what an attacking threat to have gained within the winter transfer window. They're going to be buzzing to use him.
And Odi Nagalo, who I think came a little bit out of the blue. He's admitted himself, dream come true, boyhood Manchester United fan, signed from the Chinese Super League. What United don't necessarily have was that big physical presence up front. They have a lot of pace in Rashford and Martial and James, but expect maybe not to see Igalo starting, but he is potentially now an option to bring a bit of physicality on later on in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, I spoke to again some of the United guys beforehand. Was talking to them about Fernandes and Igalo, and I wouldn't be surprised if they utilised off the bench rather than being starters, because they, United are now used to playing with particular players. If you look there, Mata is a very kind of key component to what they play with, and Damani Mella, who's their main focal point as well. He's their main kind of number 9.
Now, plenty of people will have watched this from the start, I know, and will look forward to every match day. If we've got any new viewers, they might look at that team and think, Damani Mella, who plays for the under-23s, but just explain why United have chosen to use him.
Yeah, so in terms of the team selections, these guys would have looked at every little stat that they've got. Some players have player traits that actually aren't relevant in or aren't in other players, and they'd have looked at them and even when I mentioned, well, why not Fernandes over Mata? Vishal or the Almighty DS was playing to me, well, Mata's finishing is better, so we'll bring him on at a different point. Mata's 83. That's the reason why we'd go with Mata. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's the level that these guys go to look at these things. They look at every little detail because they want to give themselves the most competitive edge, and that's the reason why you look at some of those players at United side and go, well, you know, why are they playing this guy but not this guy? And that's what they're looking at. They look at every little bit, and you know, you can look at these stats at home and you'll see exactly why as well.
And it's one of the great things about this competition, eFootball.Pro, that it is very much Manchester United against Nantes. So for these guys, they know what their pool of players is. That's what they have to work with, and they just have to make the best of who they have, and therefore you see these interesting team selections. As, again, we can see more tactics that both know exactly. It's be a bit of pressure if you're the man that has to employ them, and make sure you don't press the wrong button and accidentally play someone out of position.
Yeah, more importantly, United have, the last couple of match days have been starting with Paul Pogba, not in the starting 11 today. Instead of trying McTominay and Matic as a holding midfielder. Maybe that's to nullify. Hold on.
Seems like there's, again, maybe a slight issue there on the stage. Our referees are on it. Fabulous to see, I would chime in and say. Manchester United players, they're wearing the third strip. It's very fashionable, the black camouflage with the fluorescent orange accents. I'm quite partial to that kit, I won't lie. Manchester United have had some nice kits in the past few years.
Yep, I would agree with that. You're very happy, particularly the fluorescent badge. You certainly can't miss them, can you?
No, certainly not.
But
Not losing them in the dark anytime soon.
But they are playing in red, unfortunately, on the actual game of PES that they're about to see. So just some slight adjustments. We were only a minute in, so I think we're just going to be back underway. And it was Ostripuk who just blasted that out of play. It wasn't his fault, but
I think it's the old. I haven't charged my controller before the game trick, and I think that's essentially what's happened. But
Someone get
I think
some new batteries.
I think it's full fair play, which I think should be absolutely applauded. Is that it's gone back to Nantes and they played it in the right fashion.
And also, thank goodness it came just a minute in and not when someone was through on goal.
Quite, yeah,
absolutely. So FC Nantes versus Manchester United, not attacking from left to right. That's a dangerous control from Scott McTominay. FC Nantes will be attacking this right-hand goal, and Koulibaly is a man that in previous weeks Wes Nantes had targeted as their catalyst, as their talisman to really get things going. Will they do it here again?
Yeah, I mean, anything good that comes of a Nantes attack is going to come through that man. You know, but you know, it's the accompanying cast that go with it. Yuan has been very good. Oh, it's a lovely touch from Mellot.
Absolutely lovely from Damani Mellot. Doesn't go his way in the end, though, but you were saying, yeah, you're right. Koulibaly, I mean, when you combine him with players who are always on the same page, like Kepa and Roxa, who have years of experience playing together in 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3 competitions, it's only going to yield success, and it has so far for FC Nantes.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, you look at the way that they are, and we said it before, they have the ability to turn it on as and when they want to. However, this United side are really lacking in form at the moment, and they really need to kind of get themselves out of the doldrums, because there's nobody that's going to play this game for them. 6 points today for them would be very much welcomed. And they have the ball now. Rashford looking for Anthony Martial, looking for the drag back. It was almost very successful. Well read, though, in the end. Yeah, the good thing I'm liking about this as well at the moment is that a lot of these players are now starting to utilise skills. They're starting to be a little bit more creative with what they're doing, which is it's great to see. As Koulibaly makes it through. David De Gea is there. Coming back to that point, though, Wes, do you think that's maybe at this stage of the season players really settling into their squads and starting to know the strengths and weaknesses of their players? Yeah, I think looking at it, I think they really, it's not necessarily the strengths of their players, it's the fact that we're getting to this business end of the season now where, you know, players are going to have to start making these choices. And,
Rashford.
You know, these games will run out. Damani
Mellot into Martial, and it's a dream start within 20 minutes here for Manchester United. Absolutely wonderful build-up play, and in the end, it's a tremendous goal and a dream start for them.
Certainly is. Lovely celebration, not with some thinking to do. That was Manchester United. That was peak Manchester United. Terrific football. And it fell to the man they would have wanted it to. Their number 9, Anthony Martial. I mean, it's and United lead.
Tremendous build-up play. This first time back heel, whoever was controlling Damani Mellot there, probably the assist of the match day, to be honest with you. That's so selfless and really, really impressive to find his teammate. Whoever was controlling Anthony Martial is the man to stick it home, and it's a good start from United. And looking at that, it's Cam's.
Talking and kind of going back to what Chris was saying, if you are a first-time viewer and you're wondering why Damali Mella is in the starting 11, that type of assist is exactly why.
Koulibaly now, chance for a response, but that type of tackle from Nemanja Matic is pretty much trademark of his career. And he will go into the book early on here in this first half.
I hope Nemanja Matic isn't watching.
On there looking to get in around the back, but now a chance for United to break with Scott McTominay, who's broken into the first team this season for Manchester United. Fed to Damali Mella now down this right-hand side. United looking good here early on. Mata waiting on the edge, instead finds Marcus Rashford. Mata's here once again, finds Martial! 2-0! United are onto a flyer. Second goal within the first half. FC Nantes, we've seen them previously this season form some tremendous comebacks, but if United keep on like this, Wes, I don't think there's any way back.
Well, United have started off absolutely on fire, and Nantes have been caught cold. They've not really been able to establish the physical gameplay that we are so used to. However, it's the quick thinking of Juan Mata to find it in, and it's that man again, Anthony Martial. It's a lovely finish into the top left-hand corner.
All came from that Scott McTominay ball into the box, which was initially not cleared. Look at that, Manchester United are on fire here on match day 5.
Well, you see the response there from Cams and Eldridge embracing each other. They know they're not where they need to be in the league table. 7th coming into today. They need as many points as they possibly can. And FC Nantes, who started today within, or in and around the top 6, this would be, again, one of those potential 12-pointers. Let's take a little listen here. See what I believe this is Manchester United have to say about tweaking maybe their tactics. Keep focus.
Well, this result is currently putting United above Nantes and into the top 6.
Here is Erman looking for Koulibaly. Harry Maguire dealt with that very well. Cams with his 4th goal of the season and 2nd of the game. I mean, we're only in the first half. One more goal, he could be securing himself a match ball. Not though, want one of their own. Koulibaly and, I'm not sure who that was in the end to stick it home, but Nantes won't care at all. It's one back, and 3 goals within the first half here of this game between Manchester United and FC Nantes. Game on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of fortune for United not really getting the chance to clear their lines, and not taking every possible chance. They're not going to mind. They're not going to mind how that goal comes. It's something to kind of break stride and will kind of put doubt in that Man United backline once again.
In the end, it's Rolly Pereira de Sá, the French defender, to stick it home. Midfielder for FC Nantes to stick it home for the French side.
Despairing lunge from the United captain, Harry Maguire. And Nantes are back in this contest. I think that was their first attempt on target. Here's Rashford, though. Straight from kickoff. Oh, yes. Marcus Rashford lights up this game, and United's 2-goal cushion is restored. What a response.
Ostrubuch with the goal, and we were still celebrating Kepa's goal at the other end. And it's the young man Ostrubuch to reinstate the 2-goal cushion straight from kickoff. It can often happen in PES, Wes, and Manchester United, that's a perfect response.
But you can tell from the reactions of these goals going in, it's not the typical responses you get from O'Neill. It's not the typical responses you get from Cams. These guys know they're under a bit of pressure and they know that they need some results, but to go and do that, it's clipped off the post and in. It was a super finish.
Bit of a defensive mistake there maybe from FC Nantes. We saw 2 players come across to try and meet Rashford, I think it was in the end.
Yeah, and it goes back to that communication thing. It goes back to the, are you communicating enough with your players to let them know you're going for a ball?
The young Scots' 4th goal of the 2020 season for Manchester United. He's been such good return on United's investment. They took a massive risk with Ostrubuch, obviously only breaking through the ranks last year. Back in Portugal, it was a pleasure to see him reach the semi-finals there. Here he is on the biggest PES stage so far this year. Really, really stepping up to the plate. What can FC not do to get themselves back in this game? Simon looking for Koulibaly first time, cleared by Eldridge. And wow, that's a physical tackle there by an FC not player. Martial finds Rashford, spreads it to Mata, and Damani Mella was through there again, so a vital intervention. Here is Desat. Scott McTominay, though, will put out the fire here at the back. Long ball to Martial. He's bested there, though, and I think that the last touch would have been an FC not player, and you can see in the reaction cam there, Roxa a bit disappointed with himself. If this one leads to a goal, just remember that touch. Maguire couldn't quite win the header. Maybe chance for one last break. Martial there going in for a professional foul. Not able to connect, and oh, maybe the last attack will come up the other way. Nope. Good defence from both sides. 3-1 United at the half.
Terrific. That from Manchester United. 3 shots on target, 3 goals. Clinical. I tell you what, Martial might have been a little lucky he didn't connect there. We haven't seen a red card today, but they were 3-1 up. It would have been almost a throwaway challenge from behind, but you never quite know. Some referees might have deemed that to be a red card, but terrific start from United. I think I'm right in saying that is the most goal-laden opening period we've had so far today. And this is the penultimate game of match day 5. This has been thoroughly entertaining. Long may it continue in the second period.
Yeah, I mean, not one of those teams, as we've said before, you know, happy to take as many shots as possible. United, who we're listening into right now, need the points, so they can't skimp on any attacks. Let's listen in, if I can put my teeth back in, to Manchester United, and I think Cams is saying we have the kickoff.
Yeah, so what he's saying there is keep the normal formation. So with eFootball PES, you can set up 3 formations in your game plan screen. What he's essentially saying there is keep that same formation. We don't need to deviate just yet. So I'm guessing they have a defensive game plan for if and when their backs are up against it, and they have an offensive one if they need to be. But at the moment, the normal one's just doing the job as
Limbombe! Roxa with a goal! Ayaz Babis, you can see there, a little disappointed, and based on their reactions, I think we may well have another technical issue. The goal will stand, but we will obviously have our referees up there on the stage to make sure, again, everything is in order. And competitive integrity is paramount here in the eFootball.Pro, and we don't want to step on anyone's toes in that regard. So,
absolutely.
A goal-laden game, though, Chris. I mean, so fun to watch. Long may it continue.
5 goals, and we'll await official confirmation, but I think we will restart the match, which will be 0-0 again, play 1 half, and any of those scores will be added to this. It's frustrating for the players, but ultimately we're in the land of technology and computers, and sometimes things happen. Let's hope once they get back on the way that they'll just pick up where they left off, because I think that for me it's probably been the most entertaining match we've seen today. One of the Boavista Celtic games was good, but both teams just flying forward, not too much defending going on, but an awful lot of excellent attacking football, Harry.
And you can see a lot of camaraderie there across the stage. Obviously both sets of players in the same boat. So sounds like we are going to be playing another half of eFootball PES with the same score, 3-2 to Manchester United, and we will add any goals on to this next half that we play onto the 3-2 scoreline. So as you were, essentially.
This is a huge 45 minutes coming up. We mentioned the table. The top 6 go through to the knockout stages. United currently have clambered above Nantes, and indeed above Celtic to go into 6th spot. So it's a big period for Nantes, and they, I mean, fortunately, had that happened a second earlier, they may not have scored their second goal, Nantes. But this is the reason that Manchester United are 3-2 up. Anthony Martial amongst the goals today. It's been a terrific watch. And plenty more action to come between these two, but that's where Anthony Martial is deadly. And interesting, we've seen a lot today going for the near post instead of curling it beyond the cross goal.
Yeah.
Any reason for that?
A lot of the time it's to catch out whether anybody does any manual goalkeeping, realistically, because a lot, you know, if you were playing football, you know, down your local park, you're trying to find the corners and you're going to try and go across the goalkeeper, whereas these guys know they can set the keeper and manually move him across. The keeper's already made the save, but if you gamble, you've left the near post far open. So if you go to the near post as like a default option,
yeah,
you can actually catch a lot of players out anyway.
Manchester United look very, very sharp today. It's got to be said. We've seen them in previous match days really come out a little lackluster. My worry for them is that, similarly on previous match days where they have been able to score goals early, they've really not been able to sit on their leads and really have, leaked too many goals late on, which has led them to dropping points. Thinking back to when they played Celtic a couple of match days ago, last match day actually, I think it was. No, the match day before that. They dropped a couple of points, which might have seen them enter today in the knockout position. So for me, it's about United being able to hang on to this now one-goal cushion they have here at 3-2. You think back to where they were in this game. They were 2-0 up, they were 3-1 up, and now it's down to just within one again. So United here entering this essentially second half of play. We'll be hoping that it's not a similar fashion, not now attacking from right to left to start this second half.
I remember Nantes on match day 4 scored a 96th minute equaliser. They'll take a 46th minute equaliser now. Just as Harry was mentioning, just a reminder, this game is still 3-2 to United. We're now playing the first half, which is essentially the second half. The match will finish on 45 minutes.
Koulibaly finds Simon. Looking for the man in the box. Unfortunately there, Eric Bailly will be fouled. If you're an FC Nantes fan, that's a tough one to see because they were looking promising there. But it will be essentially a goal kick here to Manchester United, and they've been winning the ball well in the middle of the pitch with Scott McTominay, and here comes Martial with Rashford in support. Look out for Damani Mellor in the middle as well. Back to McTominay. Damani Mellor wrestling with Nantes defenders and winning. Looking for, once again, Damani Mellor in the middle. He has been solid for Manchester United, playing for the under-23s. He's been drafted up to the first team here in the eFootball.Pro. Albon Lafont there in the FC Nantes goal, living life dangerously, and it's a 3-on-3 here momentarily at the back. Scott McTominay looking for Mata, dealt with in the end.
What's interesting actually is that under-23 football, plenty can leave in January to go on loan.
Oh, look at
not
this.
Mellor, fortunately for Manchester United.
Limbombe tackled well by Lindelof. Ermond is here. Koulibaly though was unfortunately running the wrong way. Mata. Here's that man Mellor, but Trin has done so well to read the play. Ermond to Prado, back to him now. Maguire getting a foot to the ball, and it's just enough, and the frustrations on the stage are starting to creep in. Prado cut out by Maguire well. Eldridge O'Neill there doing defensive duties, and that's a ball for Martial to chase. Will he get there first? The Nantes defender just had a yard on him, and that will be the difference here. 20 minutes gone. Don't forget, this is essentially the second half of the first game between these two clubs. Not in the ascendancy, but that one's cut out. Mata now. Oh, Damani Mellor. That's a good ball, and he's through one-on-one. Can he beat Lafont in goal? No, he can't. Roxer with the manual goalkeeping saves the goal for Manchester United. The goal was gaping, and this keeping was tremendous.
Goes back to that point. It's bluff or double bluff, and in that instance, they tried the double bluff and completely came unstuck.
He also had Rashford as well. I suppose that was an option, but you can totally understand when he's through on goal. And as we're seeing again, it's the first half, but everyone making changes as if it is the last 10-15 minutes, which is almost what it is actually. These changes coming even earlier, halfway through this half of football. It's a huge half. As Manchester United look to see out the points, which would be enough for them to move above Nantes ahead of their return fixture, which will take place directly after this.
Don't forget Cams for Manchester United, still technically one goal away from a match ball himself with the hat-trick, so not sure who that was through one-on-one for Manchester United, but if it was Cams, then I can understand why he wouldn't want to play in his teammate.
Equally, if he was controlling Marcus Rashford, he'd be absolutely screaming for it.
That was a close one there, going directly for goal from the corner. So still time now for FC Nantes Yuan wins the ball, spread out wide. Look at the run at the far post. Limbombe, can he find anyone? Yuan and Erman need support, and it's
a fantastic
Turan
block.
Zebe with a tremendous clearance. Ostrubuc that was on defensive duties for United.
That own goal written all over it, didn't it?
Dangerous. Dangerous area to be fizzed into. Martial will force another corner. Nantes swing the ball in. It's bounced around in the middle. Comes out to Limbombe. We'll come back to him. Krin looking for Yuan, and United, they're grateful to get a little bit of the rub of the green. Look at Damani Mella in behind. Cut out in the end by Wagwe. Here is Bamba to Ermond. David De Gea with a save. Eldridge O'Neill just cheating him across. That would have been the equaliser for FC Nantes. But it's brought back actually for a foul on an FC Nantes man from Matic. Ball swung in. Look out for Ewan. Well defended from United. FC Nantes though still on the prowl. Bamba. There's Eldridge again with David De Gea.
Dave saves once again. Now this is the one thing that the resetting of the match does do, of course, is that yellow cards are nullified, and Nemanja Matic has now picked up 2 in this fixture, but he remains on the pitch.
Well, I think Martial would have been sent off as well at
so but you know, as we always say, it is the same rules for both players, and you use that to your advantage. You know that, you know, you haven't got a yellow card with Matic, so you can dive into challenges. Another youngster comes on in James Garner.
Jesse Lingard getting a run out as well. We'll have to see if Pogba features here for Manchester United as they enter essentially the last 15 minutes of this match. Currently poised 3-2 in favour of United.
Well, they've used all 3 subs. I think the last one was Bruno Fernandes they brought on, so be an eFootball.Pro debut for Fernandes.
Yep, the Portuguese is on, and having picked up that second yellow card, Nemanja Matic is swiftly removed.
Smartly done. Didn't want to see him pick up a 3rd yellow. Damani Mella the target. And for Manchester United, these final few moments are all about weathering the storm, making sure you don't concede a late equaliser. Bamba inside to Krin, looking for Ewan, but wasteful in the end by FC Nantes. United, though, can't get out of their own half for now. Lingard clatters into his own man. And that will allow the ball to come straight back at them. Long ball. Will it bounce for Ewan? No, it will not. And it will be an FC Nantes throw here, 10 minutes to go. What can they conjure up? What needs to change for FC Nantes? I mean, they got 2 goals before the restart.
That was quite interesting there, by the way. Manchester United again stopped the game, and there was some groans and moans and looks from the 3 Nantes players, I think, as if to say, you're checking our momentum here with all of these changes.
Yep. But it's gamesmanship, and even at this type of level, you'll take every advantage that you can. A known kind of person who will kind of pause for not a lot really can sometimes be Christopher for Arsenal, who does have that jarring mentality of just throwing your momentum off just that touch, but it's enough that
we've all played against people like that.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you're amongst friends, you ban it, don't you?
Yeah,
you say you are
quite.
not allowed to do that.
The ball is only paused after it goes out of play.
Otherwise, you have to make the next round of tees.
Yeah.
Or you hit them over the head with a pillow.
Yes, there is also that option as well.
Because you can see there, Manu trying to just tactically reinforce themselves. Switching to all-out defence, which again makes your entire team retreat backwards, as opposed to just trying to cut the ball off at source.
Bamba looking for Ermond in the middle. Abied is there as well, but now a first touch on the pitch, I believe, for Bruno Fernandes. Welcome to the eFootball.Pro. That's a mistake from you to start things off. United, though, keep ball now for them. I doubt they'll go for a 4th unless the opportunity really presents itself on a plate. Damani Mella cutting the ball out here for United. Lingard, though, can't make anything of it, and you can just sense the tide turning in FC Nantes' favour. Here is Ewan. One last throw of the dice, maybe. Late challenge, that's a naughty one. You could argue maybe had to be done.
It's the same tactics. Garner's replaced Matic. Same type of challenge.
Javier to fire it home, and it's a goal from Roxa! From 25 to 30 yards out. It's not often we see a direct free kick goal in the eFootball.Pro, and it's the equaliser for FC Nantes.
You can pause all you want. You don't save those.
Pick that one out of the net. David De Gea has been so well throughout this match. I think this will be the angle to look for. Right into the top corner.
And again, that's the gamble you take if you don't man your goalkeeper from a free kick, is that such is the quality of these players. They know exactly how much power to put and exactly where to position it. And it leaves you all asunder there.
It's another late leveller for Nantes. This game, remember, will finish at the 45-minute mark.
Damani Mella, just nothing going United's way so far, and the throw-in won't either. Will FC Nantes maybe look for a winner here from the most unlikely of positions? Ewan here, they've won the ball. Looking for Bamba, he's through on. It's Roxa one-on-one with David De Gea. Will he square it? No! Unfortunately, loses his footing at the final moments.
Greeted with cheers from everybody in the VIP zone.
There's not too many Nantes fans up there. It's a point apiece. Wow, and you know those cheers are from all of the other clubs who want and know how tight it's going to be to finish in the 5th, 6th positions. They didn't want any of these teams, either of these teams, to pick up 3 points. What a game. Slightly disrupted, but it's finished 3-3. And that, for me, I think is the most entertaining match of the day thus far. Thank goodness we have another fixture between the two coming up in a couple of minutes' time.
Absolutely. Hopefully it's not a more cagey affair as we saw between Bayern München and Juventus earlier on. But, I mean, it had everything. Drama, celebrations.
Yellow cards.
Pauses. Tactical changes, but in the end, honours even. And FC Nantes are just kings of the late goal. And if Roxa was able to stick that one home, I think that would have been a match ball for himself as well. So, well,
he could have squared it. Where should he have squared it?
Could have been 2 extra points.
I think if you go that too close to the goalkeeper, that there's only 2 real options. You essentially either have to square it or you lob the keeper. If the keeper's already down, you can easily just tap L1 as you hit the shoot button. It just lofts it over them, and it's an easy goal. But as we say, in the emotion of the situation, in the anticipation of it, it's how wrapped up you are to make those kind of calls. And I think Nantes just kind of forgot where they were for a moment. And
it's one of those moments when you can feel yourself grabbing the control of that bit tighter.
Yeah.
Because you know it's the last kick of the game as well. Everyone watching did. You can see the highlights now on your screen. It was an absolute belter of a game. And actually, perhaps the best thing was that you didn't get too much of a momentum killer when the console had the issue with the console and we started again. Actually, we saw in the previous fixture that did make a bit of an impact. I don't think it did in this one. It basically took off from where it had left.
Yeah, and that was it. Both teams kind of still maintained that intensity. So, you know, you saw it when United went 3-2 up, and you saw the kind of, or you saw the you know, the intensity they had before the console issue happened, and then you saw the intensity afterwards. They were trying to pause, they were trying to stall some time for the game. It didn't really matter though. You've got a moment of brilliance again, which is where we're kind of at with this at the moment, is that there are these moments of brilliance that are defining these games as they go on.
Nantes 3-1 down to draw 3-3. Going into the second match between them, Harry, in terms of attitude and confidence, we saw that chance there as well for United, who, let's hope that they're not watching the feed here, because that won't have done them any good. Nantes, you would think, now have the momentum going into this next game.
You could argue that. The big plays really came in from Roxa, and you could argue he cost them 2 points by not converting that one-on-one at the end, but realistically he was the one who gained them the point in the first place, controlling Albon Lafont in the FC Nantes net, making that save, and then also firing, really rifling the free kick home. So rare we see a direct free kick scored in the eFootball.Pro League, and he's pulled it off from quite the distance out. It was really impressive. To answer your question, yeah, I would argue FC Nantes, certainly with the wind in their sails coming into this one.
I The second fixture is almost upon us here. Concentration. United have to put that very, very late goal behind them now. These two are so close in the table. We might just look back on this in a couple of weeks' time as a massive two fixtures, but now fixture between them. Ultimately, you get the picture that United and Nantes are going to be in and around the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th spot. Who goes through to the knockout stages? You might just look back at this game here, Wes, and think, wow, that was a very important fixture.
You may just look at that last chance and go,
yeah,
that was how important it was. And for either team, you had Mellor on one side where it was great manual goalkeeping, and the other side it just almost felt like it was a little bit of indecision as to how he wanted to, to take it on. You could have potentially gone around the goalkeeper if he had enough pace. There's loads of different ways you can deal with it, but it's easy for me to sit up here and go, here's how I would have done it. When you're in that type of environment, it's so many different things that are going through your head.
Absolutely. The league table, just so you know, top 6, remember, going through to the knockout stages. Nantes are 6th on 11 points. United are now 8th with 9 points. Celtic sandwiched in between them. And then to come next up, Arsenal and Schalke, who are both bottom of the pile with only, I say only 7 points, but I'm just looking ahead to that one quickly. 2 wins for either of those teams, and they might be up to 5th. It's a bonkers league table, which we can see on our screen right now. Monaco leading the way, but their lead has been cut to just 1 point. But Bayern are second. They could have gone top, but a very good day for Bayern.
And looking at this return fixture for Manchester United, you still have to say the same rules apply. 3 points here, you still leapfrog your opponents, which is what the main goal would have been to do coming into today. Leapfrog
your opponents and move to within one point of Boavista in 5th. So huge game, intriguing game. Not a top of the table clash, but massive eFootball.Pro points. And it's been a bit of a roller coaster for all 6 players, given the way that first game went with everything that happened.
And we knew it coming into today when you looked at today's fixtures. We saw at the top of the show, AS Monaco versus Barcelona, 1st versus 4th. Barcelona coming in with the shock. Celtic versus Boavista, again, sort of a trade-off of play styles there. Juventus versus Bayern München, 2nd versus 3rd coming into today. We almost prophesized it in that there are so many 12-pointers essentially playing today on Matchday 5 that it was set up for this sort of drama and this sort of gameplay that we're seeing on the stage, which is, again, what we all want to see.
Yeah, no one's clear at the top, no one's cut adrift at the bottom. Long may that continue, because it makes every game massive. These boys know it. Don't look especially happy, despite the fact they came into this game with a last-ditch equaliser against Manchester United in the first fixture between the two. To expect any... I haven't seen a great amount of personnel change, I wouldn't say, today from match to match. You talked a lot, Wes, about how much these guys build up and the plans they have. And maybe sensible they're not just to throw those out of the window because emotionally you lost the game.
Yeah, you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's you want to just go, okay, well, we can still play properly. We can still play with this team. And these guys have like I say, they would have researched their teams to the nth degree, and they'll know what their teams are capable of and what they're not capable of.
So we kick off then the second game between these two football clubs. It feels like a lifetime ago we started game 1. Here we are, time to reset. We start afresh at 0-0. You could argue not certainly the side in the ascendancy at the end of the first game, scoring 2 to bring it back to a 3-3 scoreline. Can United get into the lead and stay there? That's been the question we've been asking of them every single match day. It's a feat that they've struggled to do. Thinking all the way back to when they last played a game like that. I think it was against Arsenal they last secured a proper 3-point result which looked convincing. So after letting that 3-1 lead slip in the previous match, hopefully we can see them make it good this time. Here's Damani Mellor, chance for an early goal. Looks like it is going to be a goalkeeper change, strangely enough, here for FC Nantes. They were using Albon Lafont in the first game.
I just said we didn't have many personnel changes. That is a big one.
Yeah, very strange. Simon now has Koulibaly to look for. I think he's offside, and he is. Just going a little bit too early, or maybe the pass coming just a little bit too late?
I mean, that type of range there is the goal that you alluded to back on Matchday 4 when myself and yourself were at the game. That's the type of range that you want to try and actually put a finesse shot in. Maybe not try and, not try and do something where you're trying to pass through a defence, because both teams have got solid centre-half pairings. You've got Maguire, you've got Bayer, you've got Palios. You've got those sorts of players that are littered around this pitch. Try and do something out of it. We saw it in the last game with the free kick is try to get through, but you've got to try and do something that's a little bit different.
We've seen very few long-range efforts today. So one goal in off the post, but very few players deciding to go for goal from distance.
We have Martial feeds McTominay. Here is Juan Mata, back to Martial. Damani Mella drags it wide. That was a great opportunity, but you're right, Chris. We often see, with great centre-back pairings, them try and defend deep rather than coming to the ball. So, was there a ball on there, Wes?
Yeah, there was. There was Marcus Rashford that just crept into shot as he took that ball roll out. He stood leg one pass off. He got an opportunity at goal.
It's Damani Mella's weak left foot as well, or weaker left foot, I should say, which makes an impact, doesn't it?
Yep, yeah, your shot accuracy isn't what it should be on your weaker foot, and some players have a better weaker foot accuracy than others.
Koulibaly here, as Ermon in support, goes for a little bit of skill there, can't quite beat the on-rushing United defenders. Still 0-0 here, 24 minutes gone. United here in possession of the ball. That's a wayward one though, that will feed possession back to FC Nantes, playing a one-touch passing game here out of the back. The ball falls to Koulibaly. Finds Simon Prado ahead of him, but Juan Mata doing defensive duties. Hopefully it's not more of a cagey affair like we saw earlier on against Juventus against Bayern München. That's a bit of a mistake there in the end by Ostrovic, just shepherding the ball out of play, but FC Nantes trying to come on the attack, but again it's just looking for that last bit of class in the final third that they're lacking at the moment. Ball will fall to Rashford. Here is Damani Mella. Martial will gather the stray ball. Juan Mata is onside. From the route there across. Just hoofed up the pitch away from danger, Wes.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to be too much of a much as there's been very few opportunities here apart from the hard chance from Mella. There hasn't really been a lot really to shout about.
Ermon finds Limbombe running onto it with pace. Looking for Koulibaly, so close. Is there a touch from a defender? We'll see it here again on the replay, but that's a bit better from FC Nantes.
That's a bit more like the first fixture between the two clubs as well. It's not more cagey in this second period.
So given how good Koulibaly's been over the course of this season, you'd put your house on him scoring that one. But it was good from Nantes to be able to create that space. It was one extra pass that wasn't anticipated that allowed them the space to get the cross in.
Koulibaly is being an absolute menace there in front of the United back four. One well in midfield for a moment, but the ball will fall to Mata, who tries to play a long one to Martial, but Cams, who was controlling him, just went too early. And that will turn over possession to the Ligue 1 side. United now with Damani Mella through. Has a couple of men to beat here before the chance is really on. Tries to catch the defending player, who was Ayaz Babisk, napping, maybe trying to second guess him there. Ayaz Babisk, unfortunately, Chris, is on top of the defensive points table throughout the entire league. So the captain for FC not easily beaten in that regard.
I was just going to say that. It looked a bit of a mismatch, didn't it? As we approach half-time, Nantes 0, Manchester United 0.
Koulibaly here. In good territory for FC Nantes. Lindelof trying to shepherd him out of play, but he keeps it in. Here is Ermon. Koulibaly was in there ahead again. Ermon with an interesting shot. That was Kepa, but again, maybe more options on. As we enter added time. Hoofed clear by Kepa, maybe looking for some of his teammates there, but looks like unless the referee plays on, which he does, we'll be entering the half on as even. Can United get a late goal here in the first half? Kept in by FC Nantes, and that surely will be half-time.
Goalless at the break. It was goal-laden, the last fixture, but it continues the theme of today. I don't think we had a single reversed fixture which has been anywhere like the opening game between the two clubs. It's as if they've both taken something away from the first fixture, tweaked a few things, and they've tended to be, particularly in the first half of the second match, a lot tighter.
Yeah, often we will see between two legs, teams have the opposite effect between the two games. It works both ways in that if the first leg is too cagey, they'll open up in the second, and vice versa. So Oliero then, the stand-in goalkeeper for FC Nantes, boosts this one up the pitch, and it will be Manchester United here in the second half of this second game, attacking from right to left. Koulibaly, that's a lovely pass into him, might open up here for Simon on the right-hand side, and goes for goal straight away. De Gea palms it right back into the danger area, and FC Nantes break the deadlock here in the second half.
Well, that's what we're talking about. In an area of the pitch where you normally see players that we've seen today or pass it and try and cross it, someone takes a shot, and you have to bank on there being a rebound, and that's exactly what Nantes did here. It wasn't pretty, but you take a risk. From here, there are options in the middle. With you look at the fact that they played it off to Koulibaly. Could have easily been passed back to Koulibaly. Instead, they've took the shot, and there's a gamble, and which is what you should be doing.
Yeah, I think it's Eric Bailly who goes the other way, if you like. Striker on the money. Just that moment's hesitation from Bailly was the difference. Not of the comeback kids, all right. Equalised so late in the first fixture, and now they lead. This really would strengthen their top six spot.
Don't leave Ayaz Babisk hanging like that. Come on, Kepa. Where's the chemistry?
We have seen some awful handshakes in eFootball.Pro, but that is right up there.
That's disgraceful. Ayaz Babisk with his 5th goal of the season. Captain of FC Nantes really stepping up. And it's pinballing around at the moment, luckily in FC Nantes' favour for the French side. And now what do United have in the tank? They've given so much across these two games. Now it's time for them really to show us that they are worth their league position. Koulibaly looking for Iman. Bombay's in support here as well. It's Simon, the man who really created that goal with his first-time shot.
I wonder if there might be a yellow card when this next goes out of play as well.
Have to look out for it.
It's the longest advantage ever known. It's about 15 minutes.
Iman, Koulibaly's in here. 3 men in defence here for Manchester United, and as we have a look at what that does to the league table as it stands, United's defence has looked very shaky. When you look back to that goal, 2 central defenders both coming towards the goal, and that might be something that FC Nantes look to exploit. Bit of miscommunication. Koulibaly trying to feed Iman, but United have enough bodies, but it's very haphazard defending here.
It's big Harry Maguire, that's what it was. Important touch.
That's a freebie for Manchester United. And here is that card that you were talking about, Chris.
Yeah, it was a late challenge. Referee has a very good memory. I think that was about 20 minutes of PES action. It's one of those that I think, how long can we go on for? Could we keep this one in until, if the ball doesn't go out of play before full time, he might never pick up the yellow card.
He probably wrote it in his book as he was running.
It's one of those ones where you kind of forget how you actually picked up the bookie.
Yes.
It really was that long. But
it actually, if you're cynical, it's one of those that you chuckle about, because you might have remembered making the challenge, and everyone else says, what's that for? And then you have a little chuckle. You think, just watch this.
Well, this is interesting here. It's that kind of golden period of making substitutions and making tactical changes. 63 minutes on the clock. Man U 1-0 down. They've got a corner, which they didn't. It was a gift. It was a gimme. There wasn't. It was a pass back to a goalkeeper that's gone out for a corner, and all of a sudden the opportunities are starting to present themselves. You can see there that they've kind of changed to a 3-4-3, which is uncharacteristic of them, as we've seen from match days gone by. Odin Igalo appears to have made his way in.
He's going to be making his eFootball.Pro debut. For a moment there, Eric Bailly was the right centre forward, but it was always because Igalo needed to go into the position. But if you look at this formation now, Well, Martial is almost playing as the left wing back. Manchester United have to go for it, and it would appear they are.
Well, I would have argued maybe you keep Eric Bailly on for the corner at least, but let's have a little listen to FC Nantes and how they want to approach the later stages of this match.
As you can see there, though, Cams and O'Neill in deep discussion as to what they're doing next here. And you know, if they were only to come out with a result here that's a loss, that's 1 point out of a possible 6 they could have got. Starts to look a little bit dicey for Man United,
particularly when they led the opening game until basically one of the last 3 kicks. That's where I think it would struggle. But as you mentioned, Harry, they've taken off Eric Bailly. They need to make sure they don't try and score from this corner, which they almost do. And you know what? Igalo was at the far post lurking around. It's going to be Nantes ball.
What's a debut that would have been? First touch of the ball. A potential goal, but he will have to wait for his first touch. As the changes continue to come in, you can see Scott McTominay come off there for Jesse Lingard.
Interesting, there's no Pogba.
Yeah, obviously falling out of favour with the Manchester United eFootball.Pro squad. And look at this, what a find that is. Bamba down the right-hand side, has Ewan in support. Can he find him? Oh, it almost trickles through to him. Maguire there, indecisive on the ball. And now United could come forward. Igalo doesn't quite win the header. But Lingard's there to intercept. It's a blasted ball trying to find Rashford. Almost catching the defence sleeping, and now this game has really opened up. Limbombe. Emon there was in support, but tackled by Lindelof just to stem the flow of the attack. But Emon has kept on his way. Good tackle, though, by Eldridge O'Neill. And United still chasing this game.
They've gone for it, haven't they, Wes? It's one of those gambles that can pay off. There's definitely going to be more possibilities for Nantes at the other end of the pitch, but United are pretty much all out attack. Look where Martial is taking that throw.
Yeah, you can see that they understand the urgency of the game that they're in, but it's whether they can execute. It's okay having the formation, but you need to be able to execute at the same time. And they've left a massive gap here for Emond.
Yeah, Renard Emond is through here. Has no one in support. Could have maybe gone for it himself there. Instead tried to find a teammate, unselfish of him, but in the end probably wasn't the right decision. I mean, referee has played on here. I thought that one was a little too physical for my liking. Look at Ermond in the middle. He has been found. Limbombe's open as well. Great save, great block. It's going to be a corner. Could have been 2-0 to FC Nantes.
The space for the French side now of this United tactical tweak. If it works and they get a point, then well done. But at the moment, Nantes already with 2 massive chances to score the second, which would surely put this game to bed. And I think maybe United are now going to go even more attacking. Anthony Martial has been pushed up once more. He doesn't have much energy left by the looks of things, Anthony Martial.
Yeah, you can see there, you just see Cam's trying to direct traffic between himself and Eldridge. Austri kind of looking a little bit on the periphery, but then again, Austri's on the quieter side of PES players. He's not as vocal. But, you know, when you've got vocal leaders like those two, it's interesting the Almighty DS hasn't chimed in with anything. You know, we saw it with Lutti chime in with Bayern in the same way. It's quite interesting to see that he hasn't chimed in. But it's one of these tactical tweaks that if it works, it's a master stroke, and if it doesn't, there's a massive inquest. I don't know. I'm still not sure as to how it's going to fall down in the end, though.
It's the right knee of David De Gea that has led us to this resulting corner, and really spared United's blushes because there were a couple of men consecutively open for FC Nantes in the United box. This corner about to be swung in. Blocked and forced into another corner, and FC Nantes will be happy with this as time trickles down. They're getting closer and closer to 3 valuable eFootball.Pro points. Martial deals with that one, and now Mason Greenwood on the pitch is tackled down a little cynically. A professional and a valuable one there really for FC Nantes. Gets men behind the ball. Emond will go in the book for it though.
Definitely the type of yellow card your teammates applaud you for, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Check the progress, stop the counter-attack.
The attack now comes for Manchester United. Nantes' defence so far, though, has looked fairly solid, and they're happy to allow Emon to challenge Harry Maguire. The Englishman stout in his defensive responsibilities there. Will this break for one last chance here for either side? Lindelof. Greenwood now. Igalo running on beyond him. Rashford finds Mata. Is this the chance? The equaliser, and it's in! What a fabulous goal by Manchester United, and at a vital stage of the game. Talk me through that one, Wes, because that one was much needed.
Well, no sooner did we talk about the pick between Mata and Fernandes, that the United research comes in and comes up trumps. 4 minutes left now. There's a lot of pressure on, and they were finding passes. They found their ways through there. I mean, it was a neat little ball in there. It's a great run. It's a fantastic find, and it's the captain Eldridge who pops it away to make it 1-1. But again, greatly applauded by the VIP zone, because it's another draw, and it's not 3 points. And again, the effect it's going to have on the table, it now kind of opens it up a bit more for people.
Yeah, credit Eldridge, and you can see Rocks are there in the middle of the FC Nantes squad. Credit Eldridge. His run from deep with Mata was really what caught the Nantes defence sleeping. Allowed them to get the equaliser here in this second match. Potentially 2 draws on the cards unless there is late drama here at the eFootball.Pro. Watch out for Ermon down the middle. Oh, brilliant save. Fifth goal of the season from Eldridge, but that save from De Gea might have saved them some points. Into added time now in this second game. Cannot find themselves a winner. This would be heartbreak for United. Limbombe, Bamba, Ewan was through as well. 2 Anzebi's there with the clearance. And I think we are just about out of time between these two clubs. It would take one long ball within the next few seconds. That's what they look for, but it's out once again, and I think that's done.
I think the origins of the noise upstairs, I believe, judging by the tones of it, are the Boavista players.
Yep.
It very much sounds like they are very happy that this is happening. As you can hear from their reaction, they've again, it's 2 points dropped again, and I'm not sure how this is going to impact the rest of the league going forward, but it just makes Matchday 6 all the more interesting.
Brilliant entertainment between Nantes and Manchester United. 1 point apiece. Both will probably think they could have got 6. Both might have got 0. Both get 2. Astonishing late drama in both matches. Not the Manchester United. Tell you what, I wouldn't mind them meeting in the knockout stages if it's going to be as good as that. They're making their way down to the mix zone as we speak. And they'll need a bit of a lie down, both those sets of players. It's amazing how the pendulum swims in eFootball.Pro. Nantes, who've scored so many late goals themselves this season, pegged back at the death. Manchester United celebrating there. And one imagines they will be celebrating when Harry gets hold of them in the mix zone. It was 2 fixtures you really couldn't take your eye off, and in the end, it is Nantes who remain in the top 6. But only just. The Manchester United, I feel like that was a very, very important point for them moving forward. Anthony Martial really was in the goals. There we go. 3-3 game 1, 1-1 game 2. Thanks to that very, very late Manchester United equaliser. Wes is alongside me. The mix zone is filling up very nicely indeed. I've just had a look to my right-hand side. Harry is there, and we can catch up with the Manchester United boys.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. I'm here with the Manchester United squad. Eldridge, 2 games, 2 draws. Talk me through those ones, because, I mean, you got 2 points, but it could have been a lot more.
First of all, I want to apologize to my teammates for making the mistake in the second game. If I didn't make the mistake, maybe we would have won 1-0. But yeah, first game we were playing very good, leading 3-1, and then the game got disconnected, and we were a little bit unlucky to concede a free kick, and then they scored in the last 3-4 minutes. So in the second game, we adjusted our tactics because we knew they were going to play 4-4-2 wide, and yeah, it was actually going 50-50 until I made a mistake, and maybe if we had more luck, we could have gotten 4 or 6 points, but again, unlucky. But to be honest, after 0 points last week and now getting 2 points, we still have all to play for. We still have Boavista to play against that is above us. We still have some other teams to play. Celtic above us has some hard opponents left to play. Barcelona we still have to play. So everything is in our own hands. There's nothing to worry about at the moment, not yet.
Keeping perspective, I see. Don't be too hard on yourself, of course. Match day 6 coming up. You alluded to a couple of teams you have yet to face. Schalke 04 are your next opponents. They've had a bit of a lackluster season. How do you see maybe their strengths and weaknesses, and how you guys try and approach the match next match day?
At the moment, we are ourselves not in the best, in the best possible form. So it will be hard against Schalke, even if they got like only 1 point in the last 3 or 4 match days. We have to see what they do today against Arsenal, and maybe if they get 0 points, they might throw in the towel next week already. So we have to see what happens.
Eldridge, thank you so much for your time. Manchester United coming away with 2 points against FC Nantes.
I sense that might be wishful thinking there about Schalke, who we're about to see in the final match of today against Arsenal. Enjoyed that, though. Searingly honest from the Manchester United captain and leader. The Nantes boys are heading to the mix zone as well to catch up with Harry after those 2 performances. They are still in the top 6 and therefore on for knockout stage football. We can see they're ready. Harry can tell us what they think about their 2 games against Manchester United.
Thank you very much, Chris. I am here with the FC Nantes players. 2 draws, 2 points against Manchester United. Could have been a lot more, though. Are you happy, disappointed? What's the feeling right now after those 2 matches?
What to say? We are really disappointed because I think we should win both games. They started good first game, but after that we come back with nice goals and had chance for 4-3 for great comeback, but we miss. I miss. And second game, I think we was better than them, and we scored the goal. We have good chance to score for 2-1, 2-0, but I miss. And after that, Mata scored with right foot, crazy. But this is best. What to say?
Next match day, you play against Juventus, a club who are in some tremendous form. Had a bit of a blip today, though. How do you see their strengths and weaknesses, and how are you going to tackle them in the next match day?
Yeah, Juventus is one of the best teams here. They have one of the best players ever in the PES, Torito and Renzo. He played with me and Kepa last season. He's good, and I think will be a tough game for us. But I believe in my team, and I think we can at least 1 win next round. So to stay to play for playoff.
Roxad, thank you so much. FC Nantes coming away with 2 points against Manchester United.
Thanks, Harry. After 2 fixtures with tremendous late drama, that was the penultimate match of Matchday 5 of eFootball.Pro. And now here we are for, in many ways, the main event. It is the bottom 2. Can't wait for this one. It is going to be Arsenal against Schalke. And we can have a look at the 2 teams right now. When it comes to Schalke, the German Giants, El Matador, goal, and Miramen. And for Arsenal, Alex Giardi, who scored the goal of the round on match day 4. Christopher and S. Venom. We talked to them earlier on, and before this match, this is what they had to say.
Yeah, today is a very important match because we are on the last place in the table. We have 7 points, but Arsenal has 7 points too. And today will be decided who has still chances for the top 6. And if you don't take 3 or 4 or 6 points today, then you will stay in the end of the table, and it will make the whole thing more complicated. So we prepared very well. We will try to play today very offensive, score more goals, and try to win at least maybe 1 game, maybe 2, we will see.
Like in all games, you will play an experienced team, but you are prepared to take the 6 points. You are working hard. You know our opponents. They know each other since some time, but you are confident. You work some details to take the 2 wins tomorrow, and we will try to give the more happiness possible to the Arsenal fans.
Great insight from the Schalke and the Arsenal camps then ahead of this match. You might have looked at the table and thought, why is this the featured match? It is the featured match because it is the bottom 2, which means it's not quite last chance saloon, but if they want to make the top 6, they really need to start picking up the points now. As you heard there from the Schalke skipper, he wants 6 if he can get it. Let's see what happens. It's the final game of Matchday 5 of eFootball.Pro. It is Schalke against Arsenal.
Welcome guys, shake hands.
So both these clubs with 7 points from their opening 8 games. It leaves them 3 points adrift now of Manchester United in the league table, but only 5 points adrift of Nantes in 6th, the final knockout stage place. And whereas because of that, it is open, but we heard there from one of the Schalke boys, and I know you've spoken to them earlier, they are well aware that if they keep on going through match weeks without picking up too much, it won't be too long before really that top 6 is nigh and impossible.
Yeah, you don't want to get it to a stage where you're leaving it to the last 2 or 3 games or the last 2 or 3 match days before you start playing. You need to start performing. Harry's alluded to it so many times before, saying about how, you know, games are running out for teams, and for Schalke and for Arsenal, it's no different. I think it's more surprising from Schalke, given the fact that their team have got that inbuilt chemistry, have been playing with each other for so many years. With Arsenal, it's not as surprising because the team's only just really been put together, and we're only really seeing the kind of the birth of that team in terms of in terms of that combination working together, and I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how it pans out.
So what's fun, just taking a little look over the Schalke starting 11. One of the main things that El Matador has spoken to me about in weeks previous is their lack of personnel, and maybe wishing for some backup from Schalke in real life in terms of transfers. They've gained Todibo from Barcelona. They've also gained Gregoric as well, playing up front, and they're actually starting him here against Arsenal. So it will be fun to see whether or not they can utilise him. They have some new toys to play with, so we'll see if he is the band-aid on the cut for Schalke 04 so far.
Todibo looked like he was starting right back as well. From Arsenal's point of view, they have a German in their ranks in S. Vanham. He'll be looking over at the German club. Wouldn't mind beating his countrymen, I am sure. Those things, they do count, do they? There's such a tight-knit group of players. They all know each other very well, and he'll be enjoying representing Arsenal, and he'd probably like to get one over Schalke as well.
I mean, he'd like 3 points no matter the opponents. I mean, 3 points adrift of Manchester United, I think you said earlier on. So 3 points here, you're right back in the hunt. 6 points here, you propel yourself up the table and essentially condemn the opposition here. And what's fun is that, again, it's the same story for both teams. They both find themselves in the lower half of the table, in last and second last positions, 10th and 9th. So for me, Schalke need to worry about their defensive capabilities. They've got a -8 goal difference coming into today, and that at this level of competition, they need to shore up that back line and make sure they aren't hemorrhaging goals as they have previously.
Coming into match day 5, just looking at the league table, they were 3 points off Boavista in 6th spot. They're now 7th off Nantes in 6th spot. So the results haven't gone the way really that either of these clubs would have hoped. I don't think they are that bit further away, which again, we come back to it. It means these 2 fixtures are of huge significance for both clubs.
Yeah, but I think here, I think if we had a mirror of what happened last game with 2 draws, I don't think that does either team anything. So I think realistically, I think it's win or bust, I think, for these 2 at this point. But you know, we've seen the individual brilliance of Alex Giardi. We know he's hungry for goals. We know that he has that capability. And on the flip side as well, we know that the Schalke contingent, they're proud. They don't want to be bottom of the table. They're they're, shall we say, kind of disgruntled with their league position at this point.
They are. We are underway. The final fixture of match day 5 of this season's eFootball.Pro. It's Schalke against Arsenal. It's the bottom two who can finish the day with some points and some smiles.
And we condemn Schalke for their goal conceding record. Look at that, 15 goals conceded by Arsenal themselves. So when you look on paper, this one should certainly yield goals, Wes. And speaking about with a winter transfer, you can see there Gregoric in the middle. Commentator's nightmare. You have Nastasic here as well. A couple of key members for Schalke actually lost in the winter window. I'll come back to that, as it's like Nastasic is trying to put the pressure on. But they've lost a couple of key players they've relied on in the winter window. Steven Skrubski and Nabil Bentaleb both lost. So they were two players that Schalke like to start here in the eFootball.Pro, and they are no longer eligible for selection.
Yeah, and you know, we saw Bentaleb being utilised in the kind of first couple of match days, but as we've seen as these match days go on, it's evolving the way that these teams are playing. They really are evolving, trying to how they're trying to play. Still, though, I mean, the interesting point I'd say for Schalke at this point is that Harit is now more central, and it's kind of where he's at home. He doesn't like being up front, doesn't like being on the wing. So it'll be nice to see him back in kind of native territory.
Yeah, we know he's got a venomous curler on him, so you stick him in the centre of the pitch, he's always going to cause trouble. The North London club, though, now on the prowl. That will be a throw-in, though, to Schalke 04. And at this point, Wes, the pressure for both of these two clubs, underperforming so far coming into match day 5. You have matches ahead of you still to come. The pressure on this game alone, when you look at the league table and how it stands, it's got to be massive.
Yeah, well, we all saw the difference in body language between United as they are now versus United when they first started playing. Even when they were scoring, they weren't really celebrating because they knew it meant more, that they needed more points. And you know, if it's having that kind of psychological effect on you, then yeah, it's going to bring that pressure.
Lacazette to Aubameyang, almost finds him, but unfortunately is cut out. Looking forward to seeing Alex Giardi once again play with the freedom that he did last week. Here he is on the ball with Guendouzi, looking for Nicola Pepe at the back post, but can't find him. That goal last week with the double touch with Nicola Pepe might be one to look out for once again if he can play with the same freedom. Here is Boujalev. Had Harit with a late run in, and it's going to force the foul out of Guendouzi, but maybe the chance had gone once they didn't pick out Harit.
You've got to commend Schalke for the fact that they've changed formation, and now they're starting to utilise players that we haven't seen. We haven't seen Bergstaller, although it was a great run from Aubameyang.
Aubameyang's in here with Christopher, pretty much one-on-one. Didn't have any other options other than maybe to test Langer in the Schalke goal. But you're right, we are seeing Schalke really start to experiment with their lineups, and at this point of the season they need to find something that works. So far early on, I would argue it's neck and neck between these two clubs. Omar Mascarell cuts it out. Schalke playing with some urgency here. There is a long ball on here to the new signing, Gregoric. Tackled well by Medley. I think it was Alex Giardi to commit the defensive duties there, and now Arsenal can attack. Guendouzi. Looking for Lacazette. That's a wayward one, though, from Christopher. Uncharacteristic of a player of his calibre. He likes to retain possession, so he'll be regretting that one, especially if Schalke come up the other end. Here is Merkan, looking for Harry on the edge. Blasts it wide. It was well worked, and one of those risky chances we expect these players to take more of here, Wes, and unfortunately it's not on target, but venomous strike from Harit.
Yeah, first time shot there from Harit. Probably wasn't the right option, but at least we're seeing more from Schalke. You know, we saw such a reserved game plan from them in the last 2 or 3 match days that to see them playing in the way that they are is actually it's a pleasant surprise. But Aubameyang finds his way through. Becker gets the block.
Becker cuts it out. Bergstaller in support of Gregoric, and I think those are the two front men that Harriet's going to try and feed for Schalke 04, and for all the time we're focusing on Schalke, we have to say Arsenal, despite their goal-scoring form, I mean, haven't picked up maybe as many points as we'd argue they should have so far. So the North London club really need to buck their ideas up, and coming into the season we pegged them as a team that would be in the knockout phases with the likes of Christopher and S. Venom. Christopher, of course, was at the World Finals last year, was a finalist for Europe, and of course is captaining Portugal in the Euro competition later on this year. That's a lovely touch from Bergstaller to take this one home. Has Harriet now in support. Just runs out of avenues to run down, but coming back to my point, Arsenal almost fallen flat, the trio up there, especially with Alex Giardi, who was in the knockout phases with FC Nantes last year, the eFootball.Pro. Combine them with the two I just mentioned, really should be further up the table than they find themselves. They have an attack on now, though. Aubameyang has Pepe in support, but rushed that one a little bit, and we're approaching half-time. Neither team with any smart ideas. Moved up to Aubameyang. Is offside, though. Christopher there is going to be penalised, and as we rapidly approach half-time, really a lack of attacking creativity. You could argue Schalke, probably the team with the greater chances. Gregoritsch there cannot win the header, and it will be deadlock at the break.
Well, the two teams with the worst offensive stats drawing 0-0 at half-time.
Oh, well,
4 goals in 8.5 games for Schalke now, and 9 goals for Arsenal in 8.5 matches. And have we seen why? Where's in that opening period?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Schalke, they're playing a lot better than they had in previous match days. It's just they, you know, through one half chance that was Harriet and one shot. I mean, there's been, what, 2 shots in the game? They've just not been able to get into those right positions. But I think at the moment, I think if you're looking at it on the balance of play, Schalke are definitely the more aggressor of the two here. It's just going to be a case of who gets an opportunity, who gets a clear-cut opportunity, and then who finishes it off. And I think that's going to be the kind of the interesting bit for going forward.
A new man on the pitch enters the fray for Schalke, Katuchu. On for Bergstaller, who is playing up top alongside the new man, Gregoritsch. He is stripped of the ball, and Arsenal now with possession can attack from the left-hand side of the pitch. Here is Lacazette trying to combine with Aubameyang. We've seen those two in previous iterations of competitive PES really be a vital combination. Can't quite link up there, though, and Pepe's been kept very quiet here as well. Schalke with a long ball then. Maybe just hoping for a slight bit of fortune there, and the quality of football so far from both of these clubs hasn't been the greatest, Wes. Maybe, again, those nerves playing in, and might be seeing a reason why both of these two clubs so far not the most stellar goal-scoring record we've seen.
Well, they're both under huge pressure at this point. You know, with the results the way that they've gone today, I think that's where this pressure is in.
Lacazette to Aubameyang, Nicola Pepe in here as well. Good block there by El Matador to force the corner here, Chris.
Sense maybe it's one of those games that whoever gets the first goal, confidence might begin to flood forward, and you might see them then looking back at this fixture as the one that turned their season around. But as long as it's 0-0, it's very tight out there, as it's another corner which is blocked by the first man, who comes scampering out. Every player that we see adopts that same tactic to try and block the corner, and it works a lot more than you might expect.
Kolasinac finds Medley. He's met by Boujaleb. Brilliant clearance and defensive work there from Merriman. Arsenal growing into this game here in the second half with a somewhat sustained period of pressure. Guendouzi into the final third now, looking for Pepe in behind Kabak, but well dealt with by the Schalke defence. Harriet with a chance now to counter. You're just never seeing those deep runs from Schalke nor from Arsenal that we've seen from other clubs here in the eFootball.Pro. Think about the devastating runs from deep that we've seen from FC Nantes earlier on today, FC Barcelona,
Celtic as well.
Celtic, of course.
Well, if you're Schalke, if you're looking to have those such runs, there's two players on their bench. One is Rahman, Belgian winger, who we've always saw, and the other one who we haven't seen at all, Rabbi Matondo. They've got bags of pace, they've got bags of running. Just put them on and at least ask the question of that back line.
We were talking, seems a long time ago, as we walk into the studios this morning, about how you get in that bubble, and particularly if you're a team who are bottom of the table, maybe taking that step back and Matondo might be an option. You think we have got to change something. Are you surprised that they haven't maybe looked for a more wholesale change to try and switch their fortunes, which ever since match day 1 have been on the slide?
Yeah, I mean, for me, if you're going away and you're researching all of your squad, you would at least try all of your squads in different scenarios. It wouldn't just be, well, this is our squad, and this is how we're doing it. I mean, the two subs that we've seen there from Schalke echo the subs that we saw on match day 1, which is Rahman and Wilson McKennie, who adds a different dimension to their midfield. It's now going to be a case of whether those subs actually pull off, as we see that Arsenal have brought on Reece Nelson and Eddie Nketiah. You're now going to have a game. It's going to be a game of the subs, and whose subs work out more. You know, and we'll certainly see from here what happens.
Aubameyang plays it off to Reece Nelson, and Nketiah is forward as well.
I've been enjoying the fact that Leeds didn't play Nketiah, so he was recalled by Arsenal to try and get some first-team football, which thus means that he's available in eFootball.Pro.
Of course, and in eFootball PES 2020 as well. Aubameyang, there's Nelson outside, and next to go inside, though the Schalke defence so far has held steady. Reece Nelson's in here. Aubameyang just a little hesitant maybe to latch onto the ball. Here is Rahman, has Harrit on the inside, uses him. Kutucu ahead. Just a little bit forced there for Schalke 04. The man on the ball, though, is fouled, and they will retain possession. And it's not surprising for me to see more changes come in here for Arsenal, because on paper, we would say that Arsenal before today was maybe a little unlucky to not have more points than they had, considering the goals they've scored against teams like FC Nantes. I believe AS Monaco, they got a couple of goals against as well, but couldn't really convert their goals into points. Whereas on the other side, Schalke 04, outclassed, I suppose you could argue, at almost every stage. So do you think Arsenal, if they came away with, for example, 2 draws against Schalke, would be the less happy of the two sides?
Definitely, I think so. I think if you're looking at you know, in terms of the landscape of the league, they both need 6 points here. I don't think we can stress that enough. You know, with 20 minutes to go, there's going to be one clear opportunity that's going to come up here, and it's going to be whether it gets taken or not. I think that'll be the difference maker.
Martinelli introduced here for Arsenal. It's lofted towards him, maybe trying to force a mistake at the back by the German club from the Gelsenkirchen region of Germany. Will be a foul once again on a Schalke man, which will turn over possession to them.
Yeah, I think we heard from El Matador was at 4 kickoff saying we need 3, 4, 6 points to remain in the hunt. So if they only get 1 from this match, then you're looking at maybe almost a must-win for Schalke.
Yeah.
Even this early on. Of course, we are going to still got 4 match days to go before the knockout stages, but Schalke need to start picking up points quickly. So do Arsenal.
Amine Harrit to save possession here for Schalke, and Schalke haven't looked like a possession-based team so far in the eFootball.Pro 2020 season, but they have the ball here. It's a lovely first touch there. First touch pass from Kutucu. Can't find a fellow teammate. Mascarell with good positioning there to win the ball back. Kutucu making a run from deep ahead. It's almost lobbed aimlessly to him. Schalke look like they're lacking ideas at the moment, but the ball still comes toward the Arsenal goal. Finally cut out by Guendouzi, who's caught late. The referee will pull that one back. Nicola Pepe has been shepherded out by Todibo, who has arrived from Barcelona. Has played well so far for Schalke into the last 5 minutes. If there's a goal now, surely it will be a winner. Martinelli just sums up the entire first game between these two clubs with one passage of play, out for a goal kick, and this game has not been a classic, let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, we've been spoilt today. It's been absolute goals and chances galore for most of the matches, but you know what? I get the sense Schalke and Arsenal won't care if they can ultimately find a late winner, but yeah, it's been dogged, I think, with 4 minutes left. Some more tinkering going on from both sets of players. I think they've both made 3 changes, so these are very much tactical switches they're going to make. Because turning 1 point into 3, given both their league positions in the final game of match day 5 would be huge. Of course, one more fixture to come between these two coming up after this. This is just game 1 of Schalke against Arsenal. And can somebody bring some late entertainment? We've seen late goals throughout today.
The target was Pepe, but cut out by McKinney, and now Rahman's through. This is the type of chance maybe that Schalke might try and feed off late on, as Arsenal, no doubt with the changes from Christopher, will try and play a possession-based game, but they've given the ball away here. 2 minutes added on. Looking for Rahman, cut out well by Alex GRD. Now we're into crunch time. Last chance of the game looks like it will fall Arsenal's way. Pepe, cut out by Todibo, and that will be the last kick of the match. The game ends goalless, an attritional affair in the end. Is a draw between these two clubs.
I think that is the first 0-0 that we've had today from memory.
Potentially the entire season.
I think attritional is absolutely the correct adjective to use as well. Schalke and Arsenal get ready to go again in what will be the final game of match day 5. We'll see the best of the action. Schalke probably with the most clear-cut opportunities. Or perhaps, I seem to remember one very good chance that they had. That one was an effort from distance, but whilst they didn't score, I guess both teams, the positive they'll take from it, given they shipped goals a lot this season, is the fact that they didn't concede as well. That's something to build on.
Yeah, that's, I suppose, a glimmer of hope for them, but ultimately I think both of these two clubs wanted more out of that first game, and there were glimmers of hope from Schalke 04, you know, asking for some support and maybe some new transfers coming into the rest of the season. They've got their man in Gregoric to play up front. Haven't really utilised him as well, and I suppose you could argue it's freed up Amine Harit to play in behind in the classic number 10 role that he's so famous for. For me, it was working a lot better for them in the first half, and I feel like as soon as Arsenal figured out their tactics, switched to a 4-man midfield with 2 up top, from then on it was mostly Christopher, that man on your screen, really directing traffic.
It's also very interesting. I wouldn't say a forlorn Schalke looking team there, but a few shakes of the head, almost resigned, whereas Arsenal quite clearly here are deep in discussion. I would say of the two, they look the more positive going into the final fixture. And remember, if one of them can win this, they still would have picked up 4 points against their opponent, Wes, which they certainly would have taken before today. So a real opportunity still, if they can improve on their attacking play, either of these clubs.
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, if you look at this now, if Arsenal or Schalke go on and win this, go level on points with Nantes, would be in 6th. So a win here, I think that was the point that the Schalke guys were making, was that if a win here will really put them back in the hunt for this. But it's whether they can, materialise a chance or chances to get a goal in this game, because at the moment it seems as though it's almost a bit of a stalemate, and it's almost like they've kind of matched each other.
Here we go then. It is the final game. The final game of match day 5. It's been a brilliant day of PES action. Can Schalke or Arsenal finish it off with a victory and a much, much needed boost?
We will see what will happen here. Here is Matondo, and he's been a man that you've been calling for, Wes, to be brought on. So we'll see if the Schalke players can utilise him to the best of their abilities. Boujaleb on the left-hand side here. Amine Harit playing a little deeper than maybe the Schalke players would like him to. This left-hand side seems to be the targeted area of attack so far for Schalke. That one will fall only to an Arsenal man. First time pass from Alex GRD was a good idea, looking for Lacazette, but in the end will only turn over possession. Here is Mercan, finds Mascarell. Tucci was there in support, but holding well defended. With Mercan here again. Harrit, lovely turn, but blocked by Christopher. And look at this, Aubameyang's through in behind to Debo, the man fresh from Barcelona. Great covering. He's been playing very well so far for Schalke. Might be the defensive player they need, but oh no, look at this. Lacazette feeds Aubameyang! And it's the first goal between these two clubs. We had to wait 2 halves of football to find it. But the North London club draw first blood, and it will be 1-0 to the Gunners.
And all of a sudden, the game complexion just changes. So it was a little bit of a defensive error. It was a little bit of awareness from the attacker as well to be able to put the ball across to Aubameyang. Just a bit casual from Schalke. It's a challenge ball there. Again, the defenders don't really react very well to it, and Aubameyang just says, "Thank you, I'll take that."
The Schalke boys caught sleeping. They might be furious that they've allowed this to go in if it stays this way come the end of the match, but maybe a bit more power needed on the goal kick. Arsenal won't care at all. They lead Schalke 04 in a bottom of the table tie, which could have massive implications if either of these two teams find themselves in a knockout place come the end of the season.
Yeah, sorry, just to correct myself earlier, it would put them a victory for either side here would actually put them 1 point behind Nantes in 6th position. So again, paramount importance, and it was that man Venom we've very rarely seen in this season be as vocal as we traditionally have seen him. It's good to see him back on the score sheet.
Emiliano Spinelli, otherwise known as S-Venom, coming in with his 3rd goal of the season. I mean, we would have argued coming into the season, Wes, that he would be one of the leading goal scorers for Arsenal, given that he has such talented attackers behind him. But it's been far from the case so far for the man representing Arsenal. They've struggled to find goals, but that one might be a crucial one. Maitland-Niles now looking for Aubameyang straight down the throat of the Schalke defence. Aubameyang, though, from the previous passage of play, coming back from an offside position. For all Schalke's 79% possession, 20 minutes gone so far in this game. They find themselves on the losing end of a 1-0 lead. And Arsenal, every time they come forward, look to have more men, and
it's 4-on-4 in this particular attack as Maitland-Niles takes over. That was a chance there for Arsenal.
It seems like every time Arsenal come forward, they look like they have more men in attack than Schalke do. I mean, look at this. I mean, Harrit, yes, he's fouled by Socrates, but really was starved for options. Lucky to win a free kick, and Socrates goes into the book early. Schalke whip it in, looking for Matondo. Macy in the Arsenal net will gather that one all day, and all of a sudden, just like that, the pressure relieved from Arsenal. Matondo now, though, on the ball. Can he try and find Katuchu? He does find him in the end. Medley dealt with it, only I think that's going to be ruled a corner. No, it's a throw-in by the looks of things, right by the corner flag for Schalke 04. 30 minutes gone. Fed to Mercan. Look at the bodies back here for Arsenal. Just lacking a little bit of patience here, Schalke. As Macy in the Arsenal net once again will gather the ball.
4 goals Schalke have scored now in almost 10 matches. That is a stat that just has to change, doesn't it? I mean, it sounds obvious, but it's tough to see them getting 2. Here is Harrit, though, who might just change that. Medley is back with some powerful defending.
Just seems very rushed from Schalke. They don't have the patience to try and find that one extra pass that's needed. Here is Aubameyang, though, for Arsenal. They would love a second before the half. Pepe finds Maitland-Niles. Lovely passage of play there. Maybe rushed it in the end. Now Schalke have a chance to counter-attack. It's 3-on-4 at the back. Harrit gets Bujaleb involved, but Maybe too much patience shown there. Alex Giardi with the interception, and now he can come forward controlling Lacazette. Aubameyang has Pepe to aim for, trying to find the Frenchman Lacazette. Nothing doing there though. And it's been a frustrating 2 games of PES for either of these two clubs. Arsenal will be happier so far with the goal advantage as half-time in this second game rapidly approaches. No doubt knowing Christopher, he will be happy to keep the ball and have the last attack in the half. As I say that, he lets the ball run across Pepe, and that's going to gift maybe Schalke one more attack here with Boujalev. Matondo feeds it back to Harrit, but forcing passes where they just aren't on for Schalke has been a theme of these 2 games. They will win possession thanks to this free kick for a foul by Aubameyang. So maybe one last throw of the dice here in the first half. But so far they've seemed to have run out of ideas. Mascarell only finds Medley. The referee's whistle is to his lips. One last chance here of the first half, and that will be 1-0 to Arsenal.
1-0 to the Arsenal. They will take that. And you sense actually they haven't been at their fluent best at all, Arsenal, but this would be 4 points against Schalke, and this would move them up towards 6th spot. And sometimes if you're not necessarily playing at your brilliant best, if you can pick up points, you'll absolutely take that, won't you?
Yeah, 100%. And like we said, it'll be, what, 1 point behind Nantes in 6th. Kind of moves them into a good position if obviously the result remains the same. Granted, though, you don't really want to count out Schalke. As bad as they've been in terms of goal scoring and things like that, it'll only take one opportunity for the likes of Goal or the likes of El Matador to really snatch a victory or snatch a result out of a game that they really arguably haven't got at the moment. But you can see there the general vibe of the Schalke guys. Some shakes of heads.
Look at Merriman.
Like it's
Merriman not happy with how Schalke have performed so far. That's a risky one from an Arsenal man, but you're right, they've lacked a little bit of belief so far this entire eFootball.Pro season. And if they were to concede another here against Arsenal, you might argue there is no way back. Here is Aubameyang. Stasic with a good enough touch, but doesn't get the ball out quickly enough, and it will be actually a free kick to the North London club, and in a dangerous position here as well. Pepe standing over the ball. We've seen one free kick goal already today. Another here from Lacazette would be no doubt well greeted by the studio. Also look out for that man just shy of the penalty spot. Played short to Aubameyang, back to Lacazette, but it's the wrong option. They will come here once again with Kolasinac. Guendouzi looking for Aubameyang, but once again it's just a play that's forced a bit too much there from Arsenal in the build-up. Maitland-Niles again trying to force things. Becker's able to clear now and finds Boujalev, and Harrit actually there was essentially through on goal if the pass was good enough, but he's won the ball back here. Katucho in support as well, but dawdles on the ball, not assertive enough, and Arsenal, they get away with murder right there.
I think we've all been in this scenario where you feel like the game's almost against you, which it isn't. You're not playing well. How does Schalke try and change their demeanour, not just on the pitch, but also as you can see in your screen there? Because perhaps that needs to change first. They need to get a bit of confidence within themselves, and then suddenly the chances might start to flow. But here is Aubameyang at the other end.
Yeah, Christopher controlling him. He's been a little lacklustre in the goal-scoring form so far this season as well, but has captained Arsenal to what would be a valuable 4 points in this fixture against Schalke. And the man who I'm just speaking about now has called for some changes to be made, and you can see the shift that Lacazette and Pepe have both put in. I imagine it will be Aubameyang and Lacazette to come off here, but they really have put a shift in for Arsenal, and it's one of the main reasons why they have looked fairly good, at least more successful on the counter-attack than their opponents.
Yeah, and all you can really say at this point is that you're worried for Schalke because they don't seem to have a rhythm. They don't seem to have a plan to kind of go forward with it. That sure, they are trying out different things and they're trying out different tactics and things like that. But ultimately, if the confidence isn't there, that's where you are worried as a Schalke fan. And I think looking at that general kind of demeanour, as you can see from the moment, they just seem to be just not at the races
It's
at all.
almost as if they've thrown in the towel here already. I hate to assume that, of course, as Rahman will come on, as will Caligiuri. But Arsenal here now have reverted to that 4-4-2, which in the past has been so good for them. We'll see if Schalke, though, can get the equaliser. Nice turn by Harrit. It was almost too nice. And he turned straight into danger. Now a time for Medley to come forward. Both sets of players really, really rushing things here.
Schalke need a spark here. They really do.
Really, really do. Katucu now. We'll get to this one first. What can he do with it down in this left-hand corner? First time to Rahman's nice. Had Amine Harrit on the edge. Still is on here, but Kolasinac in early. Caligiuri, that one's hit out in anger, and that will be surely a yellow card for that foul. And it's just signs of frustration here creeping in for the German outfit.
Yep, absolutely. It is exactly that. So far, it looks like it may well be 2 scoreless matches for Schalke against Arsenal. You don't see that too often as well. Reminder, they've only scored 4 goals. They're now approaching 10 matches in this season's eFootball.Pro. In saying that, despite everything, it's still only 1-0. And you look at you can see on your screen there, you'd almost think like they were 3 or 4 goals down with the demeanour that they're showing. They have to somehow take themselves out of it and realise that one chance, they get a point.
They look defeated, they really do. And fair enough, there isn't one on the Arsenal side, but this is the time where you'd really love to be Bayern München with Lutti behind you, or a player like Wishal, the almighty DS for Manchester United, just to, maybe clap the hands in your face and say, wake up, lads, we're still in this one. But
it's the type of thing, if you're at home, if you can pause it and go out for a little breather, you probably would, but you can't here. And Schalke are going to have to find themselves back into this game. The final 22 minutes of action on match day 5 of this season's eFootball.Pro. Will we get more late drama? We've had it all afternoon long.
Willock is the target, cut out by El Matador. We'll see if the changes made by either side can impact the final 20 in-game minutes here. Arsenal here happy to play with possession though, Wes. They have the lead. They certainly don't need to make anything or force anything in the attacking sense as they come forward here with Aubameyang looking for Willock, but they don't have the pressure on them. They're 1-0 up.
Yeah, and they should, if they don't already, recognise just how important this result would be if they can close it out.
Tuchu looking to find Caligiuri, but nothing is going right so far for Schalke. Pepe with loads of time to find Aubameyang down this left-hand side. Looks like it'll bounce out for a throw-in in Arsenal's favour as well, and all the time this clock is ticking down. It's also frustrating Schalke 04, who just want to play with some urgency. Merriman paints a disappointed figure right there in the centre of the Schalke 04 squad. I think he slammed his controller down there on the desk in frustration. He knows his squad is capable of so much more, but credit to Arsenal. They have played well enough for their 1-0 lead. They look set to hang on.
I think that's well enough, isn't it? And sometimes you have to walk away, Wes, and if you haven't played brilliantly and you still pick up 4 points against your opponent, it's as much better than playing terrifically well and only picking up 1 or 2 points, which we've seen plenty of teams do today. Scored loads of goals, but aren't going to pick up anywhere near as many points as Arsenal are.
Yeah, and I think looking at it, I think if Arsenal do come away with 4 points, they'll be absolutely delighted. And then more importantly, like we've said, it keeps them in the hunt for that top 6 spot, which if you're not playing brilliantly and you're still in the hunt, then brilliant.
They'd be just, as you've mentioned, just 1 point behind Nantes as things stand in 6th.
Guendouzi will force the corner out of Todibo. That's a bit of a cheap one for Schalke to give away, resulting from a throw-in. Saka now on the pitch for Arsenal. Punched away by the Schalke number 1. Only as far as Willock, though.
all shaking their head on the Schalke bench there. Need to try and get in a more positive frame of mind. That's a very late challenge, and that will definitely be a yellow card. But Arsenal won't mind that, because actually Schalke had the ball in a promising position.
Maybe expecting the referee to play advantage there as we are approaching the final 10 in-game minutes here. Schalke, can they produce one last moment of drama? Here is Todibo, dwells on the ball, and Nketiah caught very late there by Becker. Men over here. Nketiah has Aubameyang in support, just needs to hold up the ball slightly, but Becker, controlled by Merriman, has done so well. Caligiuri now can maybe turn defence into attack, finds the feet of Katucu, back to Mascarell. This is better from Schalke. Harrit has bodies to aim for. That defence, though, so compact. 3 Arsenal players hounding him, jostling him off the ball. Todibo looks for Katucu, but that Arsenal defence resolute, and they need to be here for the final 5 minutes. Schalke finally finding their feet on the pitch, but too little too late, you might argue. So we're entering the final 4 in-game minutes. Mascarell, Todibo, nice ball to Katucu, has Caligiuri in support as well. This one will be brought back, though. As I said before, we've seen 1 goal from a free kick here already. What does Schalke have in their locker? Deflects off the wall for a Schalke corner. Late drama on the cards, potentially. McKinney. Will actually be Caligiuri to swing this one in. Nastasic at the front post. Guendouzi there smartly. Becker rifles over. And might that be the chance that Schalke may have missed to score some points here?
Fell to the wrong man, you sense, in Becker, didn't it?
Yeah, that's a centre-half's finish, if you've ever seen one.
2 minutes left. Arsenal on course for back-to-back clean sheets, which would be very impressive. Wasting just a few more seconds before Macy clatters it down the pitch. Nketiah was almost onto that. Now can Schalke create one final chance here as we go into added on time?
Harrit now flicks it first time to Rahman. Katucu! Brilliant save. It will be a corner. Schalke showing signs of life late on. Wonderful flick from Harrit to set it all up, and wow, strong right hand to push it wide. That one almost crept in. And now
Keeper's up.
The keeper is up. We are into added on time here in the second half of this second game. Can Schalke snatch an equaliser? Caligiuri swings it in. Keeper punches. Todibo finds Nastasic. That's wasted. The groans from around the studio, because that surely now will be the final kick of the game. Macy holds the ball, hoofs it up the pitch. Is there time for Schalke to get it up the pitch? No, there is not. And Schalke 04, their goal-scoring woes continue. No goals in either of their games against Arsenal here. The North London side take 4 points.
Congratulations to Arsenal, who finish match day 5 with a victory. It was nervy, it was tight, it was cagey, but they did enough. And they go over to commiserate with their opponent, Schalke. Both these sides started their game joint bottom, but Arsenal have jumped up now to just behind Nantes in 6th. It wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing of today's 5 fixtures, either of the games between these two clubs, but Arsenal won't care a jot. They did enough, they found a way, and for Schalke, it is a sense of deja vu, really. They've been here before this season, started off on match day 1 in such promise and points, but it hasn't really gone their way ever since there. They're heading to the mix zone shortly to speak with Harry as we can look at some of the Arsenal reactions, and that was a game where nerves played a part. You sense both clubs knew how important it was to get at least one win from the 2 fixtures, and it was Arsenal who came out on top. Game 1 finished goalless. Game 2, as you can see, finished 1-0 to Arsenal. It was S. Venom with the strike against his countrymen. He will have enjoyed that one, I am sure. We can head now to hear what Schalke make of that disappointment. There with Harry.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. I am here with the Schalke boys. The inquest is going on after those 2 scoreless games. Talk to me. 2 games which obviously didn't really go your way. Only 1 point against Arsenal. Try and dissect those 2 games you just had.
It's like different week, same shit. Yeah, problem is our offense. We have no strikers. We have no offensive power. We have no speed. And yeah, that's how the game looks when you don't have offensive players in the squad.
Matchday 6 rapidly approaching. You play against Manchester United. Is there anything you can maybe look to exploit in terms of their weaknesses? How do you see Manchester United's season so far?
Yeah, I think Manchester is very speedy up front. Yeah, we have to have possession against them, I think, and it's the last chance for us to get into the playoffs.
Thank you, my friend. Schalke 04 coming away with 1 point against Arsenal FC.
Yeah, and obviously very disappointed. Schalke having been beaten again here in this season's eFootball.Pro. They remain marooned at the bottom of the table. It looks much better for Arsenal, though, who have given their hopes of a top 6 finish and a place in the knockout stages a almighty boost today. They had a bit of an inquest off camera, and in a moment we're going to see them in the mix zone. They are currently walking towards Harry, the man with the microphone today, for the final one of his post-match interviews here, and I imagine it will be a pretty content Arsenal that you're speaking to, Harry.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm here with another Christopher from Arsenal FC, probably a lot happier than their Schalke counterparts. Chris, 4 points against Schalke, some good games there. Try and dissect the attritional affair between you two, very low scoring.
Yeah, it was really 2 games very difficult. You play a team with experience, but also that defends well, usually. They surprised a little bit on the first game with the 4-4-2 diamond. Maybe you should play a little bit different, but you did well in the second. Like Alex said, games not really beautiful to look, but sometimes this kind of games exists, and you have to be prepared to win these games. Not sometimes with beautiful style, but with rigor and patience. And we would like to have 6 points, but I think it's a result fair. If you spoke about what happened on the pitch, 5 points, it's realistic.
Matchday 6, you play against Boavista. They've had a surprising season so far. Is there anything you look to exploit in terms of their weaknesses going into the next matchday?
Will be a special match for me because it was the team I represent last year. I know them very well. It's a team that know each other since a long time. I respect them since the beginning because I know them. For me, it's not a surprise because they work really cleverly. So you will see, we'll prepare this game on a way different that you prepare this one. But you are confident. Now you won some place today. You are always improving and going on the table. And like I used to say, working more harder, you will reach your goals. I'm really confident and my teammates are doing a good job.
Chris, thank you very much. Arsenal FC coming away with 4 points against Schalke 04.
Yeah, and congratulations to them. And that will be a terrific fixture, won't it, on Matchday 6 in a couple of weeks' time, which you can watch and certainly look forward to. It's been a brilliant Matchday 5, though. 5 fixtures, 10 matches, loads of goals. Here's some of the best bits if you're just watching. Oh, I've been very lucky today. It's been some brilliant Pro Evolution soccer action. Some of those celebrations told their story. Harry is really making himself known to the studio today. He's been here, there, and everywhere. We can now go through all of the results from match day 5.
Yeah, let's take a little look at them. It's been a long old match day, guys, but it's been one full of goals, full of thrills, and full of spills as well. Match 1, the first team to defeat AS Monaco in open play. It's FC Barcelona, trading points with them. 3 points apiece in match 1 between those two clubs. Match 2, Celtic FC and Boavista both sharing the points there, both clubs scoring 3 goals in either match. Let's take a look at match number 3. Juventus, unfortunate not to take away more points against FC Bayern München, the latter club there, the German club, taking away 4 points with a 2-0 win in game 1. Match 4, FC Nantes and Manchester United sharing the points, and that was a fun one to watch. Lots of goals, lots of drama. And then, of course, match 5, as we just saw, a 0-0 and a 1-0, a much closer, much tighter, attritional affair. Both of those teams sharing points, but it will ultimately be Arsenal, the happier of the two clubs.
Certainly will. Thanks, Harry. Wes, quickly, if you had to pick one of the fixtures that you enjoyed the most, what would it be?
It's probably the first one of the day. It feels like that long ago, but it was the way that Monaco knocked over Barcelona in the first game. Everyone thought, well, here we go again, when they conceded exactly the same time in the second game. Barcelona's resilience and their confidence to be able to put it back on Monaco and give them, as I said, the first bloody nose that they've had this season.
They are still top, Monaco, but only just, and this is why, Harry, the league table now with 4 match days to go is even more entertaining and fascinating than it was before today.
Yeah, it's completely changed as we take a look at how today affects the league table. A lot closer at the top than it has been in previous match days. Bayern München chasing down AS Monaco. That will be a fun one to watch in future match days. Juventus remain in 3rd place. They had a chance to actually propel themselves into Bayern München's place today, but unfortunately they fell short. FC Barcelona still remaining solid in the top 4, chasing down the clubs above them as well. Let's take a little look little lower down the table. Celtic FC with good results today means they lift themselves up to 8th place, and realistically around 5th place downwards it's getting very, very close. I mean, just 3 points separating Boavista in 5th and Manchester United in 9th place as well, so very, very close in that area of the table so far.
And only 5 points separating Schalke, who are bottom and a place in the knockout stages. They are 4 points, I should say. They are not out of it one bit. Where's are they? Despite the fact that they left disappointed again today.
Yeah, and I think next match day is going to be the key one. I know we're going to come on to the fixtures, but with it being Schalke versus Man United, that could be the game that really either puts a nail in the Schalke coffin, or it revitalises their season and they all of a sudden decide or become the team that we expected them to be.
Yeah, most definitely. Remember, at the start of match day 6, we'll give you the MVP and the best goal scored today. It's going to be a tough one for the adjudicating panel. They've got a couple of weeks to look at those because there were some brilliant moments. But at the end of the season, there are the all-important awards as well, and we can have a look now at how those particular stats tables are looking after, 5 match days.
Yeah, let's take a look at how the goals and assist tables pan out. Let's take a little look first at the goals. Kills still top of the tree. The big mover, though, is Barbosa, up from 3rd into 2nd, chasing down the young Frenchman with 10 goals to his name. Also, look at who's in number 4, Horcha from Celtic FC. They've been basically begging for a man to step forward out of those 3 players, and it's the Spaniard, flanked by the 2 Dutchmen, who propels himself into the top 5. Roxa, Lotfi, Mestre, all sitting on 7 goals, remaining strong as well. And the 3 Juventus players, all 8th, 9th and 10th to round out the top 10 as well.
Yeah, very interesting. Juventus share the goals around, don't they? Most definitely.
Yeah, no, they do. They do it well as well. The way that they're playing at the moment is they don't exactly have a particular focal point.
Yeah, and if we have a look at the top 3 scorers in particular, I think Schalke is 4th because of assists.
Yeah, and as we've got the assist table there, you can see Monaco ruling the roost.
Yeah, absolutely. With bundles of goals comes bundles of assists as well. You can see, as you said, AS Monaco was really ruling the roost. As Maccabil, the only player with double-digit assists so far, he remains top of the assist column. Kills you and Lotfi, though, chasing him down. Roxa, we saw him in 4th place, I believe, in the goal-scoring table just moments ago. Also 4th place here in the assist column. So good to see him chiming not only in with goals and as well as assists here today. Looking elsewhere in the top 10, 2 Juventus players. We have Dominator and Indajawa with 6 and 5 assists for Celtic FC respectively. So it's good to see, again, these different clubs start to impact on the entire goal scoring and assist table come the end of the season. And from already between the first 4 match days, but here we are on match day 5, we're now starting to see smatterings of Celtic, smatterings of Manchester United, even FC Nantes and the likes of, you know, Barcelona really start to impact these tables here as well.
We are. Although we must say Monaco still have 1, 2 and 3. No surprise, given they are still top of the tree, even if their lead has been trimmed. There has been a change, though, in terms of the best defensive points, and a notable one as well.
Yeah, very notable one. We've often known Ayaz Babisk as the leading defence points earner. That has changed. We have a new king on top of the mountain, Barbosa, who is the leading goal scorer for Boavista, and a large reason as to why they are where they are in the league table and have pulled off some of the results as they have so far. Now currently leading the defence statistic as well. We can talk about some of the other clubs here, but realistically the big talking point is Barbosa scoring goals and defending for Boavista as well.
Scoring goals too, right. He's got 10 now. We always like to have a look at one particular stat, if you like. Goals is often the way, but goals win games, don't they? And we can look now, Barbosa with 10 to his name. He is having an extraordinary season, the Boavista man.
He really is, and he really seems to be the only one that can challenge these 2 gentlemen from AS Monaco. The top 3 leading goal scorers, it seems to be the race so far. You can see some of their statistics here. What's fantastic about Maccabil is the low amount of shots that he actually takes. 11 shots on target. And the fact he's able to convert most of them just shows to me how selfless of a player he is, and also how he is not willing to take risky shots. He's always going to either try and recycle possession or try and find a teammate. Barbosa, though, again, sandwiched by those 2 AS Monaco players, he's going to be the man essentially chasing the golden boot come the end of the season for me. And realistically, quite an unlikely source. You know, I wouldn't have picked Barbosa as maybe a player that would be chasing the caliber of player we have here. I mean, is Maccabil reigning world champion for Pro Evolution Soccer, but he's hanging in there. I mean, 5 match days down, he's well and truly hanging in.
He certainly is. Hocker, by the way, would be on that list. He has as many goals as Umakabar, but he has fewer assists, which is why he isn't in that top 3, although he is right there, and where's every chance that he could still prove to win that golden boot.
Yeah, and the way that Celtic are playing, they're starting to be a little bit more resurgent in the way that they're playing. You wouldn't be surprised if he definitely gate crashes double figures and see whether he gets at least to the top 3 at the end of the or come the end of the season.
Matchday 6 is only a couple of weeks away, and there is one fixture in particular, Harry, which I think everybody will want to look for, and it is the one at the bottom there, the featured match, and no surprise.
Absolutely. AS Monaco versus FC Bayern München. A chance for a lead change at the top of the eFootball.Pro season. That's the last game of Matchday 6. Top of the show, we'll have FC Nantes versus Juventus. That will be a fun one. Manchester United versus Schalke 04. Schalke only 2 points behind Manchester United, so a chance for them to leapfrog their opposition as well. Arsenal FC, who we just saw take 4 points against Schalke, will be going up against a Boavista squad who might be a little disappointed in their results today against Celtic FC. Speaking of Celtic, they take on Barcelona, the first team today to take a win away from AS Monaco. So that will be a fun one. Realistically, Matchday 6 looks absolutely stacked.
Certainly does. Make sure you tune in, and before that, remember there's going to be loads of stuff on the official PES social media channels and on the eFootball.Pro websites. The information is on the bottom of your screen now. Loads of goals, loads more content. It's been a terrific match day 5 though, gents. Thanks very much for all your comments, analysis. Harry, for your multiple roles. You can have a lie down in a moment.
I'm a jack of all trades.
He is a jack of, absolutely, master of none. Yeah, quite right. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. Match day 5 is done and dusted in the eFootball.Pro League.